I don't mean it. I don't mean kill. I mean just hey, what you gonna do with the gun for your brother? When you step out the wood, step for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do with the gun for your best friend? When you step out the wood, step for his best friend. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. 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 Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your arm? When you stand on the wood, stand for his wife. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your child? When you stand on the wood, stand for his child. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your brother? When you stand on the wood, stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your best friend? When you stand on the wood, stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill. I mean just DPA Open Mic. We are live. Join the debate, join the discussion. Share your voice, share your opinion. Swallow your ego, expand your mind. DPA Open Mic, free speech zone. DPA Open Mic. We are live. DPA Open Mic. We are live. Don't hold back, 'cause here we go. Let's go. Let's go. We are live. Fucking face space. Let's go. We are live. DPA Open Mic. We are live. We are live. We are live.
We are live. Welcome to DPA Open Mic episode 139, where the Trump is finally taking on the Fed, the central bank, and India says no to cutting gas and oil from Russia, or at least that seems to be the case. It's really confusing. Like there's a lot of fake news, or misinformation, or conflicting information, or maybe some companies did, some companies didn't. So yeah, nobody knows any idea. And then Russia is speed running on Ukraine. I have published the frontline history report for July, and yeah, it's yeah, it's quite damning. So for those that are paying members on Patreon or YouTube membership on the main channel and war channel, you'll probably be able to see it on locals as well, and Boosty as well, and Coffee as well. So so you can check it out if you are a paying member. So and yeah, so basically, Eyeball Paul said India cancelled the F-35 program, which is like, I don't even think United States want to sell it to them if India continue to not play ball with Trump. So yeah, it won't be a surprise to me if that's the case. So anyway, because F-35 is sensitive tech, and India uses a lot of top tier Russian stuff, and they are very close with Russia. They're way closer with Russia than with United States. So yeah, F-35 sale was always a bit of a unlikely it's going to happen. And but India is also going to have some big problem, because the one of the big so-called news, but on the more anti-India side, is the Reuters article that confirms that a Rafale fighter jet was confirmed to be shot down by the Pakistani with, I think, a PL-15 missile over 200 meters. 200 kilometers, so on nautical miles. I'm not sure which one is the kilometers or nautical miles. So yeah, so although it's a bit weird that people think that Reuters say something means that is true, but but yeah, that's the news. And the Pakistanis or the pro Pakistan people have a field day. So anyway, so let me not talk so much. Let me just share the link for you guys to join, and because it's not about me. DPA Open Mic is about you guys. It's your show. It's not really my show. Yeah, so I'm just here to let you all talk in front of a lot of people. So I mean, you guys can talk in private as well. I don't have to be there, but no. So I dropped the link to join in the live chat of the YouTube channel. I have pinned it, and I drop it into the Rumble channel, and I pin it, and I also going to drop it on Twitch. Where's my Twitchy? So, and I drop it on Twitch. Although I don't think people watch on Twitch, but I did share the link, and see, is it meaningful? I mean, never try, never know. So yeah, the last week I left without revealing who is the top fan for the day. I'm so sorry, because I was like, I need to rush off. So yeah, anyway, yeah, so the and before anyone come up, I am reforming. Okay, never mind. Wayne is here. Hi, Wayne.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Cool.
As you can see, I'm outside. How's that look?
Looks cool.
It doesn't look green.
Yeah, it doesn't look like a typical Canada to me. My imagination of Canada doesn't look so lifty.
Yeah, the Great White North.
Yeah, it's always very full of deciduous trees, like brown or gray, a lot of snow. But it's summer, right? Is it very hot now? I saw the temperature in Ukraine is ridiculous.
It's pretty hot. It's about 30 degrees. So, but that's cooler. It was up to about 33.
Oh, that's Singapore temperature, man. That's Singapore weather.
Yeah, but what's your humidity like?
My humidity is always almost close to 100.
Yeah, it's like that here too. It's always really high, and you can't sweat. I mean, basically nothing happens. It doesn't cool you.
Yeah, Singapore is like, you sweat and then the sweat just don't dry up. You have to go indoor. Yeah, so I saw the Ukraine weather reached to almost 40 in the south, in Kherson, and it's like, what the hell is happening in Ukraine? I saw some of the temperature. It's like, what the hell? Yeah, so very hot weather right now.
Yeah, well, that's not going to do a lot of good to the chaps at the front line. There's some.
I mean, too cold is bad. Too hot is bad. Everything is bad.
Yeah, well, it's actually the cold you can work around to a certain extent. The hot, it's impossible to work around without installing air conditioning in your trench. I mean, you can heat a trench to a certain extent, but you can't cool the same way.
Yeah, actually that's true. That's true. Like I because in Singapore it's always so hot, right? So I always thinking like maybe a good I think I prefer cold and hot. Like at least I can do something with when I'm being cold, like put more blankets or something. But when you're hot, it's like you take off your shirt, you on the fan. It's like unless without air condition, it doesn't work. So
Yeah.
I'm always living inside a air conditioned room. Constantly, 23
In
degrees.
Canada, there's two seasons: beach ball season and naked season. Beach ball season set winter. Everybody's dressed up like a bloody beach ball. They're wearing so many layers.
Yeah.
And then it almost immediately goes to, oh my God, let's take everything off. And you got a bunch of people wandering around in just t-shirts and shorts. I mean, like,
Yeah,
and
it's
sometimes
not
less
very
than that.
Canada of you guys.
Yeah. No, don't forget, going topless is legal here.
Okay.
So I
That's
mean,
weird.
you don't see a lot of women going topless, but it does happen, and it's legal. So I mean, hey, it's. I keep on trying to explain Canada to people, and it's so freaking impossible because we're such a bloody mess. I guess is the best way of putting
Yeah,
it.
it is a huge country. I think it's too big to try to visualize what it is. Like we all only imagine a part of Canada, but it's actually not the whole Canada kind
Yeah,
of situation.
yeah. It's simple things like I don't know if you probably don't watch Prime Minister Carney's speeches and his interviews.
No,
He did an
not
interview
much.
with Aboriginal People's Television Network, and in it he said, "Any deal we sign with the United States or anybody else has to benefit all our nations."
Yeah,
Now, how many
that's
people
not
would
going to
say
fly
that?
with Trump though.
No,
Yeah,
but the
but
point,
that's not going to
no,
fly.
no, you don't understand.
Actually,
He's
that's the
not
normal thing
talking.
to do. Like every country, like in the world,
No,
should
no,
like think in that
Wyatt,
way. It's a win-win situation. But
Wyatt,
with
you're
Trump,
missing the
not really.
point. No, you're missing the point. When he said that, he's not talking external nations. He's talking internal nations.
What do you
In other
mean by
words, we don't give
internal
a damn about
nations?
the United States, but we do care about the Six Nations Confederacy and all the other different First Nations that are part of Canada.
Oh, you
You know,
mean between
it's like
the
we,
states,
yeah,
between the provinces?
the Premier of Manitoba had a big meeting with the Métis leaders last week. And again, the Métis are one of the First Nations communities. We've got a variety of them, and they all have different cultural backgrounds, and they speak a bunch of different languages, but they're bloody important to us. They're a huge part of what makes Canada what it is and why Canada works the way it does, and that it actually works that well. They have a different cultural mindset in regards to nature and people as a whole. And it's infected everybody else, and we've moved their way rather than them moving our way, which is one of the reasons that Canada is so weird because, no, you shut your mouth, you idiot. Sorry, dog's about to bark at another doggy. You be quiet, Loki. He got attacked when he was little. And as a
Mm,
result, he sometimes takes freakouts when he sees another dog. And I have to
aha.
tell him to be quiet.
Yeah, you
You
need to
got
be the alpha male. Caesar
funny thing
Milan,
when he's 45 kilograms, Wyatt. What do you do with 45 kilograms full of dog that's trying to pull you across the lawn?
Yeah, you pull him. No, you shouldn't pull him. No, but I'm not sure. I'm not Caesar Milan. I don't know enough of how to deal with dogs. Yeah, because I used to be scared of dogs, so I overcome it like in my adulthood. But yeah, not really that much of a dog person.
Yeah, he's a big friendly idiot, basically, most of the time, except for when he sees a dog that he's not sure about, and he gets nervous and he flips out. But he only does that if he's on leash. If he's off leash, he's fine. He's on leash, he can't get away if the other dog decides to attack, which is why he's warding it off. It's, doggy psychology
The
is a funny thing. Did you see the video I
Yeah,
posted of the deer walking along the two deer walking?
no, I didn't see that video though.
Chad, check
So
my
sorry.
YouTube channel. I took the video from my balcony.
Okay. That's one of the things I saw like recently was, but it's not a new news. Is the youth and unemployment in Canada. Do you know anything about it? Like it looks higher and higher?
Yeah, it has gone up a bit, but there's okay, this is where I know things because I've been talking to some people in business locally. There's been a concerted effort to find new markets, especially by the people who aren't selling Kuzma compliant goods. Even the people who are selling Kuzma compliant goods are getting ready for a breakdown because Kuzma is being renegotiated next year. Effectively, Trump's tariffs have only so far hit non-Kuzma compliant goods, and something like 75 or 80% of what we've been exporting to the United States is Kuzma compliant. So they haven't been having a huge impact. As I said, I've talked to a bunch of people. They're all looking for different markets. They're looking at Europe. They're looking at Asia. What can we do? And there was a recent signing of a trade deal with Mexico, where we're now running ships from our west and east coast ports down to the Mexican west and east coast ports to avoid having stuff going through the United States, because the United States has been causing customs delays and it's messing up just-in-time deliveries, and we can't stand for it. So we're working around it.
I, yeah, I think you guys export energy, right? So I think maybe India, because if
Well,
let's say
actually,
India,
we
sorry,
export everything. We export
yeah,
military equipment. We export power. We export steel, aluminum, a variety of finished goods. I used to work for a company that manufactured catalytic converters, and we exported them all over the world.
yeah, because talk about
So
India, that's
exporting is
easy.
nothing
India,
new.
man.
Yeah, you,
Yeah,
you
India
guys need to
too.
export energy to India because then they can stop buying Russian. Yeah.
Hey, Desi, you
I'm
know
never gonna
Voltus?
happen. What?
Desi,
No.
you don't know Voltus? How about Godrej?
Who?
Godrej, Godrej. Okay, two big Indian companies. Sold to both of them.
Godrej. Godrej. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah, yeah, I know. I
I,
know.
I actually I got a call from the Canadian Foreign Affairs people about selling to Godrej, and the question was, can the product you're selling increase the range of missiles? And I'm listening as this, right? It's a catalytic converter to put on an internal combustion engine. All it's going to do is make the environment healthier for the people working on the missiles. It's not going to increase the range. It was fun
Yeah.
trying to explain that to somebody who didn't know the technology and had no idea what we were producing.
Yeah, but at the same time, I mean, a lot of, I mean, the Indian rocket program, right? BrahMos and all these missiles, it was co-developed with Russia, right? When we develop a lot of weapon systems alongside Russia, and there was a lot of announcements also that Russia and India are going to develop both the next generation of missiles as well as. Now, this is not completely confirmed, but apparently they're working on some fighter jet, next gen fighter jet for India. But this
Again,
will be a long time, 2030
again.
again. Now, what's
The
gonna
Sukhoi
come up?
57 should be an Indian fighter. It's like a semi-Indian fighter. But what the fuck happened, man?
I'm
Anyways,
really surprised that India hasn't managed to field more than the Tejas. They should have
I
been able
mean,
to.
it's
You
flip
guys have
flop.
got the technology and you've got the manufacturing capabilities. I'm really surprised you haven't done more.
It should have. We should have. But the problem was, whenever one party comes into power, they have one idea. Like the Congress wanted to go with France essentially, and develop a relationship with France and the West, even though we already had a working relationship with Russia, right? And when the BJP came back into power and replaced the Congress, they had to deal with what they had, right? And they got the Rafale deal as it was. It wasn't their decision to do it. They just inherited it from Congress, and it was riddled with corruption and everything, like
It might have been
everything
riddled
under
with
the woman.
corruption, but the fellows are damn capable playing.
Absolutely, absolutely. But at the same time, it's weapon system that Indian pilots do not have as much experience with as the Sukhoi variants, right? We have been using the Sukhois and the MiGs for a long, 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 long time, and that, I mean, there are a lot of people who argue that we should have stuck with Russian jets. We should have made it easier for our pilots, and instead of getting a whole variety of squadrons, making it more confusing. So I don't know. I'm
Yeah,
not
you
really
guys are
as
going to become the
experienced.
Ukrainian Air Force soon. At this rate, it's like
Exactly.
mix of all sort of stuff.
I think that there's
There's a
one
super chat
issue
for
with
you.
this that Desi hasn't considered, and that's the fact that Russia may not be able to manufacture much shortly. They've been getting hit really hard on a variety of fronts, which have impacted their military production capabilities.
I mean, when the only thing I've seen is their like oil fields and a few, oil reserves and stuff getting hit. I have not really, except for that one, those drone strikes which hit their bombers. I haven't seen anything yet,
Oh,
right?
there's been
I
a lot
mean,
more. There's been a lot more. They've been hitting
maybe.
fiber optic plants. They've been hitting drone plants. They've been hitting radar plants. They're hitting a plant that produced electronics that is fitted to a lot of this stuff. I don't know precisely
Yeah,
how much damage is done. I just know they've been hitting the targets, and every time they
Oh
hit a
no,
target, it
I have,
delays
I have no
production for
doubt.
a period of time.
I have no
And
doubt that
eventually,
Ukraine is hitting, but will it have any like effective results
yeah,
on the battlefield itself?
yeah. Because you
oh,
see,
it already
Ukraine
is.
getting hit all the
It
time,
already
right?
is.
So
It
Ukraine is
already
getting
is.
hit all the time, by more missiles. So but it didn't stop the Ukrainians. Then Russia is the big place. Anyway, there's a super chat for you, Wayne. How's the immigration issue over in Canada by Johari?
It's really not that bad. I mean, how should I put it? The big issue is housing prices. You get the housing prices down, everybody's happy.
Yeah, so it's not the immigration; it's just the housing price. Crime
No,
rate?
I mean, everybody here is an immigrant except for the First Nations. Well, even they are if you go back far enough. It's like 13,000 years. But I mean, beyond that, everybody here is an immigrant. Everybody here, you've almost everybody has at least a grandparent who wasn't born in Canada.
Desi, do you have, hi guys, do you have a number or email address of somebody of Air Defense of India where I can sell my Sukhois? No. It's my
No,
first day of work, so I don't have the contacts yet.
Which Sukhoi? The Sukhoi 5?
57. Come on, we need to have the big money. We need to do
MiG
the big money.
15s? Yeah,
If
sell
you
some
buy
MiG 15s.
100, we offer 5 for free.
now the only people I know are like retired veterans from the 71 war. They're like as old as Wayne. So I don't think you can sell them jets anymore.
Yeah, but we can send them without computers, so not difficult to fly. Mainly
What we
with
want are
propeller engine.
drones. We want drones. More and more drones because you don't lose pilots
Yeah,
with
we
drones.
sell also scale model version and the souvenir shop remote control. I don't know if it's going to work. It's promo also. It's 20% off for the moment. 1 to 8 scale.
I'd say, in regards to all the things that Ukraine has hit in Russia, whatever that is, it has had zero effect on the front line. In fact, it's probably encouraged them to go faster. I mean, they had 50 days to speed it up. Now it's 10 days. 10-day deadline comes up. All of a sudden, there's a member in the middle of Pokrovsk. If you had waited 50 days, maybe that would have been something that happened. So it's interesting to see what's happening down there. I mean, if that's legit, I mean, that's pretty dire for that city.
But
Especially if they can maintain that. But yeah, I mean, they hit. I agree with. Hold up, I agree with Desi. I've seen a lot of hits on oil facilities, storage tanks, a few random buildings. But I mean, when you think of the defense industry of Russia, that's probably like the cottage industry of Germany. There's going to be factories everywhere, assembly points everywhere. One guy's probably 3D printing drone bodies. Maybe there's another place somewhere else that puts them all together. I mean, I'm sure it ruins somebody's day, but I would imagine it really has no effect when you think of the stores that they have to use before they actually. It's not like they're pumping oil out of the ground to use it on the front line right now. So, I mean, and they're making 3,000 garans a day at that one factory potentially. So that
Exactly.
one, and that's just
one
one
of the targets
factory.
they hit.
That's what I've seen, right? I've seen the Russian, like, videos of Russian factories making like just like 100 or 200 drones a day with pictures of Stalin stuck above there. I mean, that's what I'm seeing. That's what we are seeing, right? I don't think Ukraine is doing as much damage to stop Russian production, essentially, and far from having, the effect of that affecting the front line itself. I don't see it,
Uh,
Win. I just don't see
So
it.
It's not stopping production, Desi. It's reducing it. The point
yeah,
is that you can never fully completely destroy production. What you can do is you can reduce it to the point where your opponent can't function because he can't get enough stuff to the front line to continue.
Yeah, I know.
That's
Yeah,
what
but
they're trying to do.
we're
That's the
nowhere
goal.
near that. We're nowhere near that. I mean, they still have their Cold War reserves on top of whatever they're producing now. Plus, I mean, like if one factory gets hit, it's not like, I mean, they've got. I saw a factory out in Kamchatka. I mean, nobody's flying drones to Kamchatka.
Exactly.
I mean, it's
Yeah.
a little factory here, a little factory there, but like that little factory was making quadcopters, like DJI size. There was literally stacks of thousands of them. I mean, that shit's everywhere.
the
And
question
if
is,
Why?
does it even able to destroy the factory even if hit it? Have you seen the Fab 3000 bomb on the freaking bridge? It only created a pothole. Freaking hell! The freaking Soviet bridges is like indestructible. So imagine if they built with the same kind of a concrete structure on their factory. You need a freaking nuclear bomb to destroy the freaking factory. You can't.
My
Like,
understanding
Fab
is-
3000 only one hole. What the fuck?
Yeah, my understanding is too. A lot of those factory sites, they all have underground facilities for like invincible war, and I would assume that they have a surplus of underground facilities from the Cold War that they could just set up stuff in that's empty. I mean,
but
they don't need
the
all.
Yeah, that's
Iranians are not-
exactly what the Ukrainians did.
Think about it.
They
There
used
could
the
be
Russian.
empty. There could
Exactly.
be an
The
air base.
Ukrainian same.
Yeah, I mean, there's air bases out there that are not using, but they got hardened hangars and stuff. You could put little factory in there or something. Nobody ever noticed it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's not a production line like for building a car, like that you have the whole complex system to do it. So it's practically easy. But to give
You
you
need a-
statistics, to give it some statistics.
That was the whole point
in
of my
July-
meatball
wait,
weapons
wait,
design
let me
video,
speak.
guys.
Let me speak.
Go back and
But
look
then-
at it. Some stuff is
But then-
easy to build, in a dispersed manner. Other stuff, like main battle tanks and fighter jets, isn't.
But they're not building new battle tanks, right? They're refurbishing old ones. They have huge stocks to win.
Yeah, I mean they are building some new ones, but I mean those factories are probably way out deep in Russia, hardened and protected quite well. Plus, I haven't heard of any attempts to hit any of the tank plants or anything like
It's
that.
probably the Ural Mountains,
you take out the
World War II
bridge.
factories.
Yeah,
You
but
take out the bridge on the way to the front line. That's
just
what
to
you
give
do.
just to give you some statistics about these Geran drones, in July 2024, they launched 426 in 1 month time. July 25, so this year, a few weeks ago, 6,297. That's the difference. That's
Yep.
how they scaled the
And
production.
I mean, think about it. They've got so many now that they're actually using them to hit frontline positions and provide like close air support, basically.
Yeah, and they're using now Geran Type 3. The newest one with the jet engine. Yeah, they already have the 3.
Yeah, and the Palanitsa Type 2 is out there as well.
I mean, because if you think about it, the Garon's a big drone. You would think, it's good for hitting oil fields and stuff like that, big stagnant targets. The fact that they've built enough of them and that they have a surplus that they can afford to use them as basically just giant one-way A-10s, not an A-10, but, it's a big-ass bomb flying right into where they want it,
Artillery. Just say
And the other thing
artillery.
is, too, is they got enough of those that they can give their Air Force a break.
Yeah.
And send Garans instead of an Su-34. So the Su-34s, maybe they get a break. Maybe they can go through a nice maintenance cycle, and the drones take over, and the cruise missiles take over for a week or two, and then the Air
Yeah, but that was the whole point of what I was talking about earlier today. Close air support has changed totally. The Shaheed or Jaran is a far better choice for close air support than Su-25.
Of course.
You don't lose the pilot.
I mean, it is in some sense, but I mean, honestly, you can't. Garan's never going to give you what an Su-25 can get you if it's got a corridor to come in and attack and not get shot down. Same with the A-10.
No.
I mean,
But
I think
if
you
can
cannot
afford-
change target halfway through. I think it's like
Yeah, but you can afford
if the target
actually.
change, you cannot change
Wyatt,
targets for a ground.
Wyatt, the new ones can. They have cameras mounted, and they can pilot them remotely.
That sounds expensive, man. That sounds very expensive.
Yeah, it's a hell of a lot less expensive than losing a pilot every time.
I mean,
you,
I think
take
there
the
are
chance of losing a
there
pilot.
are some where they can like autonomously view it, and maybe if they're linked up ahead of time, they can take control of it. Like I would assume they have control, like when they send them out just to hunt, and then if someone finds something, then they can set it up to hit it. But unless it's going, but if it's going to a specific target, I would imagine it's all autonomous. They don't. It just goes. If it makes it, it makes it. If it don't, it don't.
But I think the ground drones, they just don't have the payload like a FAB. No, the FAB can be like 3,000 kgs. You can't fly a 3,000 kg off the ground with propellers.
But just look at the evolution. If you compare to the first type and now, it was like 30, 60 kilogram max, and now it's like 120 plus.
The first is 250 and 500, right? And after that they ramped up to 2,000. Now like 3,000 is quite normal nowadays.
Yeah, for the facts, but I'm speaking about
you can do that with a drone if you have enough engine power to get the thing aloft and wings wide enough.
Yeah, but it's not. It becomes very pricey, right? They become more pricey.
Done it.
It's a matter of economics, right? It's a matter of getting the price down enough to allow.
Yeah, I mean it's
higher power for bang for buck.
Yeah, I mean it would be cheaper to just throw it on a plane than it is to try to build some drone thing. I mean, not right. Maybe in 100 years or whatever, when the technology is different, and you got UCAVs. That's where UCAVs would come in. They would just be unmanned combat vehicles. There's a story the other day. Supposedly they're offering a unpiloted version of the F-35, which I can't believe if anyone would buy that with all the problems it has. But I mean, I guess maybe if it's all computer, there's no pilot, then maybe it would fly perfectly because there's no human intervention ever.
He loves attention.
Yeah, and let's see. You don't need to think that drones are going to be very, 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 very important. I'm still going to try to sell some Sukhois and yeah.
Loki. He's the dog of mischief.
Don't try.
I've bet.
Yeah, but I mean, like with the drones too. I mean, the thing you can just do with drones. I mean, there's no reason to, like the UCAV, just build a stealth plane that can get close, and then it just launches standoff weapons. I mean, maybe someday you'll have a UCAV that can dogfight, an F-16 or something, or a piloted aircraft. But for now, you just need a flying wing with an internal bay that can fly out so far and maybe shoot a half a dozen cruise missiles or something, and then go home. And if it doesn't, who cares? It's cheap. The missiles were more expensive than the plane. I mean,
so that's why the glide bombs is such a good, important innovation, because it makes the fighter jet still relevant, the fighter bomber still relevant. Imagine you still have to do it like the old way, where you have to fly over target. Oh my fucking god, it doesn't work anymore in today's age. Like there's so many things that can kill you. Even a freaking drone can kill you. Nowadays drones can be so fast, So yeah. Super chat. Johari said, just a thought. World War I started over an assassination. World War II started over an invasion. But World War III started with a social media post. Yeah, I think so.
That's what I was afraid of whole week. I swear to God.
No, you don't need.
Well, like this whole thing with Trump and the nuclear subs. I mean, my guess is, when he got mad and decided to shorten the 10 days, the deadline to 10 days, that they had decided to move those subs or add additional subs to subs that were already out there. And if you think about it, Russia has 25,000 miles of coastline. The most obvious places, those subs are probably somewhere in the Bering Sea, along the Kamchatka area, around the Arctic, or they're on the other side, around Norway or something, which is where they would be anyways, because that's the perfect place to launch from. I mean, so maybe they moved around. Maybe they're under the ice somewhere, but the idea that they were probably wherever they were supposed to be when he announced that he was going to send some subs. That way, they're already there. They're settled down. They're quiet. Nobody's looking for them. And now if they want to go look for them, they can watch these guys go out and look for them and not find them. But I would imagine that shit was already done, and I would hope so, because it's stupid to announce movements of a ballistic submarine. So I think it was just show.
The only reason it would make sense, Vaughn, is if they wanted to position U.S. assets to try and get more sensor information off the Russian fleet. That's the only reason it would make sense.
Yeah, I mean,
So
you
I
send them
agree
in
with you.
there.
I understand why you announced it.
Like if they
No,
go,
but you need to take
but that works
realistic
both
view.
ways. I mean, think about it. You're going to have the Russians might go out and look for these Ohio class subs, and you get to watch what they're doing and study their electronics and stuff, and vice versa. You know, the Russians, whenever we do something, probably have subs out there watching us and doing shit too. I
But
mean, there
you need
might
to
be some
think.
other subs out there cruising around to see if anybody comes snooping for the, Ohio's or whatever. But I mean, if there is, we'll never know. I mean, like there's that meme where it shows a picture of the ocean. It shows a picture of the ocean that says right now the most massive battle ever is taking place. And it's just a
But they
picture
are
of the ocean.
they are always around Russia. They are always there. I think the Iowa class.
Yeah, they're always around.
Our class, we are like 6 always in the ocean.
Yeah, you figure there's probably one hanging around somewhere, maybe around China, not
No, but
not
they
the
don't
South
even-
China Sea, but maybe somewhere out south of the Philippines. There's probably another one or two up around Alaska, that area, and then there's probably another one or two out in the Atlantic, maybe one up in the Bering. And they can surge extra ones out, so that might have been what they did. Or he could have just announced a rotation that happened already. 2 came home, 2 went out.
How many boomers do you have?
I believe they said they have 14 or 15, but 6 to 9 are available for service at any one time or could be available for surge. And the other 4 or 5 or 6 are, in some form of maintenance or overhaul.
And the remainder are working up after an overhaul period. Yeah.
But yeah, they got about 9. I think they said they got about 9 they can put out right quick. So you figure there's 6 out there. They got 3 spares. Maybe they put another one out there. But obviously they're not going to do anything. I would think they're not going to shoot tomahawks at Russia, and they're certainly not going to fire a nuke.
Here's a silly question. Where are the French and British boomers?
They have 18 of the Ohio class. So what I'm saying, 6 is logic. So you have 6 in maintenance, 6 ready to take over for the 6 others that come in after their deployment. They have 18 in service normally. The thing is, you the range of a nuclear Trident that they're going to launch is 11,000 kilometers or 7,000 miles. So they don't need to be close. They can just shoot and touch. The problem is with the propaganda that they say like, Trump is doing dangerous. Da, 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 da. First of all, I'm never going to believe that he's going to launch something, because if you launch, you're going to have a response back. And they both knowing that. Is it Russia that launching a nuke or America is launching a nuke? Both parties going to launch it back. That's it. That's the rule. They know that. They know that from each other. So it's actually, it's just that Trump is saying like, I'm going to show to the world I am serious about Ukraine and Russia.
I mean, the thing is, even if they fired conventional cruise missiles at some target in Russia, and they announced, they told Russia, hey, don't worry, these aren't nukes. I mean, that's not going to matter. They're going to retaliate against something pretty significant.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not going to allow the United States Navy to fire into Russia and not be some kind of military response. And I assume Trump knows that, and this is just I don't even see how it's a bluff. It's like, dude, you got nuclear submarines, they got nuclear submarines. You can both play we just, Medvedev can come on and go, yeah, we just moved our subs closer to America. And that means they moved 5 feet closer. But
they're already there. I mean,
yeah, exactly. There's probably one somewhere in the North Atlantic or maybe off the East Coast somewhere. There's probably one down south somewhere. There's probably another couple out in the Atlantic hanging around. Or the Pacific.
They both have Plan B and the Plan C.
The Mediterranean, the Black Sea. I mean, and a lot of those ships have ballistic missile capability, so, everybody's close to everybody. You just don't know where they are.
Exactly, you mean. Yeah, I know.
I mean, hell, they might even know where each other are. They're just not shooting each other. I mean, think about it. You got a higher tech subs, finding cheaper subs like Kilos or old diesel sub.
If you need to have good intel about how it works, you need to watch the YouTube channel of Subbrief. The guy is an ex-submariner, and he's telling it very right. It's not the first time I'm saying during the open mic. The guy is getting a hard dick if he's starting to to talk about the Kirov class battle cruiser. So I mean, because he saw it. He saw it when he was deploying. He saw the ship, and he knows how hard the sonar is and all that shit. And they saw during this, all these Soviet submarines and during his deployment. So they know the dangers and the game, and the numbers are actually pretty cool to follow all that shit. But like putting all that propaganda, like Trump becomes crazy, he's never going to launch these nukes. Never going to happen. Because Putin going to launch it again. And if Putin launch first, he's going to respond also. Then it's the end of the world. And nobody wants the end of the world. Even Trump doesn't want it. He can say that he's crazy and doing rare decisions. It's just to show to the world, like, I'm doing great. I'm going to fight against... What I'm thinking that's happening now is that Ukraine is preparing to counteroffensive at the Kherson region, so like whole and left. And they want to like reduce the time for ceasefire. To give, I don't know, something is happening left. Why is
maybe mine and counting Teeth's fantasy? Oh, we got a super chat.
Super chat, what's up, DPA OGs?
What's up? Thank you for the super chat. And like, subscribe, and share, please. And support Wyatt on Patreon. Become a sergeant or an officer or even a general. His you know what I mean. If you got the money, he's got the position.
Guys,
that's a good way to put it.
I just got a text telling me I've got to go places, so I shall talk to you later. Have a good weekend.
Wayne, before you leave, when are you going to install the game World of Warship Legends? Because I still need to sync your battleship.
I did install it, then I uninstalled it because I ran into a problem, which had nothing to do with it was Windows 11 not liking the running in a virtual machine.
Yeah, just that
Windows 10 was doing the same thing. So basically, I switched to a different version of Linux. Yeah. You know Bazite?
Yeah, I don't know shit. I know Paint.
Okay, Bazite is basically Steam OS, but it's modified for the desktop. And it'll run most Windows games. I haven't tried World of Warships yet because I only got installed 2 weeks ago and I was resetting everything else.
Yeah, hurry that you have the hood so I can take my Bismarck and sync you. So yeah.
Okay, man. Talk to you later.
Have a nice one.
Bye, Wayne.
I'm gonna laugh when he takes you out with his Canadian icebreaker.
Oh. I have a fleet of more than 426 ships in that game, so try me.
That sounds so wrong, man. Mr. Lambo want to Bismarck the hell out of Wayne. Like that just sounds so wrong.
It's reality. It's on the hood. It happened. History. 1942. Something like that.
Yeah, with your big guns, right? No, shoot the hell out of him.
With my 15-inchers. Oh. Yeah, but you Asians are more crazy. You had the Yamato with the 18-inchers.
Yeah, Super Yamato. Yeah. Oh. I love the Yamato. I also like the Prince of Wales. Although they are all fucked up battleships that die without fighting for their lives. Or just get sunk by airplanes.
That's really one of the only reasons on my bucket list I want to visit the United States. They still own the 4 Iowa class battleships, so you can choose where to go in the United States to see it. For me, the Missouri is maybe the best one to visit, but I love to see it. I need to go to London also. They have there the cruiser at Belfast. It's cool history.
Yeah. I love the Iowa.
I always like the Yamato in that cartoon Battle Mech, the space Yamato.
Are you talking about the anime girl version? The anime girl battleship?
Yeah, the anime one. The battle. I think it was called BattleTech. They had the robots that turned into fighter jets like F-14s or something.
Yeah, you have even worse. But I used to love watching all these women, all these girls like playing the Bismarck.
I always was like, man, when are we going to have our own space battleships, They're
not Azure.
And here we are. We're still, the farthest we've come is Katy Perry went to space. We don't even have one cool ass fucking spaceship.
Yeah.
I mean,
This is Yamato.
Yeah.
This is Yamato, no? This girl is Yamato.
Yeah. Climb Mountain.
One on tanks too, I guess.
Yeah, I used to like that ship on there. That was always pretty cool.
Japan have this amazing ability to turn anything into girls, including
crazy.
battleship.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
It's true. Non-simping, no simping, no simping.
Imagine you feeling horny over a battleship. No, like that's
No, but
so
I need to
fucked
stay
up.
serious. As Sukhoi salesman, I need to take a serious example. We give you Ukrainian women if you buy Sukhois. Is that something? We have a lot of them. No? No, they see still not? No, okay.
We have enough Russians as it is.
They are different. Ukrainian women not different.
Hey, on these sanctions that they're talking about doing with India, and I know India said fuck you, we got to do our own thing. But I heard something too. I don't know if it was which way it went, but somebody was saying, well, there might be some private companies that won't buy Russian oil, like to kind of like make it seem like they're not, but then there's other companies that will, so they'll just keep doing it and just like a workaround. Basically, they've already figured out a way to kind of act like they're going along, but not really going along.
Could easily be. I mean, the only companies capable of buying Russian oil are like Reliance and Adani, and they have a lot of subsidiary. Okay, go ahead. Let's look at the anime girl first.
Can you send it on WhatsApp? Can you send it on WhatsApp? Thank you.
So if anyone want to buy some Sukhoi 57, this is how she looked like,
Busy with my marketing, Wyatt. Help me with my marketing.
Send
me the picture, please. Thank you.
I'm sold.
Okay,
let's buy Sukhoi. No Mirage from now on. But talking of like American, the battleships of World War II, like everyone gives shit to the Hood, but if you think about it, the Hood was the only battleship that did its work. That was sunk by another battleship. Think about it.
Yeah.
No other battleship was sunk by another battleship directly.
Yeah. It's all cruiser battles, cruiser destroyers,
yes.
right? It's battleships don't meet each other.
And the bad thing about the story of the Hood is it was a battleship that also served during First World War, and they didn't upgrade it. They had weak spots. They knew about it, and they didn't do it. So the Bismarck shot at it behind turret number 2, I think, and it hit the magazine and exploded, sunk in like 2 minutes. 3 survivors. 3 of 1,000.
She got pocketed. She got pocketed.
She had a detonation, so she had an ammo detonation. It was a direct hit. The Bismarck, it was even a sadder story because it was a maiden voyage of the Bismarck. And then it was hunting after the Bismarck. UK everything.
At least it's heroic, right? But at least it's heroic.
Yeah, I mean the whole fleet, the whole which fleet I don't remember.
The whole Royal Navy hunt for it, man.
Hunt for it, yeah. Yeah. But the most ironic part is the whole Royal Navy came in and it was actually a swordfish, a little prop plane.
I mean, and they lost a lot of motherfucker planes just to get that fucker too. I mean, that's what I thought was insane. Fucking biplanes going after that. I mean, because you think of all the anti-aircraft fire those fuckers had, and it's like, damn. I mean, you don't even got a little bit of metal to protect you.
That was the weak spot of the Bismarck. Actually, the same weakness that Russia has for the moment on the Black Sea fleets with the sea drones. What the Swordfish did was flying like almost touching the sea level. Almost touching the sea, so low. And the misdesign of the bad design of the AA of the Bismarck was they couldn't go lower than 0 degrees. So they just flew underneath the AA and they were capable to shoot it. It was very solid constructed ship. Thing is, touch your rudder, Achilles heel. Big problem for every ship.
But can you imagine the Germans built the whole full navy? They will just wipe the whole British Navy, man.
But
if they built the whole navy.
They were actually smart to stop after the Tirpitz was a second Bismarck class. They stopped production of the ships because they say like these planes are like too dangerous. And you see it you see that already the carrier was ruling the seas. It was not the battleship anymore. It was the end of the era of a battleship. So they were afraid to use the torpedoes, and they send it over to Norway or something like that
But I think because it's just a philosophy thing, right? Because they are land power, so they are not a sea power. So it's like they don't feel the need to dominate the sea. Like you don't feel like building aircraft carriers, and like if they have gone in with their engineering and everything, like oh my god, I don't even know how. Like they would be like a tiger tank at sea, man. You know how do you deal with these kind of things?
I mean, it was the case in World War One, right? I mean, World War One, they did achieve like partial parity with the UK, which is when you had that I forgot the name of the battle, but in the North Sea, like
with Germany and England.
British dreadnoughts and German dreadnoughts actually exchanged fire. That is insanely metal thing to think about.
Yeah,
like
that was a crazy
15-inch shells just falling on you. I mean, damn,
Yeah.
that was something else.
For the Bismarck, there was actually also a cool story. Every ship normally, I think, still has a cat for chasing the mouses and eating the mouses. And they had Unsinkable Sam. The real name was Oscar. It's not a confirmed story, but the story is actually very cool. So when Bismarck sunk, the cat was saved by, I think it was first by the destroyer HMS Cossack, and after that they sunk the Cossack, then saved by Ark Royal, so the same carrier that sent the planes to Bismarck, and then they sunk also the Ark Royal. It was saved again, and Oscar went to an island somewhere like that to be taking his pension easily after the war. It was a cool story. Unsinkable Sam, the most famous cat of
I swear. Literal 9 lives. Literal 9 lives, man.
Yeah. So if like on my game that I'm playing on Worlds of Warship Legends, I have the flag Unsinkable Sam. They're using all this cool stuff, talking about history, and we have the chance in that game to play the blueprint ships. So the ships that never existed, like the Z class of the Germans. So they had
Wunderwaffe
first, yeah, the Wunderwaffe, the Ghost Occur first. That's it. Also, Graf Zeppelin, the only plane carrier that the Germans built, never finished, and was taken after war and concessioned by the Russians. And they did actually a lot of tests to try to destroy the carrier. And it was actually very well built, and that was actually how that one of the ships that the Russians used to make their fleet, because during the Second World War, Russia didn't really have a fleet, they didn't have a lot of ships, and not compared to all the rest that had. It is. I love history. I love it.
On these sanctions too, these secondary ones, is it basically just going to be oil and the resale of the oil? I mean, I know there's probably other things, but is the main thing going to be oil between Russia and China and India?
No, I heard the main thing was sale of weapons, at least in India. Oil definitely, but the sale of weapons was also very significant. But I don't think India is going to comply, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know what they could do. I guess not sell stuff to India. But, I was going to say, I saw something this morning I was checking Fox News, this Maria Bartoloma chick, and they had, I don't remember who it was. It was one of the administration people talking, and they were basically saying that, what was it? That with the sanctions that, go ahead, Prad. I got to remember what they said. It was
I'm just gonna, Prad, I'll let you go. I just wanted to add one thing. Like, I have been discussing it with a lot of people, especially like the opposition, junior leaders and youth leaders, and like there's a lot of things that India can do against America, not the other way around. Like we can ban a lot of stuff, especially like tech giants.
Hey, what I was going to say, I remember
Google and Facebook.
I remember real quick what I was going to say. It was the fact that the guy mentioned that India's been cheating a lot on immigration. So I think they're already going to try and build a case to fuck with India other ways than just the oil. But I thought that was pretty shitty because it's like, Earlier they're talking about H-1B visas, which are going to be a lot of Indian guys. Now all of a sudden, India's cheating on the immigration shit. So I thought that was an interesting point that was brought up about why India is the bad guy. It wasn't just about the Russian oil. So I would look for that too. Sorry, go ahead, Prada.
Well, I think India learned the hard lesson about answer to rush in nowadays geopolitics. They had a very bad result when it was with the Maldives, and I think after that they kind of understood that they need to go slowly, and we saw that as well how they had to go slowly in order to solve the problem with China, which was more discreet. Chiang Kai-shek had to slow down, be more discreet, and things resolved. So I think this is the new strategy of India, to be more discreet, less vocal about what's happening or not happening, going to happen, how they answer or not answer. And traditionally, it is true, like Desi was saying, India was more assertive, more defensive of their position. I think this time there will be a bit more trying to find a consensus. Nevertheless, I think this is also a lesson for India, because they thought they could put all eggs in the West. They've been putting all the eggs in the West. And now they saw, when the West has you in their hands, they piss on you. They really will do everything to bring you down. And we have to understand, the West doesn't want India to rise. They don't want competition. We have to understand, they don't want anybody to have competition. The war in Ukraine is because Russia was rising. And the war with China will appear the moment they feel they really have the possibility of bringing down China, which they haven't had yet. If they had brought down Russia and put a puppet government in Moscow, they would be going directly to China, and because using Russia, stopping their supplies of energy to China, they would cut China's development in a brink. And this is what they are doing now with India. Today, sorry if I'm going to take a bit longer. Today, I listened to a former Indian diplomat, an amazing guy, Bharat Ruha. Sorry, I can't spell his name, but very interesting scholar. And he was saying, well, be careful. The Western media loves to make a big thing, and also Trump was constructing all these big narrative. But the thing is that they are already discussing things in the background, in the backstage. So we saw that Twitch Talk went to Moscow. They are discussing things. They are also discussing between a commission of Indian diplomats is in Washington, discussing a kind of a trade deal, and it's very hard, but they will probably go find some things. But one of the things this diplomat said is that you can't oblige India to stop buying Russian oil. It's not possible. They are dependent on 86% of their energy from energy supplies from outside. This means if you cut oil from Russia, the whole India, it will be difficult for India to find substitution, because there's a lot of oil. Even if they did it, they would create a complete chaos in world supplies around the world, but that's not even the point. It's the point that India was able to stop the blackouts. They lived for decades and decades with blackouts. And with blackouts, you can't have industry. It's not possible. So they managed to do this. And that in some way, since 2022, this has been the blessing for India. They have been able to find the energy they need at a good price on the market, which before was not possible. On the other side, we have also to understand that agriculture, which is one of the things that the US is really pushing, which is about obliging India to accept agricultural products from the US. This is a big no. If well, Desi will probably explain that. But this diplomat was saying this is a big no for Indian society because this is a very sensitive topic, and if you touch the agriculture sector, you will put millions, hundreds of millions of people in poverty again. How and
Yeah, I just want to say on that real quick. I mean, that's the thing. It's like you're basically asking the Indian government to cut its own balls off and go back to a status quo that nobody wants. And it's almost like, you know, you're going to sit there and go, oh, we got this great deal with India. You're basically destabilizing India and probably getting rid of Modi because everyone's going to blame him for making a cuck deal to where now you got blackouts or maybe there's problems because only an industry's got interruptions. I mean, it's stupid. Like you said, I mean, it would be a death sentence for the current government to even accept a deal like that. Because unless the United States is going to show up with, let's say a year's supply of oil for them to refine until they can get their own other supplies set up and all that infrastructure laid out, which a year is generous, I mean, there's no way they would go for it. I mean, they're not going to sign a deal and then, in 2035, you can get your first shipment of LNG, or some bullshit like that. I mean, it's the same reason why they probably said no to the F-35. It's like, yeah, we'll get ours in like 2040 or something, no thanks. Plus, they probably see the problems. I mean, they got one broke down sitting there in India right now. It's like, there's a good advertisement not to buy one, But, yeah, I mean, that's one thing I noticed, too, about that. It's like when you started talking about that product, it's like the whole point of you're basically going to ask an entire country to step backwards. And there's just if Modi did it, he's obviously not a great leader. He's an idiot because that's, to me, suicidal. Because like you said, there'll be literally millions of people to cast back into poverty and all kinds of disruptions. And there's no way that government would survive that. And it seems almost like, is that the intention, really, the roundabout intention? You get rid of Modi by destabilizing India, then you get somebody in there, and then all of a sudden you save the day with your American petroleum products. I mean, seems like whether that's intentional or not, that seems like the end result if they take the deal.
Yeah, absolutely, Vaughn. I completely agree, and I don't even know if it's like Trump's intention, but I think it's definitely the deep state's intention. They were the ones who made a terrorist list for one person, that was Narendra Modi, and after Narendra Modi became prime minister, they had to get rid of it. Right? They've never really liked Narendra Modi, and you're absolutely right when you say this is political suicide. There was even Alex Jones had covered this. There was a huge farmers' protest. We are still a deeply agrarian society, and farmers here are, they live from.
Well, that's the thing. It's like, how are they going to afford fuel for their tractors if they got to get it from a more expensive source and wait on a delay? Because it's not going to be there right away anyway.
And on top of that, the United States wants us to import cheap American crops. Now, sure, for every other nation, that's a good thing. But India is an agrarian society. Our agrarian industry is what is on which the farmers are dependent on.
Hey, I'm just asking. I'm just asking as an example, just as a quick example. Like Singapore is a pretty industrialized city state, right? I mean, there's not a lot of farmland really. Singapore.
We only have
but what I'm saying is a country like that would be an ideal place where you would import cheap produce.
No, but you have
we import from Malaysia and Indonesia.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You can't grow yourself, so you import. But if you can grow your own, there's no reason to import cheap shit to undercut your own people.
But you have to understand this. This is like they lost the Chinese market, or in the process of losing the Chinese market, which is 1.5 billion of consumers, and they are trying to put what China is now buying from Brazil and other places. They are trying to put into India. And
it just goes to the fact that there's probably people in Trump's circle that are deep state people that are looking at the back end of this and getting rid of Modi. And they're going to couch it in the sense that, oh, he's helping Putin and blah, blah, blah. This is how you stop Putin. And not really maybe reading him out the whole list of consequences that'll probably come about. Like I said, and you agree, it's suicide. And
Yeah.
it almost seems
Well,
like it's planned, like it sounds like everyone's all, oh, the sanctions, we got to stop Russia. But no one's realizing that it could lead to the collapse of India. And then,
Yeah, I mean, it's what it's going to do is like what it's already on the process. Modi is on fire from the opposition, right? Especially on this Trump issue, because the Indian right used to love Trump. The largest Trump rally was in India, and Trump, like Modi, was seen as the friend of Trump, and the opposition is blasting him already. So it is impossible. It is actually politically impossible for Modi to actually do
yeah,
any
I
of
mean,
these
think about it.
things
I think when
that
he
are
was in
demanded.
Texas, he went to that Trump rally in Texas, and it was huge. You had Tulsi Gabbard there, all kinds of people. So, yeah, I mean, he really can't take a deal. Sorry,
Like
it's Wyatt and then Eamon, I guess,
yeah.
or Eamon and then Wyatt, however he wants to do.
So the
if I
the
may
thing is,
introduce another topic, another thing about this is that Trump made a comment that was so bad, so unsensitive, saying that, well, India can go dead with their economy or whatever. So like saying, I don't care about 1.5 million people surviving on the brink of starvation. It doesn't matter for me. So he doesn't care about people
Yeah,
dying
he
in
said something
Gaza.
like
He doesn't care.
Russia and India could take their dying economies basically and go F off.
I mean, we're not going to die, right? Even the tariff is not going to kill us, but at the same time, it's definitely going to cause political ripples over here that can definitely hurt the BJP government. And if that happens, what you're essentially bringing is Rahul Gandhi and the Congress. And well, I mean, there are reasons that the deep state might like those guys more. They have a history. I'm not going to say why, but anyway,
so
go
the
ahead. Why?
no, but the thing is, like no, even if they have this deal, they're gonna like allow free access for American goods. I'm not sure if the Indian market can actually absorb them or willing to pay for them. Like I don't think the agriculture is going to be cheaper than Indian agriculture, because the cost of living is so low. Like I'm not sure if they can actually sell cheaper. Like
Hey,
for
just real
Europe, it's a
quick.
bit different. It's very different. Europe, the things are more expensive. The vegetables, everything is more expensive. So when American stuff come in, like beef or whatever, it disrupts the market. But in India, I got a feeling it doesn't. The same thing for Indonesia. I don't think that like Indonesians would say they're willing to buy all this shit. But if the market doesn't work, then the private enterprise will just stop buying.
Hey, just real quick, what happens if the market's 100% open to your products, but then they just don't order them?
They just stop buying, right?
No, I mean, but is that
People will
like,
inevitably.
you know what I mean? Like if the Indian grocery store doesn't order it, then it's not going to be there, so they don't have to.
No,
exactly.
What you got to realize now. People are gonna inevitably order crops, right? And it's not that cheap. You have to also realize Indian crops are subsidized, and one of the goals of the Modi administration was to stop this subsidy, to make Indian, the agriculture market more reliable. One of the reasons why the farmer movement happened was because Modi was trying to privatize completely the Indian, agricultural industry, which failed, by the way. So this will be actually against Modi's policies and what they're trying to achieve. Essentially, if you're getting more, foreign products in, this will hurt the Indian private agriculture industry. And these are the friends of Modi, right? These are the people who donate to Modi, who want to see the Indian agriculture industry privatized. So that it won't be a good thing. It won't be a good thing. Foreign, yeah, like India is extremely tariff based. So anyway, that's all. Wyatt or Nika? Yeah, Nika, go ahead.
Yeah, Nika, your turn.
I honestly forget what I was gonna say. It was so long that I forgot.
Yay! So
Nika,
upgrade anything to say.
Praise Allah.
Stop looking at my anime girl. Stop looking at her.
Inshallah.
It's Wyatt's fault. Thank you, Wyatt.
King
So
of
let's
Fire.
see, we now wrapping of anime girls on the planes also. If you buy the planes.
Yeah.
Okay, get off that shit already. We're done with that.
No, it's with approval of Wyatt. So,
Yeah, we like to be colonized by the Japanese. What do you want us to do?
yeah, anime rules. Yeah,
DPS turned into V Barbie.
yeah, DPA Barbie.
No,
So,
I think we definitely.
Anime is halal. Don't even argue with it.
Pratap.
We definitely have to wait and see how things are going to develop. This diplomat was saying he doesn't believe that tariffs will be applied, like secondary tariffs will be applied, like Trump has announced. He also doesn't believe that the 6th of August Trump will get crazy and put tariffs everywhere against everybody and against Russia, because discussions are being done. And also, if we take into account what is happening in Ukraine right now, in terms of politically, it's quite a mess. And I think he'll probably use that in order to achieve, because Trump doesn't care really how the war ends that much. He just wants to use it for his own cosmetic, beautiful bills. Where he appears like the King of Peace or the Nobel Prize of Peace or whatever, or as a Pope. Yeah, and so I think that I hope that things will get a bit more quiet next week. Well, this week, as it goes, and probably they will try to manage or to take advantage of the actual crisis in Ukraine. Well, I don't know if you guys knew, but they finally, these anti-corruption agencies finally presented a couple of accusations against several top politicians and friends of Zelensky, of his party, and so on. So perhaps we'll see that, trying to explore the possibility of peace in the turmoil in Kiev.
Hey, I'm not trying to shit on Trump, but he's talking about, there's people obviously talking about how he deserves a peace prize, and he's out there saying he wants the peace prize. What is the actual peace deal that he's made that would qualify for a peace deal? Because I mean, there's a lot of phone calls and threats, and then there's like de-escalation of tensions that are pretty much always ongoing. I mean, it's kind of like, I knew, Kosovo and Serbia. I mean, I know there was some tension there, but I don't really think it was on the verge of war. Ethiopia and Egypt. I mean, there's tension there. I mean, the dam's still up, the water's still restricted, so it seems like that's in limbo. It's not solved. It's just in limbo. It hasn't escalated any farther. No one's blown up the dam yet. Israel, Syria, Iran. I guess that's, the calm right now, but there's no peace deal. I mean, where's the actual peace deal where he sat down with people, signed a document, had a big ceremony? Or, I mean, there's understandings, it seems like. There's ceasefires, there's lulls, or people are just kind of in limbo waiting to see what happens next. I'm just trying to figure out where's the actual peace deal. I mean, yeah, maybe it's a good thing he's gotten people to pause and take stock and not escalate farther, and that's good, but it's not a peace deal in my mind. Does anyone know the actual peace deal? Nika?
Yeah, it's pretty simple.
I will talk about something before that. The fact that they asking everyone not to buy, for example, Russian oil, but America is supposed to. There is too much noise. I don't know from where.
From Von.
Yeah. So they're proposing to deliver gas and oil to Europe, South Korea, Japan, and India and China. I don't know what they are proposing. What Trump is proposing. Who will cover that huge amount of oil? A Gulf country will not suffice. That will never be enough. Who will cover it? Do they wait for India to deindustrialize like Germany, so they will not use that much oil? Or I don't know what's the idea, what's the point? Because even the European and South Korean, the numbers that they are exposing for buying American oil and gas is there is no capacity. All people say that the Americans they topped their capacity in regard of oil and gas. They cannot like produce more.
Not yet, Nika, not yet, because he needs
That's what I heard. That's what I heard.
Baby drill, you know.
Yeah, but you can drill, but there's physical limitations. It's not like you can drill everywhere and there's oil and gas. There's some specific limitations. That's what I've heard from people who are in the industry. I'm not an expert, but that's what I heard.
Summon Mr. Ted, I swear to God.
Look, Vaughn.
Super chat. I hope Upgrade and Lambo heard what Vaughn said by Voss.
The Voss, stop thinking that we are fans of Trump and that we are 100% agree. Stop with that. We said already, and we had already the discussion and the WhatsApp group. Like the lefties are saying 0% Trump does everything wrong, and the pros like 100% Trump does everything good. No, fuck you, no. Nobody is perfect. Nobody is doing everything good. We are not agreeing with everything of Trump. So
that Mr. Ted, it said so many lies, but everybody was so fascinated with his strong feelings. He said so many lies. Well, several people.
Things, you know.
No, but he said too many lies just to present himself as the king of the monkeys.
You know, politicians.
But too many lies to show that he definitely never worked on the industry because it was too obvious. But nevertheless, like Nika was saying, well, first of all, the U.S. produces 90% its light oil. And light oil has certain characteristics, and you say, "Oh, America produces all types of oils." It's not true. And India, for instance, they distill most of their oil is heavy oil, which produce certain types of fuels on the end, and they are different because the strengths of the hydrocarbonates are very small, are different sizes. And he said, "No, it's not like that. Who cares?" But nevertheless, people were saying that it's very different. Regardless.
If you stop one of the largest oil producing nation from exporting its oil, it's gonna have rippling effects across the global economy. That's true. Not only India is gonna if India starts buying from the same supply that is now available for Europe, for Africa, for North America, for South America, it's gonna screw all of us together. So it is completely
and the problem, like Nika was saying, and what Nika was saying is that
a part of the price is the capacity. A part of the price is the capacity. Who will provide the gap?
Yes, exactly. Like you were saying, it's very obvious. It's not easy from one day to another to increase production. Many of these if you want really to start new projects, sometimes they take 10 years to start producing. Like for instance, Guyana is going to produce amazing amounts of oil. Yeah, but in what, 8 years? They will be in the market. They already started producing a little bit, and people are talking about Guyana. What they are not talking about Guyana? Nothing. It will kill lots of things because oil exploration needs a lot of infrastructure near the place where they are being produced, more or less, depending on the places. Like Norway, it's a very shallow waters. They can have pipelines under the sea beds to not very far away from a bit farther away. But if you are in the high sea, really very deep distances, it doesn't make any sense. But nevertheless, you don't have, and also if you needed to have a similar type of oil to the Russian oil in order just not to disturb the production, which they are very difficult to find. It's mostly the Middle East. If we are talking about the Urals, it doesn't matter. It's impossible to substitute. I think Nika said something which we already started before he entered, saying this. It is obvious that the actual intentions of the U.S. government is to stop the rising of India. It's very easy to understand what they want, because they know they won't be making any money with India. This is a lie. What they are trying to make actually is to stop the development of India. And the moment you cut their energy supplies, or you make it more difficult, make them be in a deficit of their needs, the industry will start dying. So that's what Trump is afraid, because India will be the next industrial powerhouse. Not immediately, it will take a long time. That's also why Trump is being stupidly greedy with this. No, probably not Trump, the deep state. They are being stupidly greedy. It will take a long time until India gets to that point, but they are on that point. They will have a very good, educated labor market that will be able to produce. That it will be available to produce, to enter the industry, heavy industry principally. Yeah, and this is what I think that is being a bit greedy and
well, I mean, that's why the
silly.
whole climate change thing is evil as fuck, because it's like all the industrialized countries are like, oh, we need to worry about the climate now. It's like, hey, motherfucker, can I get to like the 21st century before we do that? Like India and China, those are two prime examples. Maybe some parts of Africa, it's like, they're getting it. They're developing, they're industrializing.
All Africa.
Yeah, but that's what I'm
Not
saying.
once.
Well, I'm just saying, I mean, I know there's places where there ain't shit going on because it's all in chaos, but I'm just saying, I mean, it's evil as fuck, because it's like, when the rest of the world is, that wants to get there is there, then you can start worried about doing it. I mean, nobody's out here encouraging like, yeah, make sure you industrialize your country and pollute all your lakes and chop down all your trees. I mean, there's plenty of good examples of being a good steward and industrializing your country, especially with all the modern technology available. There's no excuse for it. That's why it's evil. It's the same fucking thing. It's, we're going to take away their energy and cripple them. Maybe it's only for a while, but I mean, it's. I still go back to. I think it's a backdoor way of destabilizing Modi and getting rid of him and putting somebody in that will basically do what the West wants.
Exactly. I agree with Vaughn more than Prata, because I don't think the ultimate goal is to completely destroy India. I think it's regime change, right? They want to try something similar to what they did in Bangladesh. They got in a pro-Western government, Islamist still, but still pro-Western government, and they want something similar.
I mean, think about it. If they get the people in they want, those people will happily fuck over the Indian people to get the trinkets they can get from whatever the U.S. promises them.
Yeah. Anyway, go ahead. Gabe.
Oh yeah, to what Vaughn was asking earlier, why Trump deserves the peace prize, the piss prize. First of all, because every day that passes that he doesn't throw the nukes is is a massive like peace effort.
It's a win for humanity.
Yeah, and secondly, one of the greatest exponents of peace and love and human rights in the world, Benjamin Netanyahu, nominated him for the Peace Prize. And so
I thought you were going to say the B-2 bomber.
What else? What else do you need? What else do you need for that? But yeah, like
he loved children. He loved children too. So that's the thing.
Yeah. Anyways, the thing about this new blitz of economic warfare, which wasn't like the stated policy, like this idea of industrializing America and all of this America first. It's actually it's contrary to the economic war against the world. But you can interpret it in a certain way that, like, yeah, maybe America can't outpace the economic development of the rest of the world, but so what it's trying to do is to crush every possible rival, any rising power, to crush it, so that America can be like the greatest amongst the wreckage, right? So you can see that in what's happening with Germany, with Japan, their attempts against China, against India, and against Russia. Like all the potential rising powers are being tried are being attempted at collapsing them, chopping them down, however possible, because that's like the last resort to stay above.
Putting them in their place where they think that they need to be.
Yeah, because you need to be superior to them, And if you can't actually be superior, you can always, like, if you can't be the fastest runner, you can always break the legs of your opponents.
Are you disgusting, Jesus?
I have one thing. I have one thing for Nobel Prize. So America, until recently, invaded only enemies, but now they believe in equality. So they invade and threaten to invade also allies. So that's the thing too, equality.
They have to have a new term for that, because that's not peace. That's
And
called
they-
that's called
and
causing
they-
belligerence everywhere.
Well,
That would be called
They
like
say, and they say DEI is dead.
It is equality. It is
So-
equality. It is
So-
equality.
So if I go back to Gabriel and also what Desi said, first I would like to ask Desi, when did regime change ever happen in India? Because I think they never really happened. There is
Never.
a change
Never
of
before.
the ruling power, so it's very difficult to imagine that such a country like India could be suffering a regime change. Because let's be
No, Prata, you don't
Yeah.
do regime change in India the same way you do regime change in Iraq.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Because
yeah.
you do regime change in India just like you would do regime change in, say, Germany or Romania. Rig the election.
Yeah. But the
Right?
elections are far away.
Make
They
the
were just
government.
so.
I know.
Yeah, but
But there is a
so-
political
so-
storm going on, and you have to also consider the fact that the Modi government is a coalition government. It does not have
right.
absolute majority. And on top of that, I
Mm.
will tell you another incident that was extremely important that went under everyone's nose is the sacking, or rather resigning, of the president of India. We do have a president. He is nominal. There was a vice president who was a former governor. He was the former governor of West Bengal, where I'm staying here, right? And this guy was an absolute to the core old BJP guard, right? This guy was helping the government suppress the the opposition. Essentially, this guy was India's area, and he had to resign because he went and met every single opposition leader, right? He did all these meetings, and then he was planning to do a meeting with Modi's largest coalition partner, Chandrababu Naidu of the TDP, and Chandrababu Naidu ratted him out, right?
Yeah, but you see,
And the
Desi.
reason he did this, and this is like, okay, this is not official, right? He resigned because of health concerns, but apparently, and this has been going around in Indian independent media, not mainstream media, that he wanted to conduct a no confidence motion in parliament against Modi.
Yeah.
There
So
India can be cooled, just not in the way South American countries or Middle Eastern countries get. That's all.
Hey, Desi,
So right. The idea is that let's also look at the obvious. Modi's party has been in government for a very, very long time. India, it is a democracy. It is expectable that by the next elections there will be a new party coming. I don't think this is unexpectable. If India is a real democracy, this will happen. Of course, the question is how much this opposition will owe external parties. Like I said, I think that never
Extremely.
happened in the past.
No. You have to realize this is not the past. In the past, there was one major party, which was the Indian National Congress, which is to win everything.
From Gandhi,
right?
yeah.
It was like this.
Yeah.
India was a semi one-party state. Every other party was a minority party until the JP movement came up, and the BJP was a formation of like a breakaway of the JP. That's how we got the second party. BJP is the second major national party, right? Congress has become a minority party, and the opposition is a coalition of various state parties. Congress has become extremely weak, right? It
So
cannot.
those
It
type
is
of
impossible to
oppositions.
get. Yeah, it is
But those
easily
types of
manipulatable.
But if you look, this is a typical strategy of the West, and let's be frank, this hasn't worked anywhere. When opposition with the very different parties try to supplant the ruling guy, this doesn't happen. Didn't happen in Hungary. Didn't happen in Serbia. This is a stupidity. And actually, most of the time, if they keep this strategy, they will lose. They will lose the next election as well. No, going back to Gabriel and also what Desi said. That's why the point I wanted to make. We live in a moment which has become more and more obvious, even with the promise of Trump to look more into the economy, where decision making is based on great power competition. And in taking that into account, I would say that they are more interested right now to stop, to content the rising of other great powers, or to allow them to expand their areas of influence, than even do regime change. Regime change is for the smaller guys, let's say like this. This is a bit my interpretation of what is happening now. So regime change won't work in China, won't work in Russia, and if India has been intelligent, they have been picking up all these immunities that Russia and China were able to develop within the decades, how to support stand these attempts. And yeah, I think this is important that we take that into account. Right now, great power competition is more important than economy. Yeah.
So here's
Hey,
what I want to say
Desi.
about the India thing.
Hey, I just wanted to say something real quick. Hey, Desi, with
With the whole regime change thing, you know, if Trump goes through with his sanctions and the rhetoric gets heated like truth posts, would it be plausible for Modi to come out and say, hey, look, the only reason they want to take this deal is so they can destabilize us, and then point like the things we're talking about, lay that out to the Indian people and basically call this out as a attempt to just, influence.
Political suicide. Political
Okay,
suicide.
so even admitting there's a potential regime change is suicidal. Okay, I was just curious if you could get out in front of it and call Trump out. Like, why are you trying to regime change us with this bullshit deal?
I mean, he is viewed as the Trump guy, right? Trump's friend, personal friend. And the reason why he hasn't said personally, at least, anything against Trump is because he has that perception in India. This was a whole thing of the BJP. Like, the reason why he went to visit so many Western nations, right? Like every other month, Modi goes in some visit to a Western nation. It was because India wanted to be an American ally, right? India wanted to be America's guy in Asia to counter China, right? That's not going to happen probably now. And even if he wants to, retaliate against Trump, I mean, it's going to take time because the BJP base is like bewildered now, essentially. This was unexpected in
Okay.
a lot of ways. So, yeah.
So I think that you guys are completely looking at this whole oil deal thing wrong. I think with all of this is about this, it's a much more simple explanation. You remember when Lindsey Graham came out and said that, oh man, well, Trump is going to bring down the hammer on Putin. He said this several times, and he even mentioned something about we're going to go after the people that are that are basically funding Russia's war machine. They said this multiple times, not just Lindsey Graham. So I think this is really about how desperate they are. They truly are out of ideas. And I keep coming back to my mental image of a desperate Lindsey Graham searching for his keys. Like, they've got to be here. The economic war on Russia, didn't work. What else have we got? The proxy war on Russia isn't working out either. What else have we got? It's the economic war again. They don't have anything else. So they're like, the keys have to be here. With that, it has to be the economic pressure. So who's buying Russian oil? So when Lindsey Graham was calling India's reselling of Russian oil despicable, and he spoke about it as a deeply immoral profiteering off of the misery of Ukrainians and of Europeans. So it's do they want to destabilize India? Of course, a rising power like India. But this is really about Ukraine war desperation, about we want to, if we could pressure India, that would really, really take a hatchet to Russia's funding of the war machine. And that's always how they put it. Funding Putin's war machine. India is funding Putin's war machine.
Yeah, I mean, that's the narrative they want to put out there. But the reality is this is a regime change operation.
Well,
because
like I was saying,
no matter how
they're
you
not
slice it, the unintended consequences is more than likely a regime change. So there's no way it's an accidental regime change. The Ukraine. It's just like when you stub your toe. It's Putin's fault. You know, it's the same stupid shit. I mean, they can say it's to stop the funding of the Ukraine war. The bottom line is yeah, that's part of it. But the bottom line is they want to get rid of Modi. They want to put somebody in there that will do exactly what they tell them, and they don't care what happens to the Indian people, because that's how this deal goes. It doesn't matter if it's intentional or unintentional. If it's unintentional, it's the most derelict, negligent deal ever made, because basically you're asking an entire nation of 1 billion people to step back probably
It would
100
be
years.
on brand
in some
for fucking
places.
Trump. It would be on brand for Trump and Lindsey Graham.
But it's basically the point of like, this kind of pressure, right? Because the threat is not necessarily to the country. The threat is actually to the leader, so that force the leader to make some decisions that the country, the United States wants. So it's not necessarily regime change per se, but it's like that is the pressure. And then if you are willing to play ball, then you're going to suffer the political consequences. Then maybe you lose power, maybe you don't. But basically, make your life more harder. And I also just
it's a matter
noticed
of
something.
pick your poison.
Yeah, that's something I noticed also is Donald Trump's battle with Apple. So, because Trump insisted Apple to produce the phones in United States, and Apple have basically intend to build all American phones in India. And I wonder if there's certain level of link to that as well. Like if you tariff India, Apple is going to get that. It's going to get the tariff, and it's just as bad as the tariff in China. It's basically the same thing.
What did JD Vance say when a while back when they were talking about trying to make a deal with Russia? They were actually trying to cut some kind of a deal with Russia, and JD Vance came out and he laid out that the existing situation where the Russians want the Ukrainians to get out of the remaining 4 oblasts and to accept neutrality from NATO. He called those maximalists. So basically what he's saying is that we can't accept those terms. We can't go the diplomatic route because there's no appetite, not in the United States, not in Ukraine, not in Europe, and not in Russia, and to end the war as it is right now. So what other things do they have? How else can they influence the situation to their favor? They keep coming back to the economic war. That was what was supposed to work. There was other contingency plans, but the economic war was the ace in the hole. That was supposed to be what would work. They called it the nuclear option, getting Russia off of SWIFT, remember? So the nuclear option didn't work. All the other game-changing weapons are always going to be less than a nuclear option, right? Just think about it. So they tried the nuclear option, and it's because it didn't work. They're saying, this is your fault, India. This is your fault, China. But they don't say it like that. Lindsey Graham puts it in his Lindsey Graham way. He says, that these countries are being the despicable ones that are funding Putin's war machine, and they need to stop. And we're gonna do something about it. Like we're gonna be able to somehow influence that process. And we can see how hilarious that is, because India just goes like, "What? Excuse me." Do you understand that we felt disrespected, and already that's like international news, and everybody except for Donald Trump and Lindsey Graham understands why that's important. It's like the erosion of American soft power in India. Like, what are you trying to do? Get rid of any goodwill that you have? Modi's been pretty pro-Western, right? So yeah, of course they would love to continue to destabilize India and continue to have somebody in there somebody that stops buying Russian weapons and it completely changes the Indian industrial complex to be all based on American airplanes. Of course they'd love to do all that. That's all in the the fantasy wet fever dreams of the Lindsey Grahams of the world. But the pressing issue, the one that's like dripping on their brain, the thing that needs to be solved is the Ukraine war disaster. The fact that the Russians are going to win. It's going to be a disaster. NATO lost to the Russians. The entire existence of NATO is to fight the Russians. We have been funding the shit out of NATO for decades. The Russians were supposed to be on their knees in the 90s, right? Now they're getting back up. And the one thing that NATO was supposed to do, they were not able to do. And it was the best possible situation, because if any European country had fought the Russians, the war could have gone nuclear. No European nation would have suffered the kind of casualties that and damage on their own infrastructure and their own nation that Ukraine did. It was the best proxy army that NATO had ever had. And even in the best case scenario, that didn't work. So what are they doing? They don't want to say tail between legs, sorry, Russia, right? That's unacceptable. That will never, ever happen under any circumstances. What are they going to do? They're going to say the sanctions, they have to work. The economic war, it has to work. And you know what? When it all fails and nothing works, they're going to blame, Trump, Zelensky, everybody except for themselves. Go ahead, whoever's next, Prada, I think.
So the scholar I was talking about earlier is Badra Kumar. I don't know if
Indian Punchline. Indian Punchline guy.
He's a really great, interesting stuff.
Indian Punchline is worth reading, yeah.
Yeah, so Observer Research Foundation, this is a kind of international think tank of India. Is their self-power that they've been using in many Western countries and Soviet countries, ex-Soviet countries as well, to produce some ideological cooperation, more or less. And it has become, since 2022, quite transatlantic, which is a bit like ridiculous because India is not in any near of Europe or the United States, but they have become really very transatlantic, inviting people from American think tanks all the time, for transatlantic think tanks. And the very interesting is what after this perception that they were betrayed by the West, because let's also understand this xenophobia that was created in India to extreme degrees, because when you ever hear a news of India, in English at least, I don't know how they are in Hindi, but in English at least, they always have to bully China, or blame China for everything. Whatever China does, it's bad. Doesn't matter what. And it's quite interesting how they use this strategy to convince the West to be more proactive and more friendly to India, because they would be the stoppers. They would contain China. They would be the ones defending the democratic values. They even use that stupidity used by Ukraine, that Ukraine is defending their own values. So India will also defend their values. And it's very interesting how using these strategies, they mounted the Quad and so on. And now the latest interviews, they have been coming since these attacks from Trump. The Observer Research from the Observer Research Foundation is how to improve relations to China, cooperate with China, and are able to develop technology. It's impressive. It will be very difficult. But the thing is that the relations, and they were saying, relations with China is actually progressing, and this is probably what and also let's also not forget one thing. India is expanding their influence in East Africa enormously. Well, I'm Portuguese, so I have a bit more access to news from Portuguese-speaking language. They are really active in Mozambique, in Tanzania, in Malawi. They are really expanding, and in Mozambique, the Indian influence investments or trade is probably going over China now. So it's not like India is completely dependent on the West, but this was a lesson they have to learn.
Not to put all the eggs in the same basket. I think Upgrade.
Exactly.
Upgrade. I have never heard Upgrade speak. You go ahead, Upgrade.
He can speak. He's
too polite.
You
is
hear
too
his
polite.
real voice.
The fact that Upgrade sticks around with us degenerates, he just shows he's
guys. Everyone knows that Swedes are robots. Okay, so that's why it doesn't speak.
Yeah, we need to continue to interject so that he doesn't get to talk.
Go on, Upgrade.
Actually,
speak your mind if you have one.
Yeah, I think I have one. Yeah, Jesus give it to me. So you're so kind. No, I mean I'm pretty agreeing with most guys who spoke before me. I think when Wyatt says it's pressure, I think it's like Prada said, more like a threat to most countries. Like, do what I say to you to do, because we're the United States, so you need to follow what we say, and even if it's contrary to your individual countries' viewpoints or what you want to do or what is best in your interest, like India, for example. And I also agree with Bradley. It's all tied to Ukraine and to Russia because India is buying the Russian evil oil, right? That's why we need to put pressure on India so they drop the Russian oil so we can defeat Russia and he can go go around and say that he has the peace prize and all that stuff. It's the same with Switzerland. We didn't do anything to the United States, and you just want to impose 31% tariffs, soon.
Right.
So everybody in Switzerland is like, "Fuck you! What the fuck is this guy saying?" And the worst part is now people start to say, "Maybe we should deal more with Russia." Swiss people
Well-
start to say that. That's that's crazy if you think about it. That Swiss people talk about it like that. But I hear it more and more because they say, "Why is some guy there who's pretending to be like democratic and all that stuff and the freedom of choice and stuff like that, imposing his will on everybody else like he's a god emperor of the entire planet?" No, we don't want that. We want to do our own thing how we want to do, and if you don't agree, then that's bad for you. If everybody drops the USD, how are they going to pay all their debt they have? Then we're going to see how United States is doing, because United States is is a great country, has a lot of purchasing power, and is a big country in the world. But if everybody drops the USD, they're in big shit. And I think it also has some ties to that. They are scared that they lose this homogeny of everything, and that's existential for their part, because if they lose all the countries who have USD, then they're in the biggest shit ever, and they will never recover. They will be I don't know how the country will be, but it will be catastrophic.
You will never ring that bell.
Yeah, it's all tied to Russia again. It's all tied to Russia because he can make Putin go down. Putin will not go down. He will want what he wants. He said it multiple times. He again said it. And Trump don't want to bend his knees to Russia and to Putin, but he will have.
If Trump keeps talking crazy, he's liable to see 100 IL-76s fly across the Dnieper and drop thousands of Russian troops on Odessa, followed by that's counting Teeth's dream, and followed by hundreds of Mi-8 hips loaded with paratroopers. It's coming. It's coming, baby.
It's going to be fun to watch. I want to see that.
You're going to see the largest air assault in history.
But the thing
bring
is,
the popcorn. I'll bring the
changing
popcorn.
changing the reserve currency is very difficult. The thing is that you need a country that is able to secure the seas all around the world. Like, you have the British Empire that did that before that. Then after that it's the Americans. If you cannot, let's say let's say
Like
you
the
take
Red
Swiss
Sea?
francs as the
Like the
or
Red
the
Sea?
renminbi or the Russian
Like securing the Red Sea?
Yeah, that's the point. The only country in the world that dares to go into the Red Sea and bomb the fuck out of Houthis is the Americans. Which country have done it?
Oh, everybody
The thing
helping
is-
with them also, huh?
Everybody
thing
does
is
that.
that-
They take
Yeah,
turns.
everybody does that.
Sometimes it's
France,
Germany.
everybody goes.
Sometimes
No,
it's
the key
Britain.
thing is
Sometimes
No, the
it's
Americans
Saudi
don't
Arabia.
go. No, it's the
No, the
Americans
thing-
that.
I can tell you what is the flip side.
We
What is the
Belgium have the boats to go with the cruiser to the Red Sea with and it didn't work because our launcher for the missiles was Kaputski. So we needed to return back to repair.
Exactly.
That's true story.
So that's my point. Even with countries that have somewhat of a capability to do it, like the Chinese Navy, the Russian Navy, no one does that.
They don't.
No
want
one
to
will
take
secure
that
the whole world's
responsibility.
sea, to secure the global trade, except the Americans right now, at this moment. So
Yeah.
only the country that is willing to do
Secure.
it will have the
Secure.
power to get to secure the reserve currency. It is what it is. Because before that is the British Empire. Before that then is the Spanish Empire. And then during those days when the country do not have full security of the whole seas, what you have is rampant piracy. Which means you have Houthis, but all around the world. So we have all these
Piracy
all
as-
these famous pirates in the Caribbean. We have the famous pirates in the Southeast Asian area. You have the pirates in the Taiwanese area, and then what happens is that every time your
in the
ships
middle-
go out, you need navy to escort the cargo ships all the time.
I like the term piracy as if you take something that you didn't own and you use it for your own. It's like,
No.
British
You may
preventing
understand.
the
We are not
piracy because
touching
they are doing the
Caribbean Jack
piracy
Sparrow, eh?
themselves.
We're not touching that.
Yeah, you can invert the example that Wyatt made. You can invert the argument and say that the country that is the best pirate owns the seas, you know,
Oh, of
and
course.
regulates.
But which one do you prefer, man?
No, but that's
It's
exactly what
piracy,
we're
though.
that's exactly what we're going
Pirates.
to, Wyatt. The
No,
issue of the benefits and the security of the maritime trade and the use of the reserve currency has its drawbacks, and that's natural and it's logical. You know, like people are gonna weigh the pros and the cons, and they're gonna comply with the current thing because it's convenient. But as you squeeze harder and harder, the
He says
People are
too
going to
much.
look for alternatives.
So Clarence asked, well, hi, Wyatt, who
Am I
secured the
back?
seas before the US and the UK?
as you squeeze
Actually,
harder and harder,
actually, no one.
the
Yeah,
pros
the
start to
Portuguese.
be severely
The Portuguese
outweighed by
control
the
the
cons.
seas.
Spanish.
As America
the
becomes
Portuguese.
They
more
all
and
do
more
not know that we
desperate
have
in
like
its
interjected.
attempt to control, because Bradley was talking about Russia being the
No,
like
super
the
chat
cause
first,
of
Gabriel.
this
Need to answer the
rupture
super
with
chat.
India.
So the super chat was, no, hi, Wyatt, who secured the seas before the US and UK? Actually,
The answer is
effectively,
Spain
before
and
the
Portugal
Royal
and
Navy, there isn't anyone. Even
Yeah,
the Spanish and
the
the Portuguese,
Portuguese.
that is powerful, right?
Yeah,
No,
they
but
were
the thing is,
battling
they're
against
battling
each
each
other, the
other.
power of the
They don't secure the sea.
Spain,
Like they
Portugal.
secure the sea only for their own cargo ships. They don't
Yeah.
secure the sea for everybody.
Oh, wait. That's
That's what
also
matters.
that's
That's what
not
we do.
quite true. The possessions of the Portuguese were many secure Ormuz, many places where they could control taxes, all the other ships there was.
Yes.
Portugal got Macau
So,
exactly
yeah.
to control piracy and the Chinese Sea, and and we divided the world in two. The Spanish had one
Exactly.
part which was pretty empty, and the Portuguese had the other part which was the big one. And actually, they didn't fight each other. They had a fight between each other
Yeah.
for 60 years, yes, because we had a kind of the same king for 60 years, and that was very problematic. But on the other side, they tried to control, and the Spanish actually didn't do anything special because they let the French and the British go on.
And also
Babe,
the
you're gonna
British-
let that
British
slide.
and the-
Babe, you're gonna let that slide.
and if I'm not wrong,
And the Dutch just entered. The Dutch just entered
Prata.
Asia because the Portuguese were fighting against the Spanish for those 60 years. Otherwise, they would never got
Right.
inside.
All right,
Sorry.
Prada,
And
let somebody else speak.
Prata. Another thing. There is also state-sponsored piracy, right? During those days, like the British or the French, they
Privateering.
would sponsor, the people to just go and be pirates and
Privateering.
just
Yeah.
disrupt the trades.
Yeah.
So this is what I
They
mean
were-
by multipolar world problem. That's also what I mean by when you don't have
but
have
why-
the
Somebody let Upgrade speak.
ability to secure all of the
Yeah.
seas,
They-
then that's what happens, you see. And then trade will become very inefficient because then like you do business, you can send your goods, but you never know if they ever reach there.
So
That's
the
what I mean.
Portuguese
That's the danger.
The Portuguese had these cities like Malacca or Ormuz, or in very good places to block the straits, and also they had something that never you see some in the films, but it's a lie. It's a big ship called the galleon with hundreds of cannons. These were really huge fortresses on the sea, and they were never brought down. There is a single notice of a galleon being destroyed by the enemy. They could destroy. The Portuguese developed a kind of a cannon that could go straight away, not in the curve, but go straight away. And these gave them a military superiority for almost 150 years on the seas. So and the British actually got that from the Portuguese, because what happened in those fights between Portuguese and Spanish was one side, the Dutch were able to get inside of Asia, which they couldn't before, and the other side was that because the Portuguese was so weakened by the war with Spain, they gave everything to the British. So the British just get in Asia when they get a small present from the Portuguese, a small city back then called Mumbai. And the British went there. Even took a couple of years because they couldn't believe there was something interesting there. So it even took a couple of years. So they went there and they know, oh gosh, we can make a lot of money here. And that's how actually the the Raj started. But going back to Bardell and upgrade, that's what I want to transfer a bit then, which is very interesting.
Just one thing.
Huh?
Just one thing about your Portuguese Navy in the past. They were not good at mapping and using compasses because they wanted to go to India and they actually ended up in the United States.
That was the Spanish. That was the Spanish, not the Portuguese.
The neighbors, always missing the neighbors.
Okay, if you wanna have a bit of a story,
you mean the Portuguese and the Spanish are not the same people? I thought they are the same country.
Wait. And it was like it's Colombo. Colombo was living in the
Why
city.
is
In
this
the
all
island.
Europeans look the same?
Yeah,
Guys,
Colombo
was an Italian, for God's sake.
Wait.
Columbus was an Italian.
Exactly.
He was
already Europe.
Prada, you're going off to like different things.
No, it will be very fast. It will be very fast. Colombo was living in the Portuguese island of Madeira. He was married with the local governor or captain, like they were called back then. And the guy went to the Portuguese king and said, "Oh, I just discovered a way of going to India faster." And the king was like, And that, of course, because he was preparing he already knew that the globe was rounded, and he was preparing the trip of Vasco da Gama, one of the biggest ever armadas constructed. And even when the guy went 2 years earlier to America, and still believing he found India, he didn't went to Spain. He went to Lisbon to tell the king of Portugal what he found. So
right,
Colombo is one
like
of the biggest. Colombo is one of the biggest. One of the biggest.
Before anyone speaks, I just wanna piggyback.
I wanted to go to Borrell.
Rant, because I just want to pose a counter argument to Wyatt's theory of like naval dominance is extremely important for creating a world economic system or a currency or whatsoever. The Portugal is a good example of it, of why that's not true. Because remember, Portugal was a naval hegemon of the world, as Prata said, for 150 years, and it bullied the largest army in the world, the Mughal army, over 1 million personnel, standing army, into not even venturing into the sea for 150 years, made the Mughals their bitch. But
the Battle of Dio. Battle of Dio, one of the biggest battles in the world.
Yes, I know. Yes, Prata, very well. You guys
Sorry, then.
I know. But there was a land route through Asia that also existed. There is an alternative theory to the naval hegemon theory. It's the land empire. It's the old empire.
No, that's not what my point is.
World island theory.
Yeah, but
you guys missed my point. My point is...
No, we didn't. You are right.
My point is, until the British Empire somewhat started it to secure the seas for literally everyone, before that is not. Before that is the Spanish secured the routes for themselves. The Portuguese secured the routes for themselves. They don't secure it for everybody. This is what I mean. The Chinese Empire, the Ming Empire came down. They tried to secure it for everybody. That's the first time after the British, before the British, the Ming Empire tried. But they don't really enforce. They have the treasures fleet go through all the way to Africa, then they go back. They only threaten, because they are very powerful, but only for that, like 50 years. Or what? It was very short years.
Yeah. And there's a reason for that. Why that fleet was abandoned? Because China had land routes to its markets into Europe.
No, because they are idiots, man.
They are idiots. They were stupid. I mean, there was more opportunity.
It's just internal court politics that actually destroyed.
Politics, but like it wasn't as important and as vital. Because they could have they had the sustaining power just through the land trade route, and that's kind of what they're trying to do with the Belt and Road Initiative. And there are also ideologies like if any of you have read Dugan, there's the world island theory, which technically, if Asia unites, becomes stable somehow, very unlikely right now, but if somehow Asia becomes stable,
more
it can
likely every
sustain
day.
itself.
The-
It can
yes.
sustain itself, and it will
So
have connection to Africa as well as Europe. If Asia
I,
can
I,
sustain
I,
itself, Anyway, go ahead.
I want to
Never.
add a bit on the Ming Empire thing, just a little bit. Is that the Ming Empire is a bit like the United States today. They don't need the world. That's the
Yeah.
thing. The world needed them. So the Ming Empire, because those days there's no petrol, right? So the Ming Empire, with just producing food and everything, they can sustain themselves. So that is the unique thing about Ming Empire, which is why they send the treasure fleet out. They give out treasures. They basically, just to make
Yeah.
friends. They don't
Yeah.
give a fuck about, actually trading all. And if you want to trade, we trade, But they don't need the world, which is why it's a
This
bit
is-
unique in that sense.
Yeah, this is very interesting, Wyatt. So to say something, the Portuguese wanted the Chinese to produce more porcelain.
Silk
They were not
and porcelain, silk
interested.
and porcelain.
They were not interested. They did. You didn't. You couldn't. You could give them money, but they were not interested in producing more. For them, that would even and this is also one of the reasons why there are many reasons. There are climaterical reasons why the Silk Road died out. But one of those reasons as well is because China didn't need to produce more. They were rich enough. They had their system was so
something that is
powerful.
often forgotten is that all the gold and silver, specifically silver that was used as currency in China, that was extracted from South America, most of it ended up in China, because of the Silk Road, and there was a massive inflation crisis in China
Yes.
because there was too much silver. So the inflation spiraled out of control, and China said, "Fuck it, like we have to stop this trade."
So now you know why the China today buy so much US Treasury, because it's the same reason. They gather all the wealth in the world. Like, fuck, we have too much money. They just buy US Treasury. So that's the reason. Same thing. It's actually the same thing. Here's history repeating itself again.
Yeah, I wanted to go back to what Upgrade said, which was very interesting. I think he's right. The US is making too much enemies.
I think Upgrade hasn't been able to say anything for a while.
One of the most interesting things that is that there is an economical crisis coming. It's a question of time, and 20 years almost has passed. An economical enormous crisis coming, and this epicenter will be the US, and it will be not like in 2008 when the US needed the whole world to supplant it. Nobody will come in their rescue, and this is what Trump is being stupidly producing, is that once the economical crisis appears, nobody will care about the US, and this is really I really don't understand why
off the rails. Product, let somebody else, because you're going off to another point, and this is another point, and I want to speak to what you're saying.
No,
now.
this is what Upgrade was talking about. This is what
Upgrade has been
Upgrade
trying
was
to talk for the last 10 minutes, and you've been interrupting. I don't know if you know.
No, I had my finger in and I was talking, and everybody was talking to me all the time.
He had his finger up for like 10 minutes.
Okay, but of course
and
you are.
keep interrupting for no reason.
Guys, take turns.
Upgrade has the strongest finger of all. Everybody, like every week.
You know what?
Let's continue to talk so that Upgrade have no chance to talk.
Go
let's
fuck
all
yourself,
talk
Bardell, because go fuck yourself and have a nice night for everybody. If you are so stupid to do that, you are stupid.
We love you. We love you, product.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, so just a stupidity.
Sorry.
No, my God, not again. Again.
Don't take it the wrong way, man.
No, guys, seriously, we can take
Upgrade.
Upgrade.
Gabriel.
Why are you so sensitive? Okay.
If Prada is
Upgrade's
listening,
fault. You see Prata angry already and he left. It's Upgrade's fault. No.
Yeah, of course, it's my fault.
Because you want to talk. If you don't want to talk, Prata would have stayed.
No. Prada, if you're listening, I just wanted to say, man, listen, I also talk a lot too. I'm also really loud, so I also cut in. I'm sorry. I have the same problem.
Actually, my point was what Prada was elaborating on, so that's why I let him speak. But it was actually what I wanted to say like 10 minutes ago. Like, and also. No, because I'm.
You kicked him out for nothing.
The finger rule, man, Mr. Lambo, you know how it works.
Speak.
The finger rule. We are polite. We're trying to be polite, right? So, an honorable mention about nobody said anything about the Dutch. The Dutch also were like a huge empire, and they were also competing with the Portuguese and with the Spanish before. But on the point,
it was much later, right? The their success is
No,
much
that was
later,
the
right?
same
We,
time
They
like the
hijacked
Portuguese.
Portugal.
it
They
was with the
literally
British
hijacked
Empire, isn't
Portugal
it?
by
Like with
no, no, no.
Japan, for
Between
example.
between
Yeah,
Portugal and Britain, there was a period when the Dutch hijacked entirety of Portugal. So yeah, sorry, I just had to interject. Go ahead.
yeah, that's exactly what actually I wanted to say, right? So, like for example, with Japan, the Dutch and the Portuguese were like quite adversary in this sector because Japan was closed and they wanted to open this market. But to piggyback on White's point, right? The we're talking about ancient times, right? Times have changed. Times have changed. We have now technology. The global markets are all tied to each other. So it's not like the U.S. don't need nobody, in the entire world to actually function.
No, the
Many
U.S. is the
many
most
things.
dependent country of all.
Yeah,
Go on.
that's was my point, which I wanted to say. But my point is actually that it's great. It's great that the US is a huge superpower, but nowadays everything is interconnected. So it's great. You can say, okay, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. But after a while, you're going to be by yourself. And then you're going to be with your 31 trillion debt by yourself. And then who's going to pay back that money, That's not gonna be us, We're gonna just be like, fuck you, We're gonna be a little bit with the Indians, a little bit with the Chinese, a little bit with the Russians, a little bit with other superpowers. And that's what the United States needs to be very careful about, because diversification nowadays is key to survive in a modern day economy. If you don't diversify, you're dead. If you just think one country will save you, you're dead. And the United States is making maybe a big mistake on this part, right? To just isolate himself from all the countries, and especially their allies. Okay, their allies are pretty weak, like the European Union, right? Who just bend the knee because we have unelected bureaucrats who just fucking sign paper and just say, "Oh yeah, 50% taxes for
They
the
fucked up
European
their
Union." It's
knees.
fine,
They
Fuck
didn't
it,
just bend the knee.
They broke
They
their
didn't
knees.
just bend the knee. They broke their knees and cut their legs.
Exactly. We just that's even worse. We just went down like to Allah, We went down like to Allah.
I agree. So what is the sentiment of the Swiss,
They prostrate.
on the EU deal? Because the Switzerland is not in the EU, right? So what's the opinion in Switzerland?
Yeah, that's what I was talking about before, right? So in Switzerland, we are like, why is he going on us? We know we are actually a big trading partner with the US, like in top 10, and we bring a lot of jobs also to the US market and a lot of money, We have a lot of trade with the United States, so it's pretty like hard because we didn't do anything to the United States, especially when United States asks something to the Swiss government. Usually we get an agreement, right? But here he's playing pretty hardball and just sees his crazy graphs. Oh no, they don't have enough trading balance with us, but we are 8 million people, and United States is a market of 380 million people. So of course we're not going to buy the same amount of money like they do, and that's his a little bit crazy logic with this trade deal. He's just taking in account this metrics, and it's not applicable to each country, because each country is different and has different needs, and that's what he's maybe don't understand. He just like United States. Yeah, of course, but India has different one, Belgium has different one, Canada, Argentina, Singapore. We all have different needs with the American market. So he's just putting one, thing, and then he's applying it to everything, and it's totally dumb. And that's why when people say to me, "Oh, you're just with Trump," no, I have many things which I don't like with Trump, and I already said at the beginning when he started to make this trade war. I'm like, what the fuck is he doing? So dumb and unproductive. If you want to have some conversation about that, don't do it openly. Just go to the leaders directly and try to deal it out behind closed doors. But he's putting in everything on Twitter like a small child. Like he's putting, I just put 2 nuclear submarines to go to Russia because Medvedev, who is not even president of Russia, is threatening me.
But that's the
What the fuck is that? What is this
No,
childish
no,
behavior?
he wasn't
It's
threatening
childish
Trump.
behavior.
Wait, I was first. I was first, my dude. I was first.
Okay,
first.
he had to defend Lindsey Graham, you know?
The thing is, and I understand upgrade 1%. The thing is, if you look at even his previous term, how everybody tried to not take Trump seriously and like bashing him consciously, do you think the guy is not forgetting that? How the people are talking about him and the countries. So he say, "You're laughing with me? I'm going to play with you." And I'm thinking he's doing that. He's just, but look how they are. Look, in the beginning was Europe acting against the United States. Oh, we're not going to go to 3% military GDP. We're 5%. Oh, fuck you. And suddenly,
Yeah, but because European Union is pussies, Vlad. They're pussies. They're pussies.
Because
That's
they don't
why.
have other choices. They speak in big mouth. And Trump says, "Tell me,
Oh, they do.
what you
have
going to do
and,
without me? You
and I
have
think it's
nothing.
not.
So
I
now
think it's
we're
more
going
than
to
that
make
as well.
contract and
No,
you shut up." That's it. That is what he's saying. That was the same like when Sarkozy went to visit Putin when he was president of France. He went to say, "Oh, Putin, you need to stop your bullshit because I'm going to hurt you." And Putin said, "What are you going to do? I can crush your country like nothing. I can crush your country. What are you going to do?" And then you see the press conference when Sarkozy came over the chamber with Putin. He was like pale, white, afraid. Now they're united. They are trying to weaken. And that's the thing to try to hurt Putin. And now he's talking about all that shit with United States is trying to do with India and all that shit. That's only because nobody is willing to do third war. Nobody's trying to invade Russia. Nobody wants to go inside of Ukraine. So the only way they're going to try to destroy Russia is financially. And if you're losing all your partners, it's going to hurt Russia. But guess what? And they already know it's over. It's finished.
Look, guys, it's much more simple. It's much more simple than that, okay? The United States has a massive deficit spending, not a trade deficit, a deficit spending. You know, so it's like people say the United States is the most self-sufficient country in the world. Wrong. That's false.
Wrong,
It could be, but it's not. It's the most dependent country in the world because it has the biggest deficit trade. What does it mean? It's like a super fat, obese, person that you say, oh, that person is the most self-sufficient because it has the most amount of reserves of fat. So they can survive for 2 months without eating with all the fat that they have in their body. Okay? And that's wrong because they probably have type 2 diabetes. And so like if they don't have sugar, they're gonna have a hypoglycemia that kills them. Or they're gonna get a heart attack whenever they have to move their ass to get some food. It's the same situation with the United States. You know, like it has all these resources that it does not tap into, and it has this massive, massive surplus of wealth from the whole world that it depends on. Its oligarchs depend on it, its political system depends on it, and most of all, the federal spending depends on that. They have this massive deficit spending. And so Trump, to look good as a politician, he needs to increase that. He needs to increase the debt, the deficit spending, because if not, there's going to be an economic crumble. It's not going to be fatal. It's not going to be terrible because America could exploit its own resources, but it's going to look bad. It's the people are going to complain like, oh, the dollar is weak, the economy is weak, you're a failed president. It's going to look bad. And so he needs to avoid that at all costs. And to avoid that, he needs to increase the revenue of the government to be able to increase the debt. And that's what he's using tariffs for. So he's throwing them wherever people are going to comply. Wherever someone is weak enough to accept the deal, he's going to put the deal. And
Super Chat, this
countries
is
are
the
going to
upgrade I
suffer
want
one
in the
way or
WhatsApp
another.
group.
You can suffer by losing the United States financial system and market, or you can suffer by using it. And that is a balance, a balance of pros and cons that every country. Yeah, that's the decision that every country needs to make. What is going to be worse? To be a friends with the United States and eat their tariffs and eat their raping of the market, or
He say too
You
many
see,
truths.
say too much, you know.
Yeah.
Johari,
Yeah,
do
yeah.
American even understand tariff is just a tax? So
May I
I just
respond
want to add
to-
one more point. In the end, it's just like everybody say, the tariff is paid generally by the Americans. So like people getting too caught up with it is a bit weird. Unless you have competitions in the US market, that you need your price to be competitive or lower.
Yeah.
It's not really a thing.
But Wyatt, the thing is, if like a car of Japan becomes too expensive, they're just going to buy an American car that is less expensive.
Yeah. So that's my point, right? If you have an alternative
that is
competition,
what Trump is willing to do. It's
it doesn't work like that.
In America. So
It doesn't work like
everybody
that.
knew that from the beginning. America first. He's busy doing that. And we are crying because it's going to cost us money and disadvantage. But
So
he's
before we
not
move
crying
off
for
too
that
far-
because he's busy reawakening some sectors in the industry of America. Yeah,
Before we
that's
move
what
too far
So,
from this
for
point-
example, in Switzerland, you have some pharmaceutical being exported to United States. If the pharmaceutical, the drug is unique, no one else sells it, then they're just taxing themselves. No, so it really depends.
Even
on the
worse,
context.
Wyatt. It's even
It's
worse.
an import
Now-
tax.
Hold
It's
up,
an
hold up,
import
really
tax
quick.
at the end of the day. Yeah.
Before we go off
So
too far
there
from
is-
this point, I want to just point out that I think that the unspoken subtext with this whole situation is that, if we all band together, the so-called free world, if we can come together to save the US dollar and maybe also preferably to choke off Russia and eventually China, and we band together, then we can continue to divide and rule the brown people and the yellow people and the African people. So it's almost like they're not saying that, but it kind of reeks of that kind of desperation. And also, just to piggyback off what Gabriel said before we move too far off of it, just think about it. When China decided to sell off US treasuries, the US had to print dollars to loan them to Canada and the UK to buy them up to save the dollar. So this is already a huge knockdown, drag out fight over the dollar's place in the world as the reserve currency already as we speak. I just want to say that before we move off too far.
And Super Chat, really great analogy, Gray, bro.
What?
Can I borrow it by Clarence? But I was having him answer. Yes, you can take it for free.
Upgrade,
Gabriel's
are you-
gone.
Upgrade, are you gonna talk about the
Too much
trade?
food.
Because I wanna add something. Okay, I know add something. Maybe at first, maybe I don't know the end goals of Trump, or if even have an idea about it. But yeah, maybe at first. But now it's like as I said before in the private chat, it's not even an economical like tool anymore. It's a political tool. It's the new sanction. Because, for example, you're angry because Russia, China, and Brazil are trading with their own currency. Oh, we will give them 25% as a trade penalty. It's like the trade. It's the trade percentage is beginning to be like more than the sanctions of the past era. It's the new sanction in a different color. That's it. It's a political tool that Trump is using it. It's not even economical anymore. So that's what I want to say. Go up here.
Yeah, I don't think he just want to rule the yellow, the black people. He won't just rule the entire world, right? It doesn't matter which color of the skin. He just want to rule the entire world, and that's the U.S. been doing since the
I
U.S.
agree.
is
They
the
want
US,
to
right?
rule
It's
they
not
want to also rule the Europeans too, like they want to rule the rest of the world.
exactly.
But I'm
They
saying
want to rule the Russians. They want to rule
that's
everybody. That's
the
why they want to.
sell. How do you sell
Yeah.
it to
So
the
the
Japanese?
spectrum of color doesn't mean anything to Trump. It's just about the money. That's what he wants. He wants the money to stay in the United States, and that he has the power, and that the future generations of the United States can still have this power. And that's his point of view. But the
I
world
agree. But
has a
can I
different
just?
point of view because
Duh.
we are not.
I agree with you. What I'm
Yeah.
just to say what I mean. I meant to say that if they're trying to sell that, they're trying to say that to the French and to the Swedish. You should be on our side to save the dollar because
Yes.
we
he is
together
not-
are ruling the world. That's kind of
and
how they sell it.
Yeah,
And
and
Europe already did.
And
No.
on one side, he is not totally wrong because the European market is very tied to the US market, you know. So we better do what he says. That's why probably like Mr. Lambo said that we just dropped and Nika, we dropped the knees, we broke the knees, everything. We went totally down, you know, on our belly, you know. Just please
prostrate.
don't carry us
prostrated
more.
ourselves.
15% is fine, you know, like that. We went like that, you know. So with Trump, the thing is, we can all be critical about Trump. I think he has some good things he did, but on this part he will not get anybody of the world on his side, because every country has their own interest and everybody wants the piece of the cake, and he wants to have everything. He wants to have the entire cake plus the McDonald's plus the whatever. He wants to have everything, you
The
know.
table,
Just
the one who makes the cake.
you want to be like the king before, you know, when he was eating and there was the slaves, you know, near the fireplace, and he just throw a bone, you know, and eat it, you know. And no, we're not like that anymore, you know. We want also a little bit, of course we want to trade with the US because the US is a big market, but it must be also on our, you know, a little bit beneficial to us, not just, okay, now because before you had bad trade deals with us, now we want to fuck you because we had bad trade deals with you before. That's your problem. You did these trade deals. Nobody else forced you to do these deals, you know. You made these deals with us, you know, and now you're coming back to us and say, oh, by the way, these trade deals were shit.
They wanted
you know?
them.
And now you need to do like we do. And then fuck you, man. Fuck you, you know. Fuck you.
That's why it's called the
We don't have a
rules-based
problem
order.
because in Switzerland we have a strong currency.
It's like asking.
And we don't give a shit about the US dollar. So for us, we don't care about that. So we have a little bit more of wiggle room, you know. But the European Union, they have no wiggle room. That's why they're totally fucked up. And
But the problem, upgrade.
very bad. That's why I
If
said
you
always when people said, "Oh, European Union is gonna be not so bad shit," no, they're gonna be in bad shit.
Already in bad shit. So
but now we're gonna
the
pay
thing
more.
that
50% on the top.
Maybe we have an agreement.
I understand if you have excess wealth.
They
do you
know
hear
what
me?
they're, I hope
Hello.
they don't know what they're doing.
Go on, Nika.
Nika, you're actually breaking up just now. You're like intermittent.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Need to
So
go to
it's the
another,
thing is,
you got patisserie. Go to hi-fi. Maybe you're going to have better connection in your shop.
You see,
Wi-Fi, hi-fi.
You see, you know, Canada want to fight with United States. Now the internet also went to shit.
Supermarkets have so bad internet connection. In Canada.
I blame the Prime Minister. I blame the new Canadian Prime Minister.
Can you bring me a jar of Nutella for me, Nika? I'm going to pay you. You need to send it by to give you the address. I don't know if Canadian Nutella is different compared to the Belgian one.
So my macro perspective of the whole trade war thing is this: everybody's earning money from the United States. So that's
I just want to add why. Excuse me, why? Sorry. I want to say something. Sorry.
Go outside, go for your shopping, and come back. Your wife is going to be very angry at you that you are going so long. She needs to cook for you.
No. The thing is, to have a negative trade balance is not a bad thing in itself, because you have so much wealth, you are buying more things than you need to produce. That's the thing that people don't understand. And why? Because you have so much wealth, you will buy a lot of things compared to people. That's the thing that people are like, why you are upsetting because you wanna slave away, but well, Americans are slaving away at work, but I mean more than usual. I don't know. I don't understand. You have so many.
They don't have wealth. They are
things.
in debt. They are in severe debt. That's the reason why they are tariffing the world.
But they don't correct that issue. They are increasing that debt. That's the issue. They are increasing it.
Our problem that they want $31 trillion in debt. That's not our problem. That's their problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they tariff you guys. It's also not their problem. That's the thing.
It was not Obama. It was not all the rest. It's directly all Trump's fault. Every time that's happening now, all this shit that Trump needs to clean, it was Trump's fault that he did it 6 more times, and not in the whole history of the United States when they started to fuck everything up. That's something
Trump didn't give you the debt. Yeah, exactly.
There's only
There's a story I heard. I saw on Twitter. basically is that there's a deal to buy school buses from a Canadian company by the Biden administration. They spent like millions of dollars, and then the company just went bankrupt and just disappeared. So all the money is gone. Not a single bus was built, and that's just one of those deals that that the United States is always getting scammed because they are very scammable. They are the most scammable government in the world. And I think that is the no. If you look from that analogy, from what from Donald Trump, seeing all these kind of things, that's why he always say that every country is cheating out of the Americans. And if you from that perspective, he is basically forcing everybody to take back the money, because in fact, if that is true, if that kind of scenario is true, that every country can always scam money out of United States, then he is not wrong in the sense that everybody's seeing United States as a joke, which is actually what we do, right? During Biden administration, we all think that United States is a joke,
our problem,
and I think
right?
We
They're,
don't know.
they're
No,
getting
so
scammed. Nobody forcing them to get scammed. If
yeah,
they
yeah.
get
So
scammed,
they
that's
tariff
bad
Switzerland,
businessman.
30% is not their problem. They don't really care about the Swiss, no. So that's
Yeah,
the
they
thing.
don't care about the world. Don't care about them. Soon,
Yeah.
You know?
So,
Then
so
they're gonna be in
exactly. So
shit.
that's what. So I think that's the psychology. I'm not talking about like defending him or not. I'm just saying that the psychology of Donald Trump when he come into in power, right? He had enough, because he's talking about this for like 30, 40 years. He had enough that everybody is gaming the United States, and he's want to get back, and into this balance thing, and then try to retain the power of United States. And the tariffing, all these things is the same thing because everybody's earning money out of United States. The whole reason why there is no alternative right now, after half a year of this trade warring, there's no alternative because nobody can make a deal and say China is now the leader, because China is making money out of everybody. Nobody makes money out of China. Very, very few countries does.
American are
It's the
just
same thing
bad
for Russia.
gamers.
The same thing for Russia. Nobody
Bad
makes money
gamers.
out of Russia. Russia is the one that is earning money out of everybody because they sell energy. For China, they sell the goods. That nobody else actually makes that much money. That's the problem. Everybody makes money from the United States, and then they buy China goods, they buy Russian energy. That's how the world works.
Nobody needs money. Nobody needs money. What people need is energy, products, produce, and actual stuff that you can use. That's what money
And
is.
sex. And sex.
Yeah, and sex. For that's why you need all the stuff for. You need energy and house
I
and
agree. I
fancy
agree.
stuff.
To get the sex.
To get the sex, exactly. So the issue of money, isn't a real issue. That money is a convenient form of trade. It's a stable form of trade.
Yeah.
But if it's too expensive, then it's better to just have the stuff. Like you can always trade iron ore for petroleum, and you'll get richer. But if
trading.
you trade iron ore for money, all that you get is more expensive iron ore. Like it's going to cost you, your own iron is going to be more expensive for you because you have money. That's inflation. That's currency flooding a market. And if there's too much currency flooding inside the market, then there's no need for the currency. And so America can't sell more dollars. So like if every country has a bunch of dollars because they sold a bunch of stuff to America for paper or digital information, then people don't need dollars. They can trade the dollars between themselves and nobody needs America. So America needs to collect those dollars back so that people need more dollars. And that's what Trump is doing. He's trying to bring the dollars back so that the demand for dollar goes up again. It's not because people need the money, it's because people need to trade. But what they really need is energy, food, and production. So that's why Trump and China are essential for the world economy. And that's why countries are deciding to abandon the United States, to walk away from the United States in order to keep China and Russia because they have actual stuff.
Bitcoin.
Precisely.
That's why Bitcoin is the future.
No.
Like no joke.
But
No.
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 But at the same time,
money from the game.
but at the same time, this is why America bringing back industry to its own country would actually be good for the entire world. Because right now, what is happening is the best products of Europe, the best products of India, the best products of Africa is getting
China.
sucked into the into the US economy. Okay, with China, at least I can give them credit because they give finished products to America. So there's value addition there, right?
Yeah.
India just gives away our fucking steel, the 86 billion, right? It has textiles, it is steel, it's mainly raw materials. And I went through this, right? What is gonna get hurt apart from the fishing industry? Everything will actually benefit if we stop trading with America, because that means more raw materials for our own industry, and then we can produce cheaper shit for ourselves or someone else, right? And I completely agree with Gabriel what he said. It's just, nations don't really need more US dollars. They need convenience of trade, and they need products and energy, right? That is what we consume as human beings. We can't consume currency essentially. So yeah, absolutely great.
Oh, I totally agree. I totally agree. It's just a matter of whether we can stop. We can first have an organization globally to secure the seas. Like there is a coalition, like a UN Navy or something that can secure the seas. Then you can have like a separate currency, like what the BRICS is trying to do, or some kind of a trading mechanism. Like there is like Ripple, that is Ripple is now being the cryptocurrency. It's one of those that is a international interbank trading currency exchange thingy framework. Like these things are all developing, so it is possible. Then the thing is, we are also entering into the age of AI and robotics to the point where money will become very useless because things will become so cheap due to robotics. And so we will see. We are going to go through this revolution in the next 5 years that will make our conversation today look like very, very interesting. Like how we look at the
Yeah.
future. We'll look back like, what the fuck we were saying, man. We are so stupid.
Yeah, so like if money isn't necessary because things are so cheap, then what becomes necessary more than ever is energy and materials to build the cheap stuff. So like if the working the man hours, the manpower that builds the stuff comes out of the equation because you have robotics, which is practically free labor, then the only cost of things is going to be energy and material. And that's going to be the real value of stuff.
And I suspect the Americans know it. You see, know what Donald Trump's plan was. They're going to build massive amount of power stations, and power generation because they already see what you're talking about. Like that's the plan, but they don't say it out because they don't want the rest of the world to catch up. They know the Chinese are already doing it. They maybe the Russians maybe. So the Americans is trying to do it first. They are investing crazy in power generation.
They're trying to catch up, actually. They're trying to catch up with China's energy production and advancement in robotics. But to what you were saying, and with this I'll pass it on to Upgrade. He's been waiting very patiently. But there's two reasons why countries need dollars. One is because of the convenience of having a single currency as a marker for value. But most of all, which is the second, is the threat of violence, that America can actually inflict violence on any country that it deems unpleasant, ungrateful, inconvenient.
Naughty.
Yeah, but both those things are crumbling. First, the threat of violence is crumbling as NATO fails miserably, and the convenience is crumbling because it's becoming too expensive. Go on, Upgrade.
Yeah, I just wanted to add on what you said. I think in some points you're right, but in others maybe I have a different opinion because I think obviously we need energy and all that stuff, but we also need money because the money is tied to this to the energy stuff. It is how it is. We live in a world where money is ruling everything. So if you don't have money, you can produce whatever you want, how many barrels of oil you want, but if nobody buys it from you, it's useless. It's useless. So you need also money because it's tied to each other. One is a transaction thing.
Upgrade.
So
Upgrade. What do you need money for?
It is how it is. Nobody producing something without giving back. So if not, you go back to the Soviet style. So Soviet style means you don't need money, right? We just redistribute things without not getting money. And
you don't understand.
But
you're not understanding me.
It's not working like that. It's not working
you're
like
not
that.
understanding me. Upgrade.
The word is a transactional thing.
I don't mean money as for personal individuals, like as for individuals doing their purchases. I mean for like international trade. What
Yeah,
you
so
really
why
like,
nobody is
and
doing
even
it
as
right
an
now?
individual,
Why is
even
nobody
as an
doing it right
individual,
now? If this
People
system
have
would have
started.
worked, why
People have
nobody is
started.
doing it right now?
Upgrade.
Nobody is
Upgrade.
doing that. Nobody is giving you oil for a grain or something like that. They want money because that's how it
No,
is. Because the money
no.
is the
The
power.
question is alternative to the US dollar, right? I
Yeah,
mean,
of
there are
course, I
other
understand, but
currencies
I
in the
just
world,
wanted to
and
actually
people have
elaborate on my point, Dizzy.
no,
But it's
no, no.
okay. Go on.
But no, upgrade. I mean, if you abandonment of the US dollar doesn't mean you adopt communism or you adopt like an
No, I'm not
international
saying that.
barter
I'm just
system,
saying.
right?
I'm just
It's
saying, right? We don't want to. We still gonna
if
have transactions, right? With money's still
no,
gonna be
no.
something, right? That's why it
What?
was invented.
No, no,
That
no,
we
no,
don't go
no,
to
no.
war to
What
get things,
Gabriel is saying.
by force, but by transaction. That's how. That's why this system was invented. If you like it or not, that's another. We can debate it all like
But
10 hours, 20 hours.
but
We can
money is
talk about
only
it.
look. Money itself is like what do you call?
it's a
It's
symbol
as
of
valuable.
value.
Exactly, it is a symbol. It is as valuable as people deem it to be, right?
Yes,
It's
exactly.
why
So
it's why the Zimbabwean dollar doesn't matter at all, and the American dollar does have value, right?
yeah, that's
And
not my
but
point.
if you start restricting nations from doing this trade using the US dollar, what are you doing? You're making the United States dollar weaker. When you do not allow India to buy Russian oil using US dollars, you're making the United States dollar weaker. You're not making Russia weaker. You're not making
Of
India
course,
weaker. And
I
what
don't.
did we do? We are starting to buy Russian oil using Chinese yuan.
Yeah, yeah. I
We are
don't.
not
I
paying
don't
with the dollar
deny
anymore.
that.
We are paying with Chinese yuan.
Yes, you were
That's
hearing what I was saying before. I said that it's not good for the United States to bully other nations to just have them have money and just keeping their things. I elaborated about that. But my point is like also the United States cannot cry about why can we not get back our money when they actually have huge companies and financial system who actually rule almost the entire world, right? With BlackRock and stuff like that. And then they're coming to us and telling us, oh, we have trade deficits, but we're ruling all the other companies. So we have huge companies who have a monopoly on many, many sectors. And then we come back to the countries who are already not doing that great, right? And we say, we actually have trade imbalance. So now you need to balance it, because we have a lot of debt. That's their problem. That's how they manage their budget, internally. If they cannot internally manage their budget, that's their fault. Nobody told them to go work.
Yeah, it's literally like going to the store and buying a bunch of stuff and then taking the stuff and going back to the store and saying, I have a trade deficit with you. You need
Exactly.
to give me tariff.
Exactly. And that's what's my point, right? You give money and you get something back, right? That's transaction, right? That's how it works, right? That's how the world works. Since we have gold coins and stuff like that before, we just went to the next neighbor. Oh, he has what I
You
need.
stole my coins. You went to
I
the
gonna
store,
attack you. I
you
gonna
bought a bunch
destroy
of
you.
stuff, and then you go and say, You stole my
5 years
money.
ago,
Why are
5 years
you
ago,
stealing my money?
yeah, five
Exactly.
years ago, Desi's night shop accepted camels and sheeps. Now it's money.
No, but seriously, upgrade to what you're saying
Sorry, you
about
have
the
too
need
many
for
Indians
money.
and night shops here in Belgium. I
Think
can't do it.
think about it in the sense of like hyperinflation, like in Weimar Germany or in Argentina right now, in Venezuela a few years ago. What happens when there's too much money and you can't buy stuff with it? So like you have money, but you can't buy bread.
Like in
Okay, what do you
Venezuela, for
do?
example.
The baker says, I don't accept your money, but I'll accept the chicken. Okay, then you need the chicken more than the money. Okay, then the stuff becomes the money when money is
Yeah,
worthless.
of course.
And then the same thing happens when you have hyperdeflation, in which like the money becomes so expensive that you can't have it. You can't get money anywhere. And so then again, you have to go with your chicken to the baker and change it. it's an unfair trade, if you ask me. I
Yeah,
prefer the
but you
chicken
know what I
one.
mean.
But
It's
can
not
there be
transactional, right?
something else? Can there be something else with Trump, like the agreement they did with Europe? Because I am sure they are not telling everything. And I'm going to give you one detail. So he did that agreement, the 15% tariffs, if 500 and something billion and 700 and something billion and oil and what the fuck, I don't care. And then he said to Ursula von der Leyen, he said, I can give you the guarantee. We're going to make a contract for that. If Europe is going to be invaded by Russia, we're going to help you out the shit. I guarantee you, we're going to help you out. And Trump
Yeah, that's what I
himself,
was trying to say.
I call it Putin. He doesn't care about Europe. Europe is too small, not interesting, too small. But I'm not going to say that to Europe. And Ursula is so stupid to accept that. Like
That's what I
playing
was
games,
going to say
like
when I
giving.
got cut by the CIA. That Trump got tricked. That Europe offered him this massive, super good deal, too good to be true, and Europe can't cash it. Like Ursula promised something that she can't cash.
It's
Okay,
around
and in exchange for that,
700 billion or something in
and,
3
and
or
in
5 years.
exchange for that, in exchange for that, she got Trump to bash at Putin. She got Trump to commit to Ukraine. Bashing Putin is so that Trump can justify sending money to Ukraine. And so I think that's what happened. Ursula traded this fake deal, so that she scammed. I think that
I was right.
European
You
Union
cancelled.
scammed Trump into supporting Ukraine for a deal that they cannot cash. That's what I believe.
Yeah, but you see, I say the truth. I just was cancelled by the CIA. You see, I never have like lagging, and suddenly I've been lagged.
See, cannot say the truth. It's very
Yeah,
dangerous.
you see. So I made the point for one time. Did you see that? First time in DPA, I made a good point.
Bravo, Lambo. You've grown so much.
Coming
I'm so
after
proud
you,
of you.
Lambo.
Thank you.
But this reserve currency thing, I just want to add a bit before we upgrade. The problem is we cannot find an alternative that everybody can trust and it's totally neutral. That's the problem right now. Like the US, you see, the thing is that the it still works. The thing is still works. Like for example, you're Sri Lanka. You don't produce enough shit to sell out to the rest of the world to buy US dollars, to get US dollars in. Then you don't have the US dollar to buy oil and gas. That means you're just not productive. It's just like a human being didn't go to work. You have no more money to buy things. Something similar to that extent. So every country will just have to be productive to produce something that the rest of the world wants, so that you can get US dollars to buy other stuff. That is the natural state of things. It's the problem is the US dollar because the US dollar is printed by the Americans, so they can weaponize it. They can print more. Like suddenly they drop the interest rate, they buy out all the companies, they buy out Manchester United, then they dump all the debt on it. They kind of think that the Americans can do this kind of shit because they own the US dollar. The problem is we cannot trust another country to do the same thing. The thing is that at least the Americans secures the sea. They secure the sea.
Look how they use
this one thing.
war. Look how they use a war.
It's not that you can't
like with Ukraine. No, wait. Like look how they use a war like Ukraine to benefit money to themselves. Nord Stream pipeline explodes. They're selling from each other. They buy from each other weapons from shit. And who's profiting the most for the moment? United States.
But I blame the Germans for it. Honestly, the Nord Stream pipeline, when it was blown, the Germans should be more angry. They should they should do a investigation and public investigation. They need to tell the Americans if they prove that it's the Americans. No, the thing is, the Americans cannot do anything.
Look, man. If Germany didn't want their pipeline blown up, then why did they dress like that?
But they had nothing to respond. I mean, we had the talk with Wayne after Wayne about how powerful the Kriegsmarine was at a certain point. I were just busy chatting about that. But do that during 1940 with the same army that and the wealth that German had? Nobody's going to try to do that, because then you're going to make the leader of Germany angry and they're going to invade you, something like that, because they have the power to do it. Ask Poland how fast it went. Know what I mean? No, they're just using the whole situation, the sanctions with Russia, to enrich themselves again. So we're going to blow up Nord Stream. So you're sure there's not going to come gas from Russia via pipeline, because LNG is another story. It's still coming from Russia to Belgium, for example, the LNG ships. But they're just using everything to enrich themselves. If it's with weaponization, there's everything. They're just using the situation for Ukraine. Actually, I don't know if they really want to have the war with Ukraine stopping, because you're making a lot of money via other branches also.
But the EU is the one that wanted to continue to empower Ukraine. That's
We
the
don't
thing.
know.
They
It's NATO.
they made a deal
Who's
with the
ruling
devil,
NATO?
so they
Yeah,
have to
who's
pay
ruling
for it.
NATO?
Yeah, yeah. It's
It's
the
the same club,
corruption.
and we are not in it.
No, it's not just NATO.
essentially.
It's EU.
It's a
EU.
very big.
Or,
It's a very
Yeah,
big
EU.
club, and none of are in it. Essentially, it's not
Oh,
don't worry.
Europeans.
Yeah,
It's not
we
Americans.
not
It's
Singapore. No, yeah, we are just eating
It's the
popcorn.
same
Like, what the
club they
fuck they
used to
doing,
beat
man?
you over the head.
Hey,
Let me restart my laptop
Wyatt,
because
I wanted to ask you, Wyatt,
Yeah,
what
but
implement-
upgrade, but upgrade. She
Oh yeah, go
very
on.
sad.
Yeah, about Germany.
His finger is getting tired.
It's getting more tired every stream. But I'm still here. No, I mean about Germany,
You have
it's
to
since
do
the
a.
Second World War. I mean, like, is it really an independent country? No, it's not, right? Because if you have a foreign troops on your ground, you know, military base of another country in your country, that's not the country who is independent, who can act by themselves. They can do nothing. Even if tomorrow the Americans think that the chancellor needs to go, he will go because they have the power, and the German can do nothing about it, because at the end, like I said, the EU is so tied to the Americans that they cannot decide anything anymore by themselves. That's why when you saw all this Vogue stuff, it came from the American part, right, to the to European Union. We didn't decide to do that shit. It came from NGOs from the America, and they started to put it everywhere in entire Europe. And what did we do? Nothing, until they changed the president, and now it's the opposite again, right? Now we're starting to, okay, we don't need to transition kids, we should maybe not do that and stuff like that, because there's a change in America. It has everything to do with the American leadership. If Kamala would be president, it will be totally different. Totally different. What we are talking about right now. So it's everything to do with the Americans, and at the end, it's still money who controls the world, and the Americans have the money and they export all their dollars, so they have the power, so they keep everybody on the leash because they know they have the United States USD, and they can command everybody around. Many dictatorships also get paid off with USD, because it's the safest, like Wyatt said, the safest currency, because they at least they pay, right? Even if it's dead, they pay.
It's the safest currency.
Gabriel, yeah.
And it's becoming more and more unsafe as time goes by, and that's precisely the problem. There was once a farmer who had a chicken that gave him golden eggs.
Goose.
I like chicken too. Continue, Gabriel. I like it.
Yeah, and he had
Especially
golden
golden
eggs every
eggs.
day. He had golden eggs every day, and he was super happy but one day he got greedy, and he wanted to, and that's exactly what we're seeing in
It was
real
a Jew.
time.
It was a Jew. I'm sure it
No,
was
dude.
a Jew.
Here's how what's his face puts it. Michael Hudson.
Now we are demonetized.
Michael
You see.
Hudson.
Aye.
Michael Hudson says that.
Just saying that is demonetizing. Come on, man.
With Donald Trump's policies, all these countries that owe the United States stuff can't pay them back. They can't really pay you back through their exports for the money that they owe you. Once they realize you can't pay you back, they're just going to have to search for alternatives. They're going to have no recourse. So that's why the Donald Trump plan requires for enough people to jump on board and understand that they're putting their economies on the line in order to bail out the US dollar. And I think the deal is that, hey, listen, all of your stolen wealth is in US dollars in Swedish, in bank accounts, in Swiss bank accounts. So it's for your own interest that you want to maintain the privilege of the dollar, which is what you guys, all of your wealth is safely stashed away in. So I think that that's kind of like the deal. The deal is that, hey man, like this is going to be useful for all of us elites. And when the Europeans get really angry, we can see that European riot control police are way more hardcore than the Russians are. You know, they will go hardcore. They will use pepper spray and bean bags and gas grenades and water cannons. It's way worse than what we see on the Russian side. So
No, yeah,
shut them up.
and most of the military investment that you see in Europe, like most of the military development, is actually in police force, like militarizing their police, and the same thing in America. And it's all about that. How can you suppress your population enough as to be able to screw them as much as possible? You know, there's someone once said, I can't remember who it was, but that like easy money is the worst curse on any nation. Having easy money, like, because you become greedy and conceitful. You do not need to work hard to get your, and you can see that kind of
irresistible temptation. It really is. Eventually, you can't resist the ability, temptation to be privileged, to use that privilege.
Well, what you have against the Middle Eastern people, you know, with oil money? Racist.
No, I don't have anything against them. It's just it's a curse. It's gonna wreck a nation. But on the other side,
it's wrecking the Middle Eastern monarchies, right?
Yeah, the same thing happened with all the others. It's like, it's called the curse of natural resources or something like that. But countries that have
something like
exploitable resources too handy, that they can make all their wealth out of that, they never develop. And I think that's even worse when the resource is just paper money, you know, like fiat currency. That's the worst. Currency. It's not even, and like I said before, remember what happened with China when they started getting a bunch of silver, and silver is actually something that you can use. So it's almost worse than, like, it's much worse when it's not even something that you can use, when it's just, you know, paper or digital currency. But on the other hand, you have the cases of, like, for example, the French Revolution, or even the Russian Revolution. There's all these cases in which you, or even Germany, you know, after Weimar, where you had these absolutely bankrupt nations, you know, that were destroyed by their financial death spiral, you know, and once they switched from the system that was draining them dry, they become superpowers immediately. You know, and it's a really weird phenomena, because you see these countries that they were absolutely broke to a point of social collapse, and once they change their mentality, their ideology, suddenly they have all these resources out of nowhere, and they always had them. The problem is that where they were focused to, like, all the wealth was going to all the wrong places because of, you know, vicious circles
or people
of their own
or
politics.
people.
Yeah, the vicious circle of their elites. The vicious circle of their elites was draining all that wealth, and once they changed their elites and the mentality changed, the ideology changed, suddenly they could actually harness all this power that they always had and become
like
superpowers.
the Russians. Like the
Russians.
Yeah, because Russia have the same kind of curse that they have a lot of resources, but under Putin at least, no, they generally manage to use the wealth well, generally speaking. Not very well, not the best that it could, but not bad. You know, not bad. They actually at least clear all their debts and everything. No, so but if you have, like, Canada is actually pretty good. You know, they do pretty good. Australia is also not bad. But, you know, but when you have other countries that, you know, totally got, like, destroyed by this drug, you know, of the cheap resources and everything. Yeah, like, you know, the African countries, you know, the South American countries, you know, so yeah, upgrade.
Yeah, maybe I have to disagree on one little point what Gabriel said about that they were, like, failed nations. I mean, like Russia was Russian Empire, right? Before they collapsed into the revolution, right? The French were like one of the biggest military power in this time before they had the French Revolution. So, but I agree on the points which he said about like there were bad decision made, and that made the revolution happen, and then afterwards they flourished. Actually, I forgot what I wanted to say because I forgot. But it happens sometimes. It will come back, and maybe somebody else.
Feel free to change a topic also. No, we are on this economic thing.
Maybe we can talk about Ukraine a little bit. Yeah, I don't know if you wanna.
Yeah, then Von will be back.
Yeah, maybe I don't
Be
know.
right back. I go coffee.
I love to speak about Ukraine because I think we have a lot to speak about Ukraine. I think which side we're going to start in Ukraine? Upgrades?
I don't know about Pokrovsk. Maybe that are they in? Are they not in? You know, or
can already see that Shazivyar is done.
Or Liman, crispy Liman. We need to talk about Liman maybe also there.
We can start at Pokrovsk. So they are inside.
Are they inside or not? Is it official now or not?
Yeah, it's official. It's
But the question is, are they like entrenched, or it's just DRG, or it's how well they are entrenched there and how powerful they are, how stable they are in there? That's the question.
The thing I first want to start to say that like the Sumy region that Russia entered was a divestment, I think, for all these regions like Pokrovsk. And now the Ukrainians are celebrating that they're gaining their ground again, and the Sumy region and all that stuff. Yeah, we are winning. And I'm like, no, you're not winning. Russia is winning underneath you at very important places. Then you see the messages, yeah, but actually Pokrovsk is not such a special place. It's not so important for us. Yes, fuck you. Because
Kiev is not an important place.
Ukraine is not important anymore. But Pokrovsk, if that's going to be in the hands completely by the Russians, what I'm understanding, they can connect a railway to the railway network of Pokrovsk, so they can supply all their stuff much faster. And
no, there is something very important.
Yeah, I think so.
There's something very important. You see, when you put the railway system in the map, you see there's a gap. The gap that is separating the Russian and the Ukrainian area. Now they are going inside that gap, inside the Ukrainian railway system, and they can connect the Ukrainian, and they can even not even connecting, but they can use it. And they accelerate the use of the logistic facility. Exactly. No, it's exactly. So if they connect Pokrovsk to the Russian railway system, it will increase the flow of the supplies, the flow of everything. And it's very important things.
Do you think that Pokrovsk is the gateway for the Russians really to advance maybe even faster? Or is it just another town which will fall and it will go slowly forward like we see now?
Because of that railway, like that Nika explained, so after, I don't know when it was they did that in 2014, they cut off the railway system. They cut off the railway
2014.
Yeah. So you're going to connect, you're going to use you need to look on the map, all the streets and highways also going to Pokrovsk. When you have Pokrovsk, the Russians, if they own it and they can secure it pretty much good, they can rebuild everything.
Excuse me, Mr. Lambo.
They can start to diverse everything again for supplying.
And you see they are approaching Pokrovsk in a different way. There's a lot of exactly. The infiltration is a way to conserve as much as possible. So they need those buildings, they need those infrastructure. In fact, like in a way, to use that as a supply hub. It's very important. It's very important because you see that next of it, there's a lot of expansion that can be done and can be extended to even above Donetsk
Yeah, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, because my point of view is like I understand this could be something which could enhance the logistic and can make the Russian move more troops, more equipment there, right? But if you just take it, it's not gonna be like they're gonna start to make the trains go, like move around
No,
like after
no,
24
it's
hours
not
they
something
take
for
it. They must
tomorrow.
move the front line like minimum
Exactly.
30, 40 kilometers from the
Yeah,
city. So it's not
It
exactly.
saved
depends,
by artillery, right? So
but
my
but
point is like, hmm? Yeah, go on,
but
Nika.
you need to see how the way that Russian now infiltrate the border, the front lines, that indicate the well-being of the Ukrainian army now. So if you have an urban area that you are well prepared and you have people infiltrated as
I'm back.
such,
I'm so
imagine if
back.
you have a well supplied industrial hub like a city, well supplied city, and you can go infiltrate even more with more efficient logistics and with
I,
less powerful Ukrainian army.
yeah, and you need to see after the city of Pokrovsk, and I think if why Bon Appetit, which is that soup, is that milk, is that coffee?
Coffee.
Coffee.
Coffee
That's a good
with
idea. That's a good idea. Going to
Milo.
Ukrainian
make some.
tears. It's Ukrainian tears.
But the thing is,
Yes.
after Pokrovsk, you're going to have a big empty space again. So the
Yeah, but you
movement,
still need to move the front line, Mr. Lambo.
yeah.
Like I said,
But
30 kilometers,
that is
and
the
it's
thing.
gonna take a while. I don't know. Is
No,
it
because
really
you
gonna
don't
be a
have big
push, and then
cities.
they're gonna crumble, or do you gonna see the Russians move like systematically, like they usually do, or is it really like really getting them now the attritional warfare to the Ukrainians? Because I see commentaries which the Ukrainians actually don't hold anymore ground like they previously done, like crazy.
You don't
Now
have
they start to
manpower.
really try to retreat, like slowly try to make strategic
Yeah,
retreats.
they don't
Yeah,
have
everybody will
manpower.
laugh about strategic retreats, but you know what I
Yeah,
mean, right?
no, but you're right. They don't have the manpower, and Russia. That's my mindset, and the northeast and the east. So semi region and other region that they took worked to put the reinforcement of Ukrainians over there. So the Ukrainian trooping are losing men and to the regions of Pokrovsk and all that shit. They it worked for the Russians, and now the pro Ukrainians are like, yeah, we take the ground. That's what I'm saying. They take the ground, but the Russians are like, they're busy taking your ground. Pokrovsk is very important. I think I am pretty sure Pokrovsk is not going to change everything completely, but you're going to have already a big open gap from one city to another big city. That the advancement of the Russians is going to be easier because I think also the ground is pretty flat there. Also, not a lot of woods and all that shit. You need to see that more on the
Well,
mapping. So Pokrov is going to be, and just for the logistics for the Russians already, is going to be a big change. A big change. Have a railroad
yeah.
to your
Oh my
disposal,
God.
a big one.
Where's Vaughn when we're talking about Ukraine?
Yeah, now he's not here, this
What
dumb fuck.
For me, he has
what
been
I
lost
understood,
for
like
hours
for
already.
example,
I don't care.
when Bakhmut was taken, it was like everyone was expecting that to be a breakthrough that was gonna overflow, and take over. Like
Thank you, Gabriel.
Bakhmut was the cornerstone of Ukrainian defense, and everything was gonna crumble after that. And that didn't happen, right? Now the thing is, Bakhmut was a salient, that was produced and then it was sort of maintained for a while, and it was in a disadvantageous position because it had Chasiv Yar in the high ground, just next door, and so it was a disadvantageous position, and many people speculate, even Wyatt has spoken about this, how Wagner took it too far, how Bakhmut was supposed to be an attrition battle, and Prigozhin just wanted to conquer the city for his own personal glory. And probably the soldiers themselves, they probably get really frustrated when they have to hold a position and not actually conquer ground. It's probably like a bummer. But Russia has been very restrained in that sense of trying to keep the advance as minimal as possible, to preserve its own manpower and like emphasize attrition. Now, with the situation of Pokrovsk, is that now you already have this salient, the salient of Bakhmut, right below Siversk, and Pokrovsk is coming out as a second salient down here, and so it's gonna like it can easily like clamp the final, like the belly of Donetsk, Donetsk, at the heart of the Donbass, the banana of doom that they call it. And so it's a different situation because it's not a lone salient. Now it's pairing up with the Bakhmut salient, which is now at the level of Chasiv Yar. Chasiv Yar fell, and now it's on the high ground at the east of Konstantinivka, I think
That's
it is.
going to be major one also.
And so now you have Bakhmut taken on one side, and then you have Pokrovsk taken on the other side. And we do have several confirmations of Russian forces in the center of Pokrovsk. Like, you can't say it's just a fluke. Like, usually geolocations are like the standard of proof for presence. Now, I think it's good to judge geolocations by what they are. Like, if it's an infantry carrier being blown up, it's not a good confirmation of control. Now, if you see soldiers that are spreading in an area, it's a better so like different types of geolocations indicate a different level of control over an area or presence, different types of presence. Now, in this case, you have several and outspaced, and you don't have the confirmation of the destruction of the presence in the area. So I think it's pretty like disingenuous for the standard of proof to consider that not enough proof of control. Like, yeah, modern warfare is complicated. You have drones and all of that, and so you can't have like spread out units that are kind of overlapping over each other, hidden in basements. That can happen. But once you have a certain level of consecutive confirmation of presence, that's already control. Like, that means soldiers have freedom of pass into the area, at least. So it's already a control of an area. So Pokrovsk is pierced through the heart. Like, the high-rise area was cut by this presence of DRGs in the north. That means that this fortification that is like the heart of the defense of Pokrovsk is kind of bust. You have a couple of mining infrastructures to the northeast, but Pokrovsk is practically done by this point.
In theory, it is.
And so the like the final belly of the backbone of Donetsk, which is like the heart of the conflict, is being severely threatened now, and it coincides with Wyatt's predictions of his analysis of the rate of attrition of Ukrainian forces. So I don't think it's necessarily going to be an issue of like Russia is gonna catch momentum and start overflowing Ukraine. I think the situation is probably going to continue at a similar pace, but there is going to be a dramatic increase of tempo of advance. Maybe not at the level of like massive arrows, but it is going to be an increase.
Detail for Pokrovsk is also during the defending lines for Ukraine. Pokrovsk was a perfect city because also dense for the supply chain of Ukraine, and they're going to lose that. And you need to look on the map, the E50 highway, when you're going to see the next big city.
Pavlograd or something like this.
But it's,
There's no more big cities behind Pokrovsk.
Pavlograd, I think.
Petrovka is the first bigger one.
Pavlograd.
Yeah. It's
Pavlograd is
near the big city.
Yeah, but that's why I was. Yeah, but listen to me. Don't forget something. If you have Pokrovsk, you can see that you bypass all the fortification on the Dnipro front line. So you don't need to cross all those fortifications. it will anchor your right side, so you can encircle those areas and have easy passing to the Dnieper region. Go up.
Yeah, I agree with your assessment, guys. But like I said, I think the increase of captured territory is already increasing. So since I think the beginning of the year was like going up, then a little bit down, and since like April or something like that, is just continuing to the Russians are just continuing to take more territory. And if we measure
give you
the
numbers as well.
measurements according to Western analysts, right, who always talk about captured territory, now we can see that clearly there's data to confirm that. And yeah, Pokrovsk is for sure some important logistical hub for later operations. But like I said, they must push further, like maybe 20, 30 kilometers, so they get away from the artillery range, even if the Ukrainians don't have a lot. But I think the main battles for Donbass will be what is it? The two cities where the separatist movement started in Donbass. Wyatt, which city is it again? Tell me the name of where the uprising started.
Kramatorsk.
Uprising. Is it?
Yeah, in
Sloviansk.
Odessa.
Sloviansk and Kramatorsk.
Yes,
Sloviansk,
Kramatorsk,
Kramatorsk,
yeah,
Donetsk.
exactly. Yeah, these two cities, right? This is, I think, if they fall, then it's really gonna be a big impact, because that's gonna be a huge victory for the Russians, especially media wise, because it started all there, right? And the Ukrainians never lost these cities, so I think this is gonna be very bad. And like I said, if
And
they
upgrade
continue
one
the
thing.
war, yeah.
One thing, upgrade, just to emphasize the importance of
Yeah.
Pokrovs. If you see the map, you need to have Pokrovs to have a good flank, so you can encircle those two big region area or cities. You know, you need Liman in top, and you need Pokrovsk on the bottom, with their like logistic hubs and stuff. They can like enhance your capability to secure in one and go deeper to encircle those two big cities.
Yeah, and also to hide troops, right? Because in big cities, you can hide troops, you can hide material, you can concentrate more troops than in small little villages or just plain steppes, right? So it's beneficial for the defender if they have it, but if the attacker gets it, it's a big pain in the ass for the attacker, because then the Ukrainians will have to concentrate on another line in small little villages or little towns, and then it's going to be difficult for them to actually defend properly. But Wyatt, go on. You had your finger up. Yeah, don't want to take
Yeah,
your time.
so my thinking is that after Pokrov, there's actually no very serious fortifications that is pre-built. I feel maybe they are trying to build since Pokrov was besieged, but no, it's not going to be that much, And even if you see that the current line that is very fortified, those fortifications are getting destroyed, like because the Russians now have way too many type of weapons that can destroy them. But I don't think the Russians should go northward and go and surround Kramatorsk or Sloviansk yet. They should just go westward and just go all the way into the Dnipro.
No, but
Dnipro-Petrov
it give you that option. That's what I mean.
Yeah. So basically, just stretch the Ukrainians even further, lengthening the front line further and further, creating a massive salient, because it's all countryside. I think I got a feeling that the Ukrainians may struggle to defend those countryside, and then they can just continue to increase the front line bigger and bigger and bigger to the point where the military becomes.
Why?
Yeah.
Did you like? I'm not like as focused as you with footage, but I think there is a lot more and more trenches that are like empty, and Russians like taking them out. So if trenches that are built that are near Pokrovs are empty, imagine what happen if you have a big fields or something like that.
Yeah, because now the problem with the war, this warfare now is that if you put 100 men in that big fortification, they're all just going to be taken out one by FPV drones. Like you go out and pee and then you just die, and then you go and sleep and then the one fap drop on you, you just die. It's like it's the kind of ridiculous attrition war which we have argued, in 2022. When open mic was still very early, we all complaining, what the hell is they going back into trench warfare? We all say that it's an outdated kind of warfare. We argue about it. Then somehow we just came back to return to this warfare, and there's not enough weaponry to deal with this in such a large scale. Like not even the Russians have it. They don't really have the kind of weaponry to deal with
Mm.
such a large scale World War I style trench line. Now that they have it, and then you can start to see that it's indeed pointless, especially in when you have air superiority. Airstrikes can hit fortifications freely, and we're not even talking about like the American Western style bombardment. We are talking about Russian ones, which is like less intensive. If you look at what Israel is doing in Syria or Lebanon, they kind of bombardment. This kind of trench fortification can't survive not even a day. You'll be totally wiped out. And then you can see then the Israeli troops and tanks will just roll over. It will be that fast.
Yeah, but we are talking about a big, large area.
Yeah.
That's
Of
the
course,
difference,
it's a different war as well, of course. I'm just saying that in terms of doctrine, the Western doctrine is very heavy on
but
area
you don't have
bombardments.
your airplanes cannot like go on top of the area and drop like stupid bombs freely. That didn't happen. Don't
Flag
worry.
bombs.
Yeah.
Problem solved. They do it.
Gabriel,
It's a matter of air defense. The countries that the NATO has bombed to and Israel bombed to smithereens are countries that are weak on air defense, and Ukraine was a very strong country in air defense, first with the Soviet systems and then with all the Western support of air defense. So that's why it's been gradual, but eventually the erosion is getting to a point in which they can more and more destroy. They have more access to that type of bombardment that Wyatt was talking about.
But just to be fair, the Russian Air Force is very different from a Western Air Force, especially the American one. The American ones have a lot of stealth type of weaponry. If you look at if they actually fight with Iraq, Saddam's Iraq, they have a lot of air defense. They fought against NATO, actually bombed Serbia, also have air defense. But once you have stealth aircraft involved, it's a very different thing. The Russians don't have it. The Sukhoi 57 was not operational
even
by that point.
Wyatt, just to correct something, even Iraqi didn't have even in that period, they didn't have the most well-developed air defenses, They were practically open sky, practically open sky.
Finally, Bomb. You were afraid that something happened to you.
No, I had to do some painting, so I wasn't into the dollar thing. And of course, I'm not going to sit here and bash America like you Euros do every week. But yeah, where are you at on Ukraine? I mean,
I'm not Euros.
So we are now talking about because we are talking about the Western doctrines in destroying of fortifications. So I'm just saying that the American Air Force have stealth aircraft. That is just the unique thing about the American Air Force versus any other Air Force. So they can do bombardments in the ways that no other countries does. And it's not about using the stealth aircraft to hit the fortification. It's a stealth aircraft to go in and destroy the air defense, and then the normal aircraft, the normal bombers come in and destroy the fortification. So it's a totally different kind of doctrine.
If you look at Iraq, they destroyed first the air defense, and they didn't have a lot. They had, but not a lot. They destroyed everything. They made sure they didn't have any more air defense, and then they use even the B-52s. You're not stealth. They use the stealth.
Well, I mean, think about it. We talked about it. They basically carved out a channel that they could get into the area. Then they had an operating area that they carved out where they could come in and launch at will against whatever they wanted, pretty much unopposed. I think that was look at They didn't have to take out everything in Iran. They just had to take out where they needed to get to and a spot to launch from, which was up north, I guess.
So it's the same thing with
Iran is a good example because you never saw a heavy bombardment over Iran. It was always precision strikes with standoff weapons. They never had like the gravity bombs dropping, in mass. They didn't use glide bombs. So it was all standoff, and that's what
the
happens
future now. If the outer air force
Somebody was
operating.
saying the other day, I was watching, and they were talking about how, with Russia adding, the precision weapons to more of its arsenal and stuff. He said that really they're fighting NATO and Ukraine like NATO should be fighting or would fight, because they have the mobility, they have the flexibility, they have the support a la carte, whether it's artillery, mortars, rockets, aircraft, ballistic missiles. I mean, they have everything available to them. So, I mean, ideally, because that's how the United States or NATO would have fought. It's like hit and run, bombardments, take out the supplies, take out the aircraft, suppress the air defense. And, I mean, that's kind of what Russia's doing now. Maybe it's not as grand and fast, but you can see where they're talking about that whole Shavish Yar area. There was like a 10,000 man unit there. And people are like, well, they should have taken it a long time ago, but they didn't really want to, maybe, because that kept 10,000 guys of a specific unit or a group of units that were deemed, I guess, maybe better equipped or trained or whatever. And it kept them in that area and basically allowed the Russians to grind them down for the last year and take them off the table. And now you can see at this point, there's a lot of gaps in the lines. Things are falling apart. So these areas where it's been stagnant, maybe that worked out for the Russians because they were able to grind out a lot of troops there. I mean, it's the same thing going on in Kursk. I mean, that point's going to attract them like a moth to the flame, and they can stay there and just call in artillery, or they can just drop back and call in artillery or airstrikes. I mean, it just depends on what they want to do. I mean, that whole thing in Kamansky. That's bullshit. I mean, who gives a fuck that they drove a kilometer down the road? I mean, they basically wasted men and equipment on a stupid ass drive down the road through some maybe lightly or undefended Russian lines. And in a week or two, those guys will all be dead or gone, and that place will be back under Russian control. It's like you should have taken that stuff, dropped back to a better position, but they don't. So, I mean, even that little game they had, and whatever, same thing up in Sumy. I mean, it's irrelevant, garbage. I mean, the real actions around Shavish Yar, Touretsk, obviously. I mean, the land of the South is full of all the impossible salients. It's like Alice in Wonderland of salients. And like you were saying, the whole gray area, it's bullshit. I mean, realistically, on Wyatt's maps, the gray area is probably Russian territory, or at the very least, there's no Ukrainians there, and maybe the Russians are in the process of moving through and clearing it out. Because, around some of these areas, they've been getting drop mines and all kinds of shit for years. So even if they take out Shavish Yar, they might have a lot of shit to clear out around there. But, I mean, I would assume the gray areas are devoid of Ukrainians at the very least. There's no Ukrainians there. Maybe it's not Russian-controlled, but there's no Ukrainians there. I think just real quick, it's Wyatt's totally on the nose about the sketchiness of the deep state maps.
The only gray area that I can one second. The only gray area that I can accept is maybe Pokrovsk, because of the nature of the DRG. Maybe that's happening there. Yeah, upgrade.
Not only Pokrovsk, but do you agree with me, Von, that that Russian invading Sumy region is just a distraction, that they are more allowed to go in easier in other places like Pokrovsk because you are doing all that? Yeah, sorry, upgrade, but it's still the Pokrovsk.
Just let upgrade go in, and then I'll answer that.
I don't say go say the same thing, upgrade. Don't worry.
I'm not gonna say the same thing. No.
Otherwise, he will be rage quitting.
No. Nika, no, we don't do that. No, just to go back on one point about the trench warfare. I mean, like, what else could the Ukrainians do, right? They couldn't do like maneuver warfare in this time, right? And they're not able to actually do that pretty good. So the trenches, they build them. It's better to have at least some trenches, to protect yourself from some bombardments, even if they're shitty build, right? Because if your goal is to lose less territory or no territory, right, then at least you have some soldier inside the trench, right, and can
maybe not die from the first hit, or so it's to slow the Russians down. That's the main objective, right? It's not to hold anything, it's just to hold them down, to make it more painful for the Russians to advance. That's the I think that's the strategy of the Ukrainians. They never fought them as defensive positions. They fought them as avant-garde positions, like to slow down and then to retreat and retreat and continuing retreat, right? So that's maybe some additional point to the French warfare.
Yeah, just real quick on the Sumi thing. I think the Sumi's a legitimate push, and if they find a hole and they can exploit it, if something breaks their way, they'll take advantage of it. But it's the whole front is the offensive. I mean, from everywhere, across the whole front, because they're always pushing. Some places it's just more pushing than others. I mean, obviously there's the obvious spots like Pokrovsk and Turetsk and Javashar, and what's going on around Zaporizhia and Kupiansk and all that. But I mean, that's all part of the package. It's all pressure. And I mean, right now you don't hear a whole lot going on at Kupiansk, but maybe something happens up in Sumy, or maybe something happens in Zaporizhia. I mean, I just look at it like they're all pushes. And if they start getting fucked up, they have the option of pulling back and not taking casualties. Whereas if they push forward and nobody responds, then they're probably just going to keep going until someone responds. Then they'll stop, fix them, bomb them, and then decide what they want to do. Do we keep pushing, or do we just sit here and attract attention? I mean, that's the thing. It's their choice. I mean, wherever they want, they can push and draw attention, or they can drop back and, let the Ukrainians come to them. I mean, because they will, especially if they manage to find a hole or anything, or get through like what's going on in Pokrovsk. I guarantee you, whatever they can get down there is probably heading that way. And then on top of that, all that shit moving is going to get targeted on the way there before it even gets to engage the Russians directly. So, I mean, it's all the momentum's like all Russia.
Well, that's why you pierce at the bottom of a cauldron. Okay, so like you have your forces.
I think Nika was
creating a cauldron, and so you get the enemy to divert its forces to the flanks to protect from that pincer. And you get a weakening in the bottom of the cauldron, and so when you get that weakening, you can pierce, and you start attracting the enemy forces to plug that gap, and so you weaken the flanks. So that's why you get piercing through at the bottom of a cauldron, because that's how you weaken the flanks. You get and they have to start sending tons of reinforcements, and they have to send them through whatever space you left them as a gap to enter into the cauldron, and you can keep on feeding the cauldron, and boiling up whatever gets in there.
I want just to get 2 steps back with what was Upgrade saying. Some people here know the rhythm of the Russian, how they advance, but some people don't. It's not only bombardment, it's like only stupid bombardment. No, it's like systematic. It's like a sequel that enters, and it's devastating. Is like this is the attrition way. We have the fabs, and then we have like maybe with fabs there is artillery, and then have the drones, and then have different kinds of drones, FPV and maybe the Shahid now, and then we have the what's they call
thermobaric.
Thermobaric, and then we have the soldier that enter the ditches and
but even those guys are in small groups with a drone, usually letting them know what's up ahead. Yeah, you're right. It's a whole
sequencing.
There's a video, if we can find it, we can post it, that shows this whole process you're talking about. It's pretty good because it's a machine.
Yeah, this is the attritional way, because people like seeing only the end phase, and they say, "Oh, Russian lost like 3-4 soldiers, and Ukrainian lost only 2." Yeah, but before that they lost like maybe 10.
Like Trump said, exactly. Like Trump said.
14-1 difference.
In 6 months, they lost 130K, and Ukraine lost 8K. Yeah, sure.
And even the Ukrainians
from 2022. 8K from 2022. That's the wow.
From this year.
Since the beginning of the year. Since the beginning of the year.
Trump said
maybe it's something crazy either way.
Trump said 118,000 casualties for the Russians, dead, And then a lot more big, huge number of missing or
Big, massive number.
And then he said 8,000, only 8,000 Ukrainians. That is 1 to 14.
1 to
Even
14,
the
I said that, yeah.
Ukrainians doesn't
WhatsApp group.
believe it.
It's impossible.
Yeah,
It's impossible.
How can you do your propaganda like that?
He's farting and counting how much he farted and imagining
No, people
numbers.
telling
I don't
that
know.
to him. And
Dude, he
has
changed
like
the number
somebody-
every single time he talk about Ukraine. The
Yeah,
number
every
always
time.
change. Every single time he talk about Ukraine, the number change. So you
Yeah,
know,
but
every
like,
time.
so
And
the
people say
thing
he's
is,
so smart, he coming with those trading
Russia's
deals and stuff.
There's
the thing
guy
is,
behind him that's telling
Russia's
that.
super
He's going
cooked,
to
you know,
check
because they're losing 40 times more men than the Ukrainians. So America
Impossible.
just needs to wait for a year and a half, you know, and Russia is going to collapse. So it's perfect, you know, like you
The
just
Ukraine is saying
hold
that already
on,
for
steady the
years.
I mean,
course.
that's the thing, right? That's the propaganda, because after the war will be over and Ukraine will give up territories, that's gonna be one of the main points, right? In
And
all
you
the
know,
media. Yeah, they lost they lost territories, but
yeah,
how the
it's
huge
always.
casualties on the Russian side for so little
I
Yeah,
land,
just like with
you know?
Finland.
I'm
We
Just
watching
like with
some
Finland.
pro. I'm watching one or two pro Ukrainian, pro American channel, and the propaganda, man. Propaganda is my. I feel sick. I'm telling you, everything that Russia do, everything that Russia do, is losing them, man. Everything that Ukraine do, it's attrition in the Russians.
Like
Whatever they do.
Nika, what I saw also is like History Legend had actually a good assessment on that, right? He said around like 1-1, right? He said a 1-1, and but for the Ukrainians, devastating, because 1-1, if you are the attacking force and you have 1-1
And this is the lower case. No,
yeah,
it's
that's
the
lower
lower
case, but
the lower
let's be
amount.
fair, right? Let's be fair. Let's try to be fair, right? And let's take a number which is fair. Let's not go in extremes, right? Let's not say like the Russians 2 million, the
Even
Ukrainians
2-1 is not to
yeah,
their
but also
benefits,
that's my
man.
point, right? 1-1 is a catastrophic number for Ukraine.
Yeah.
Because there are
I'm
less
telling you.
people.
So
They have less
I'm
people.
telling you, even 2-1 to the Ukrainian, to Russian dead to one Ukrainian is not good. It's not good.
Exactly.
Because people think they take the number, the pre 2014 population, and build on that. Half of the population went to either to Russia or to Europe. What the fuck, man?
So you know when I was on Duran, you know I was on the interview. Then I said that if you want to do proper analysis without bias, you have to assume that the casualty is going to be 1-1, because if once you assume that, the reality becomes more clearer. Like you're not brainwashed by your own biasness, be it you're pro Ukraine or pro Russia. A lot of people in the comments was very angry about that. But if it's 1-1, Ukraine is going to lose the war. No, even it's 1-1.
I'm not even convinced to the 1-1, because people on one hand say that artillery is and the drones are the most one that killing people, and who have the most artillery and drones.
Exactly.
Look, Nika,
You forget. Ukrainian drones are like enchanted. There is like arcane energy in them, and so they can kill more Russians. So
just give me one point, Mr. Lampo, and I will give it to you, to your word.
Thank you.
Also, when you see actually that some Ukrainian propaganda is saying, okay, the attacking force is 3-1, right? That's always this number who comes up, 3-1, because you're attacking. That's why you're losing 3 people. But then when the Ukrainians were attacking in Zaporizhia, they were still taking the same number. They were saying, yeah, the Russians lose 3-1 because we're attacking. How is this even logical and possible? You cannot take the same metric and take it in one spot.
Potions.
And
They use health potions. They use health potions.
God is
Don't forget.
Jesus is bringing them back.
No. I can tell you how this bias, right, infiltrates. So the bias actually infiltrates all the way into AI as well. No, so when I talk to AI regarding the casualty numbers, they themselves is confused, because they take all the information from the online chatters, right? They say, oh, because Russia is the attacking side, so they're losing 3-1. Okay, so that's their logic, but they totally ignore that the Kursk offensive is a Ukrainian offensive, and the Zaporizhia offensive is also a Ukrainian offensive. It would totally disregard it. Then I asked the AI, so how about the Zaporizhia offensive and the Kursk offensive? Then he said, oh yeah, that's you are correct. Fuck you, those stupid AI.
Well, I mean, think about it too. The whole 3-1 thing is bullshit. Because hold up, just real quick, the 3-1 thing is bullshit because the one guy is basically there to find the enemy and fix them with the front, and the other two guys are to flank, and you're assuming that all three of those guys are going to get killed. I mean, what happens if three guys roll up, toss a grenade, and kill the one guy? What if there's one guy there only? What if there's, if it's two defenders and it's six guys? So there's two guys pinning them down and three guys.
They're playing card games or computer games. It's like it's always 3-1. Like they play card games, right?
Yeah, and that's the thing. You're assuming all those guys are dying, and it's like most of the time, especially if you start factoring the fact that they have drones telling them where shit is and stuff. It's a lot more. If three guys go out, more than likely three guys are going to come back, and they'll probably have some kills. And they'll have taken a position or scouted something out.
Imagine like three UFC fighters. Just imagine 3 UFC fighters attacking one UFC fighter, and they all die. It's like what the fuck, man.
The whole point of 3-1 is to make sure that the 3 don't die. That's the whole point of 3-1.
Exactly.
Because it's not 3-1 because the 1 will kill all 3.
I actually need to be able to make a video about that because you can test that. It's actually, and we are saying that now randomly and to each other, but I don't like using numbers because I just don't believe it. From either side, I don't believe numbers. The best thing you can do is have proof. If you are speaking about planes, for example, you don't have a proof, never happens. Or you need to have your own air force and admit that yes, we lost a plane. Like with Russia, they lost suddenly a lot of Sukhoi 34s in 1 week time. I think it was like 14, and they continued to launch the same number of FABs. But you can calculate that. We are laughing with playing a video game.
You're not counting magic, man.
Wait, listen to me.
Magic.
If you're a veteran and playing Command and Conquer like Red Alert, I think a lot of people know these games, like strategic games, that you have all these people running around on your map, and you need to take resources and make your base. If you look an attack, so we are saying if you attack in the defense line, you're going to lose more people. Normal, gun by gun. Just saying gun by gun. But your defense line is going to, or your attack line is going to use also bombs, missiles, planes, but in a bigger number than your defense line, you're going to create more damage. So yes, you're going to lose probably more troops just by shooting gun by gun. But the superiority of your artillery and your bombing are going to increase your other sides. So saying that Russia is losing without showing one proof of a midwave, and you can't, the pro-Ukrainians are like fantasizing midwaves like they're watching Lord of the Rings movie. You have the big attacks at a big castle, like with the 100,000 troops coming to the gate, and they've been smashed and destroyed. Yes, in the time of Napoleon, it was a thing like that. Not anymore
Different times, Mr. Lam.
No, you don't understand. 3-1 is the rule. The Rohan horses all rush down and all die instantly. You don't understand. They attack.
You need to have Legolas in your army and Gandalf to win.
Yeah, the elephant ate the Legolas when he jumped up.
That's why I'm saying, if you know games, playing games like Command and Conquer, and don't take Call of Duty because that's even the biggest bullshit, and trying to compare something, but like Command and Conquer or even Age of Empires, you're playing in the medieval time.
Well, Mr. Number, we're talking about real life. We're not talking about games, right? It's real life.
No. We get the whole game theory. We understand when you play those games, you got to attack with superior forces and you hit stuff ahead of time and all that. We get it.
I mean, like,
you can make an understatement.
We're talking about like games.
How it's happening in real life war. You can make
but it's not.
But that's what the Russians do. They use their satellites. They use their satellites to find targets. Then they send in their strategic aircraft or missiles or artillery. And then they got drones come in and scout
It's
and
not
attack
what I'm
stuff.
meaning.
No,
And then they
Just-
move guys up to watch and scout and infiltrate, and then they support them with
But
drones.
regardless,
I mean,
but the 13 to 1 thing, right, was
it's just to have an understanding how fast can you lose people or men of your troops, and you can see that in playing types of game, how fast and which condition and which way of warfare you can lose your troops.
Okay, Mr. Lambo,
there's
but
just
the
a
games
stupid
don't take in
understatement to make.
consideration the games don't take in consideration psychological warfare. I mean, like if some
No, but they
fucking
give you just a basic
5,000
understanding.
no,
kilo bomb
you
drop on your
can you play Total War series can. They're running away. They're
some
cowards.
games, but most of the games is just like one troops come
Not
here,
the-
another troop is here, and then they attack, right? And then you see they shoot.
Yeah.
That's it. Then you see that one number goes down and then take the position. But it's that's a game, right? That's not in real life.
but they just
It's
give
not
you an
always
But the thing
like
is,
that.
the pro-Ukrainian
Steam
space actually
you have
take it very seriously. This is 13 to 1 thing. So someone is saying that, oh, the Ukraine is what. That was saying that I immediately just retweet or reply. Say, I never knew the Americans lost so much troops in Afghanistan and Iraq. Because they are the attackers, no?
It is just to make the correct term as simulation, as make a simulation. On Steam, you have a game, First World War game, where you're fighting in trenches. So you need to make your trenches with the resource you have, with your defense lines you have, and then you need to try to conquer the other side.
We get it, Mr. Lambo, but it's not the same
it is
war.
a very good
You know,
simulation.
with drones, with artillery, with planes, with everything. There is just trench warfare. You're taking Napoleonic times, you know.
No. But
Going
it
back
just
in the
gives
time,
you
you know, when they
basic
stand in a line, you
information.
know, and just get shot at, you know, even if they, but that times are over, man. You know,
No. But
Moving,
it's not even to
satellites. You know, we
really
have
compare us.
it doesn't take into account the NATO supply to M1A1
You-
going down
no,
the road, and
no.
the guy hits it in the coat cage with
Exactly.
a drone, and they all jump out and run away, before, and it's
No, but
fully
you
operational.
misunderstand me in that. Let's please finish. If you're always going to interrupt me, and I always translating in my head, so it's already difficult to me. It
Yes,
just
sorry,
gives
Mr.
you
You're translating from which language? I'm curious.
in the same level of type of warfare, a simulation of how fast can you lose people if you do it in that way or that way or that way. It just gives you a simulation just to understand the war. It's like I always say, like, learn about the history of First World War, the trench warfare, because you're busy like that. And there in the First World War, there was also a very big evolution in the army industry and the weaponry industry. So once one side had a better weapon than the other side, they could advance better because they had a better system. Now you're talking in a modern way, but it's basically the same thing. It's not exactly the same because you're not using the same weapon, but it gives you the same understanding. If you don't know shit about trench warfare, you don't understand the warfare in Ukraine. So you need to educate yourself just to have a basic understanding about what's happening. If you are believing that Russia is losing by, I'm just going to give you another number, 5-1, you're stupid. You're stupid. And we have, everything is filmed. Everything is filmed.
Yeah, Mr.
And
Lambo.
we never saw meat wave like that. 1,000 Russians being killed in one day. We never saw footage that say that in one day, 1,000 was killed. But people believe
Trump
in that.
sold them. Trump sold them.
Mr. Lambo, also,
Yeah,
what
14-1.
you can assess very simply on how the Ukrainians do the mobilization and how the Russians are not even mobilizing, because they're grabbing fucking people from the streets. The other people give cash to the fucking guys to go to fight. If they would mobilize, it would be a total different thing. That's why when I always hear people don't even know that.
Another
People
thing,
don't even
upgrade.
know that I'm telling you, when I'm telling this to people, you know, they're like, "Ah,
Oh, yeah, but the
they're
same
laughing
for
at
me.
me, you know, they're laughing at
I
me.
mean-
They tell me, no, wait, they're laughing at me. They tell me, like the Russians don't mobilize and don't put the people. I'm like, no, people get paid, you know, to go to war.
They
you
pay
know?
them.
Yeah.
They
You know
pay
that
them.
the other guys, they,
No,
they break
I have
they
big
put
fights with my brother
even
and my father about that.
one thing. Even the Ukrainians themselves, they say that the amount of people like going AO is crazy. It's a crazy amount. So what if you are winning? If you are killing more Russian, why you are abandoning your position?
Yeah, and also the desertion rate, right? The desertion
Yeah,
rate is
AO.
crazy. It's crazy. So if you're winning, you're not gonna desert, right? If you're winning, then you're gonna be like, okay, I'm winning, right? I'm gonna stay here even
Exactly,
if I'm in the
exactly.
back, you know.
So,
But they
so if
don't
you
do
think
that.
like
I
a
mean,
human being,
think about Patrick Lancaster did a story about Ukrainians who deserted and went and joined the Russians and are fighting Ukrainians. I mean, there's any number of red flags.
Yeah, too
yeah,
And
many
you
red
no,
see
but
flags,
also
and that's
civilians
why
attacking the
the
PCC, and that's
propaganda.
fucking funny.
I think the Ukrainians have too good propaganda. That's why they believe in these things. They have too
it
good
hurts them.
propaganda.
It hurts them. I say to
You have
those
the whole
people,
It kills
Western
them. It
world.
kills them.
yeah.
Yeah.
You know that the propaganda and the people, the channels that proliferating those propaganda are killing. Even they doing more harm than Russians, because they maintaining the hope, they maintaining the weapons, and the attrition is going worse and worse, and Russian gaining plus more and more. And when the floodgates are open, like Russian will not even cooperate to have a negotiation until they reach
Yeah.
wherever they want to reach, and then they say, here's our terms. They will not negotiate, they will put their terms.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
the results of those
And and
propaganda.
and and about the propaganda, if you're just looking at the comment section, the pro-Ukrainian sites or channels or whatsoever, it's crazy how many people are waiting that the Russians are going to be there with no troops anymore left. And I'm like, and the thing is that how many times? No, Trump said it, 8,000. That's the number. How long did it take that somebody else gave a number? If you just look at this year on the news, how many troops died in Ukraine on the news? Never. And then you have Trump saying the most stupid numbers. I think he forgot a zero or two, maybe. I 1 0 minimum. I can't
That's the
believe
forbidden thing, right?
that. I can't believe that Russia maybe if the numbers are like because if we advance, you're going to lose a little bit more. But I'm still not believing. But they're going to turn the numbers. So maybe the real number is going to be 80,000 Russians and 118,000 Ukrainians since this year. But they forgot to add the zero and they inversed it because propaganda. So maybe the real number is 80,000 Russians and 118,000 Ukrainians. That is something I'm going to maybe believe with the neutral mindset.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
of course.
That's how propaganda is
In my
working.
mind,
But no,
that's why I said the even 1-to-1 I cannot accept it, because the way as I said before, the way the Russian like go to their routine, I say the morning routine, but the bombardment routine, it will attrition without even getting out one Russian soldier to the trenches. So you are killing multiple enemies without even one soldier out, and then you have the soldiers, and like I cannot even accept the 1-to-1, but
no, but we can agree
that's
maybe
just to
that.
make a case.
Yeah, but we can maybe agree that Russia is losing more tanks because they are using more tanks and they try
They
to
have more
push at
tanks.
these tanks. So the risk to lose it is bigger.
Yeah, and you're
So
attacking,
these
right?
are more correct numbers, but not the number
Yeah,
of
but
people.
they don't have any tanks from 2023 already. Those are not tanks, because they went out of tanks
We,
2023.
we saw the videos in the past of the real where we saw a lot of footage of the trenches, because that is also lost. We don't see it also. And me and Von, we were busy chatting about that, about these videos where you can see a trench from Ukrainians with like a lot of mud, and you can see like 3 layers of fighting. The first layer is underground. You see like one hand poking out of that Ukrainian. Then you saw a second layer of half of a body of Ukrainian, and then you saw the fresh dead. So they didn't even evacuate the dead bodies from weeks, something like that. Me and Van were discussing about that. Like, imagine after the war, if they're going to start to dig a ground to build a new apartment of some day, they're going to find dead bodies from tons. But GoPros, and maybe the SD cards of the GoPros are still going to be working, and they're going to see footage about how bad this was. I don't want to see National Geographic episodes about the warfare in Ukraine and here and 20 years about what everything happened. People are going to be mind blown to say like, We've been fucked by lies as not normal. We can say that the propaganda was big during the First, Second World War, and they were just using newspapers. We are looking on the good channels. We are looking on Telegram. We are looking using the information that DPA gives us. So we're doing our own research. If you have people that just watch
the thing, Lambo,
they just
the thing, Lambo, is that in the future,
Can somebody else fucking go?
Oh, Von, fuck
the thing,
you.
Lambo, is that in the future, when they discover all these bodies, they're gonna realize, they're gonna do DNA tests, and they're gonna discover that they were all Slavs and not of the of the mystical Aryan race that was fighting for Ukraine.
And they're going to
So
see
they were all Russians.
only fans to
all,
find
all the casualties are going to be Russian because they aren't like the mystical Aryans. They're all just Slavs.
Yeah, and
That's true.
on the top of that, right? It's you see some drops of truth sometimes with Western journalists who go actually there, And I posted a video maybe 1 year ago or so from Deutsche Welle DW, who made interview, in Kiev, and asked like people around the city, about the war and stuff like that. And you saw like some old grandma, an old grandpa, and she was saying like she was I feel emotional just to talk about it. You could clearly see that she was really like emotionally taken, but she couldn't say it. But after a while, when the reporter asked another question, she said, yeah, there's so many dead, there's so many dead. And she started to cry because one of her grandkids died, in Bakhmut, back then, So and you can also see, sometimes also the graveyards, with all these flags. It's just it's heartbreaking, it's heartbreaking. It's horrible. When you see that, you just feel sorry for these people because they've been lied to, and they being kept in a fight which they're never gonna win. And it's all honorable to fight for your country, but after a while you need to be reasonable and see what
Upgrade
is the
And
truth,
realistic.
and imagine
I mean, like, if you see this, also this girls, who are in front of the graveyards of the guy who just died, who maybe just been their boyfriend or their husband, and it's horrible, grandmas. I see it. I feel just sorry. I feel sorry.
upgrade. And one thing about this, what's more harrowing is that the image that Ukraine didn't accept even the dead from the Russians. They were forced to accept the dead who
that's a
defended
yeah.
Ukraine. That's even more disgusting to me.
So what is disgusting is with Mr. Lambo, we had the one argument, not argument, but back and forth about the people, the media, who is never showing, these graveyards, they're never showing to the Western audience all these Ukrainian flags with 10 minutes, just, a drone footage of kilometer, of dead people, with all these Ukrainian flags. And it's horrible with their faces and stuff like that. And you see the old grandmas going there. I feel just sick of this shit, man.
It is sick.
That's why it must be finished,
And there is even and the press is not playing it well, because if you're watching a documentary about the attacks of Hamburg during Second World War, or other ones, the cities have been burned down, they clearly said, I visited the museum in Hamburg about that, about these burning bombs. They literally said that people are used to war after a while, and they become lazy. They become used, so they stay in their apartments. Suddenly the air alarm go off. Oh, it's going to be for the airport again. Bam! Drone miscalculated his route and flew into the same apartment where the guys were. That was just saying that. People died for that. It's all the most citizens that died, or like by things like that. Air defense shut down a missile, and the missile dropped on the apartment building, or they just missed target whatsoever, or the building was in its way. But the problem is that these people are still in their apartments. They had the time, normally, enough time to go take shelter. And we are speaking about a country that is built during that was reinforced and built during the USSR, where all apartment buildings had big shelters. Even the metro station of Kiev is more reinforced compared to the classic metro station. But they don't go because you're used to it. So every time you're going to see the news, oh, these poor innocent people died. Of course, you're innocent and poor and it's sad. But the press is never going to say like they are and even not the mayor of the cities are not forcing these people to go to the shelter. It's something that I want to do differently. But if I was the mayor of Kiev, I was going to put pamphlets in the mailboxes and say, please guys, go to the shelter. We are in danger. Or go to family that living somewhere else in Ukraine if you're not allowed to leave it. But people are used to it.
Yeah, but why the hell would you go out on the street? I mean, there's been videos of them going in the bomb shelters with the TCC. I mean, I'll take my chances in my fucking apartment. Like Bagari said, it seems like if you stay in your apartment, that's like the one place they can't touch you yet. So why would you take a chance of going down there and running into TCC on the way there? Because think about it. Those cocksuckers would be standing at the top of the fucking stairs to get in there, grabbing anybody they could grab. They fucking would.
If you have a bunch of men, make a resistance and attack the TCC.
We've been talking about that for like 2 years, and unfortunately, that hasn't happened yet. So
I know
maybe something will eventually give, but you think by now Russia could have slipped a few people in there and just, hey, you want an AK? Go shoot the TCC. Here's a few bucks.
Yeah, I pay you that much money.
Or just do it yourself. I mean, it's not like. I mean, how do you know the guy's a Russian or a Ukrainian, I mean, it's not like they're going to send in some, Dolph Lundgren-looking motherfucker from Spetsnaz to go smoke these dudes. It'll just be some grandma-looking dude. Probably a tranny.
It's very complex.
Probably a transgender in disguise would be the Russians' assassin against the TCC.
And if people also know that you're not allowed as Ukrainian citizens to post videos about bombings and all that shit, everybody knows that. So they're never going to know some truth that's happening. You're not allowed to film things on the street. You're not allowed to filming bombing, attacking, all that stuff. So we are seeing so many things that we don't even see. Like maybe one video that we are seeing of the TCC, like happens 10, 20, 100 times more than what you're really seeing. It already broke my heart to see a guy walking his dog that we don't know the guy. So he maybe is married, has children, been thrown in a van, left the dog behind. The guy didn't have even the time to say goodbye to his family. How are you going to be like that mentally? If you're mentally being put in a van, go to the front line without having the chance to say bye-bye to your family. You already don't want to fight.
That's why Ukrainian. That's why the only way the Ukrainian were positive will have like positive comments when the Russian attacked them, their bureaus. The Ukrainian were cheering them up.
In Kharkiv.
And the other thing too, think about it. They just passed a law in Ukraine where 60-year-olds and older can join. So, yeah, but they're winning. They're not having manpower problems, or they're not having problems finding people to grab off the streets. I mean, they're willing to let. And I mean, think about it. There's probably grandpas like, maybe if I go, my kid won't have to go, or my grandkid won't have to go. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if there's dudes swapping, like, take me and not them. I mean,
such friends.
There might be a few guys that are pissed off and joining because their grandson or son died and they want to get revenge, but I think it's just because they're so desperate.
Super chat. With such friends, US, EU, Great Britain, who needs enemies? Russia. Yeah. By NGS. Long time no see, NGS.
Yeah, actually.
I mean, think about it too. I don't know how it works, but now that it's legal for 60-year-olds to volunteer, maybe that means they can grab 60-year-olds off the street, Yeah.
Volunteer.
Or not.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I mean, did they just expand the pool for abductees?
Ukraine have so no manpower problem to the point where they need special contracts for the 18 years old to the 22, and then they also need to recruit very old people. I mean, like, I have backaches, man. Imagine they get people.
Well, I mean,
they
can't even do that shit right. It's like, oh, we'll give you like 1 million chicken McNuggets if you join the Ukrainian army. It's like, and then you go to Russia. It's like, Russia. They're like, yo, nigga, we'll give you $150,000. Here's an AK. Here's like $3,000 worth of body armor. Here's like top of the line training by this. It's like, they really sell it, and it's like they actually give you stuff. And plus, from what I understand, like a lot of those prepayments and stuff they get to enlist, all that shit's put in their bank account before they even show up for training. So it ain't like, oh yeah, it'll be there on Tuesday. Don't worry, just show up. You don't hear about people getting screwed over about getting paid or getting their bonuses. I mean, I'm sure it happens because it's a huge system, but you don't hear any of the kind of problems you hear with Ukrainians not getting paid or, benefits being withheld like you do in Ukraine, like constantly. And look at all the corruption stuff. I mean, when they have corruption in Russia, the guy kills himself in his car in the parking lot because he's ashamed of it. They don't like pass a law that outlaws.
He know worst will be done to him, so he make it easier for himself.
Yeah, they don't pass a law that outlaws the people that investigate corruption. They take care of the corrupt people. I mean, like I said, I'm sure there's still stuff going on, but it's like
they just arrested some people.
Like you said, they pay people to go fight, and the people are lining up to go fight. They have no problem. I heard still getting 30,000 volunteers on top of whatever else they're getting through the regular army.
Yeah, they're recruiting to 1.5 million standing army, right? So they still need to continue to recruit. So
first upgrade. Sorry, I didn't.
You guys don't understand the Ukrainians. They are just making the 60 years old be more active, so they can regain health. It's just that. I misunderstand them. Okay.
Yeah, when you're running from a drone, that's good for cardio.
I'm trying for you.
Jokes aside, I think also this is also not taught enough or said enough in the Western media. If you had this information actually going out, right, that they're doing this kind of things, maybe also the population will be a little bit more like, do we really need to continue this war when they send 16 to 18 years old, or 60 years old, the population of Europe.
Yeah, they don't really play that up in the mainstream media here.
Exactly,
they don't mention the new changes like the McDonald's offers or the fucking 60-year-olds.
Yeah,
Super chat. Very, very important question. What will break first, the Ukrainian state or its army? Yes.
I think logically it's army first. It's army.
It's quite difficult, right? Zelensky's rule might actually break as well.
The day we're going to see Zelensky going to Europe, the European parliaments and Brussels to ask to all the European leaders to have his refugees back in his country. We know how late it is.
I don't think they will get them back, but
I know, but he's going to ask after nobody anymore.
Yeah, but it's actually a good question because it's quite difficult to say, right? Because the Ukrainian state is, until it's subsidized by the West, it will hold, right? Our Ukrainian army is dependent on the Russian, attritional warfare. So, who's gonna break first? Right? That's the question.
Do you see the MP, ranting at Zelensky in the Ukrainian parliament?
No.
So it is. I saw the video footage. Someone just like it's the MP, then he's like scolding Zelensky or something. So there might be certain cracks starting in the political realm. Von.
Yeah, I was gonna say I would think probably the army, because like Upgrade said, as long as the government supported, even if Zelensky was removed and they got Zaluzny in there, it's still a Western propped up government. They obviously keep the money flowing. So I think it would probably be the army first, just because the Russians have that. That's their thing. They're gonna treat the Ukrainian army the whole way. It doesn't really matter who's in Kiev,
right? Well,
unless the people in Kiev capitulate to Russia, there's. They're just going to focus, I think, on the army.
Yeah, but the state is also very, very fragile. It's not like.
Yeah, I mean, I agree it's fragile, but I think the army's more, maybe not as fragile, but I just think there's areas where they're really vulnerable, and that could cause a bigger, maybe.
The state is run by the NATO.
But I mean, I almost feel like the state could be plug and played. Like if they lose Zelensky, they just put another guy in there, and they can keep supporting Ukraine's government as long
Yeah,
as
like
they
as
oppose
long as
Russia.
you have a functioning army,
But, as long as the government
army,
opposes Russia, that's what we want, and the army can keep trying, but eventually they're going to run out of steam. So I would
no,
assume
but a
the
good
army would go
example is
first.
is, is what happened when Zelensky got in. You know, like he was trying to stop the war, allegedly. You know, going to the front and telling the generals to stop the bombardment of Donetsk, and they would laugh at him. So like, as long as you have a functioning military that has an intention, doesn't matter who is the political figurehead. Like the intention of the military is going to have preponderance over
Yeah, but
over
the
the
majority of the
figurehead,
army
but
is
even more
is
so.
is not nationalist battalions, so I mean they're not as big of a part. I mean, and plus the Russians target those guys more than the regular territorials and the regular army.
Well, yeah, but it's not just the nationalist battalions. It's like the top brass. What is the thinking, the ideology of the top brass? That's a very common issue in South America. Like if you have a government that is in disagreement with the army, bye bye government. You know, like the army is going to win every time, and so that's an issue. And but then on the other hand, you also have the structure of incentives, whereas you get shit tons of money, you know, for your lackeys, for your yes men. You get shit tons of money from the West if you complied. So that structure of like all the ecosystem that is dependent on that stream of resource is hell bent on keeping that stream of resource going. And from the position of Russia, yes, you could definitely decapitate that structure of influence, you know, and cut out, and you can even make a deterrent, like any general or commander or politician that is anti-Russian gets sniped, and people are going to real quick turn pro-Russian. But I don't think that that's in Russia's strategic interest. Like, if you can solve the problem in Ukraine, um, uh, definitely, then the all the resources that are bent over the destruction of Russia and the containment of Russia are just going to be placed elsewhere. They're all going to be directed to another front, and so Russia's probably you know, in its strategic thinking, it's probably considering it more convenient to keep the war going there, you know, and continue to drain NATO and to fracture NATO and put the NATO countries under stress through that war than to give them like the free breathing space to refocus and regroup and direct their energies elsewhere. So I think it's more in that sense than like on a tactical level of how to deal with Ukraine. I think Russia's dealing with NATO right now. That's what their real objective is,
But
and they're
there is
being
like
real chill about it, like
there is
real
like
diplomatic. Like, oh, we don't want to do this. They're just destroying themselves, you know.
yeah.
But
The thing is, Will.i.am said a very cool word about that one. There is a word that he used during his videos, and it's calling Russophrenia. And the meaning is, and he says, like the propaganda, everybody is believing in the Western propaganda is suffering at Russophrenia. And that's the belief or idea that Russia is simultaneously about to collapse and also take over the world. Because that's what you're saying. It's like Russia is losing manpower and power, and they're going not to survive more than 2 years. And then, oh no, we need to prepare because in 7 years' time, they're going to invade Europe. That's not working
yeah,
out. That's not making sense. You know what I mean? And that is what he's calling Russophrenia. And that's making sense. That word
well,
is
yeah, but
making
I'm not saying in the sense of like that Russia's going to take over NATO. I'm talking about that NATO is the strategic, like it's the
yeah,
sworn
but that is
enemy
what
of
you're
Russia.
saying to us.
And so as much as Russia can weaken NATO and fracture NATO, it's better for their own survival long term. As much as they
Yeah,
can
but that
keep
is what
them
that the
bogged down
NATO is
in
making
Ukraine.
us believe. What that the world is not making us believe that Europe need to invest to a new military, bigger military, because they're going to invade us in 7 years' time or something like that. After Ukraine, Poland is going to be in danger. They're going to invade us, and then at the same time you're saying Russia is losing a lot. You're losing all the army. You're losing all the strategic bomber. You're losing everything. Economically, it's going to collapse. But they're still saying that we need to reinforce our army because In a few years' time, they're going to invade us. Hey, come on.
Mr. Lambo, you don't need to think. You need to believe.
No, yeah, but
believe.
there's a strategic line of thinking in which, like, for example, like you have the Sun Tzu Art of War, where it says like all war is deception, right? But to be able to deceive your enemy, you kind of need to know what he thinks, like what is it that he believes, so it's much easier to deceive an enemy if you can convince him of what he already
Understand
thinks.
him.
Yeah, but like if the enemy thinks something, it's much easier to convince them of that and deceive them in that sense. Like they're gonna be much more easily deceived by what they already think than by like changing what they think. So like
yeah, because
if
it's
your
same like
enemy,
2 years ago. 2 years ago, you're saying to us, yeah, Russia using microchips from washing machines and they're using shuffles to buy. Look at now. You see the fucking lies you're telling us, and people are still stepping right in it. Just look at the pro-Ukrainian channels. Just look at the comments.
So what I'm saying is that if your enemy thinks that you're weak and that you can't win the war, and you can keep him thinking that even though you're winning the war, the more the better, you know? Like the more they think that, the more you can deceive them into like not taking the actual actions that might prevent you from winning the war, or from taking as much advantage as you actually want. So like if the West suddenly realizes that Ukraine is fucked and that they have to get a deal, you know, as soon as possible, because if not, it's gonna be worse. You know, then you might be forced into a diplomatic situation in which the West is actually the one that is trying to find peace and you're the belligerent. But if you can continue a very gradual advance and make them keep on thinking that you can't actually win the war, then you can like trick them into following suit, being the belligerents, and you keep your progress as secret as possible, so that when the time comes to make a decisive victory, it's already too late to find a better deal. And that's what I think that is happening right now.
Yeah, there is the thing that I want to discuss also with you guys. Two things. I'm not going to say afraid, because it can happen for everybody. But we had Mission Spider Web 1.1 that destroyed a few strategic planes. How realistic? The first question is how realistic it is that is going to be 2.0. And then after that, I want to discuss about Kherson, because if I need to believe so propaganda, Ukraine is preparing to try to do counteroffensive in the Kherson, and that's why that maybe Russia and like yesterday or 2 days ago they were busy bombing some breaches in Koshova at that river. They blew out some bridges, so things are going to happen there. And as though maybe also my theory is why that Trump is now so aggressive with the deadline also, that they're going to do something. So these two questions I have for you guys. I think we can do very good talking about these two.
I mean, I'll take the second. Like with Kherson, Ukraine's not going on the counteroffensive. They don't have the manpower, the ability to cross the river. The only people crossing the river going into Kherson are the Russians, which could happen at any time because they shape the battlefield. And you see strikes there all the time, so they're always looking for artillery and support.
Because are saying the opposite. That's why I'm saying.
Well, there's areas along there that reportedly can't be supplied by anything but like Baba Yagas, so they're not well supported, and they might be. Who knows? They may have even left by now. So I think there's potential there, but yeah, I don't see the Ukrainians. I mean, not to say they won't try, but I don't see where they would have the capability to even try to cross the river. What was your other question?
Mission Spider Web, like the drone.
They could try, but my understanding was that was done through the cell network, and I'm sure they've fixed that. So, I mean, anything's possible, but I don't see it as likely as right now. Wyatt.
So you know that, like, I think I mentioned this on open mic before. No, if I can do the calculation on the and estimate when the Ukrainian army will lose combat capability. No, that means you have like 50% and below manning for all your units. I'm quite sure the Americans can do it as well. I'm quite sure Pentagon have way more qualified people than me, because honestly I'm not that qualified. No, I worked with in Intel before. I have colleagues that still in the Intel today. I have nothing on them. No, they are professionals. They are doing that all the time. If I can do some basic mathematics, no, with the help of AI, I'm quite sure the Pentagon can do it. They already know what's the reality, and probably this is why Trump is pushing so hard, because he know that if they don't get a deal within this month, there won't be a deal ever again. Because my estimate is that by the end of this month, we'll start to see a massive crack. And we're already seeing the cracks cracking, right? We see the front line cracking. And I think that by the end of this month, we'll start to see the crack really blow up. And then we'll start to see very big front line changes. And when that happens, you know that there's a military solution for the Russians. And already the Russians already know, which is why the Russians don't want to negotiate. I think Trump know. He's just trying to push for Putin to give him some face. I think that's what he's trying to do, but he's not getting what he wants.
And I agree with that, because that kind of goes with my prediction about, let's see where we're at October 31st, when that's probably the end of the good weather, I guess, for any kind of major stuff. And I mean, you figure you got the end of July, it started going. August is probably going to be really bad. Then you got September. I mean, why it's right. I mean, we're all kind of, not all of us, but a lot of us have been thinking, it could get really bad by Indian summer, fall. And then once the winter comes, I mean, once everything freezes up, I'm assuming the Russians will probably start moving around.
Because in my calculation,
you guys do realize that. Sorry. No, I was just going to say real quick to what Wyatt was saying, that like Putin's conditions for negotiation are actually super minimalistic, like compared to what their rate of success is being on the ground. Like they're actually they haven't worsened since when was that?
Well, it's still only 4 oblasts technically.
Yeah, so like,
they always drop back behind the buffer zone up north.
Russia would have to retreat. Like, yeah, Ukraine would have to retreat, but so would Russia. So like the Russians' demands for negotiations are actually super minimalistic. That they're putting out the best possible deal that they can have to like save face for their own people, but they would have to retreat from Kupiansk and from Dnipro. So Putin is sort of like doing the minimum that he needs. He's putting out for a condition the minimum that he needs, but it's also like a face-saving condition for the West as well, like compared to what could be the collapse of the whole project.
And I mean, and you're right about his offers. I mean, every now and then there's stuff like, if you don't give us back the $300 billion, that's a minimum starting point. But I don't know if that's the official line or that's just people saying stuff. But yeah, I mean, it's like right now it's 4 oblasts, and the Russians might even give up the buffer zone and stuff. But it's almost like too, the Russians probably know that they're not going to take it, because think about it. Even if Trump was for the deal, the EU won't be. Even if Zelensky was for it, he can't, because of the forces in his government probably. So, I mean, the Russians can propose these, fairly lenient deals and keep going on the ground knowing that the actual solution is military, but they're never going to accept it anyway. Yeah, they'll just play. Yeah, they've accepted it, and they'll make offers, but I think they understand that, there's always going to be somebody not liking the offer, so they never really have to commit to anything. So they can make these gracious offers. It's like in the U.S. Senate when someone votes no on something because they know it's going to pass, so they can get cover. It's the same thing. They can make these generous offers and look magnanimous, but they know damn well nobody's going to take it, so they could just keep grinding away on the ground and get what they want anyway.
So this is the updated version. I haven't done a video on this yet. This is actually based on Grok 4. So the previous one, the old one that I did, that was based on Grok 3 when Grok 3 launched. So this is Grok 4. I did the same thing, go through all the bullshit, trying to get away from his, biased programming. But so the this is the updated one. The based on the numbers is up until September. That means the previous one I did was around 3 to 6 months, which is actually until August. So this one in this variant, they say is until September. The critical breakdown will be on October, which is exactly when Vaughn said will happen. Total collapse is next year January. That's what they say. But 30% like this is own determination. Like 30 to 50 square kilometers is predicted to be around in October. So he's predicting until September it's still going to be 20 to 30 square kilometers. By January it's going to be 50 to 100 square kilometers per day. So when you 50 to 100 square kilometers is ridiculous. It's you literally can see the map just moving like in World War II.
It's like routing.
Yeah, it's total route.
Yeah,
so
you saw it here first.
So the
On DPA Open Mic. Exclusive.
So this is this. So I haven't done a video on this because it's going to look very similar because it's basically everything in above is just me fighting with the AI until it literally grinds all the information they're supposed to grind to understand. So yeah, the situation is just very similar. It's basically I went through a totally new conversation and we still come back to more or less the same conclusions that the Ukrainians are near its limits. So yeah, but I'm still sticking with the current that next month we'll see something big. If not, then this might be the correct one. That maybe one more month, maybe, because there's a limitation how far the Ukrainians can go. That this is all human life.
Well, I mean, think about it too. Originally, it was 50 days, which would have it takes you to like September 2nd or somewhere around there. And then all of a sudden they changed it to 10 days. Like maybe they saw something too, like you're saying. There's the numbers don't lie. They
calculated and realized that this is like, oh shit, we cannot wait so long,
We don't have 50 days. Yeah, exactly. 50 days, it's too late. Maybe they're like they're good for another 30 days, so we need to try to start.
Yeah, because maybe 50 days they will lose the whole of Pokrov. It's like, how do you negotiate when you lose the whole of Pokrov?
So we can.
I mean, think about it. They've probably done a projection because they know the real numbers and they know where a lot of stuff is. They've probably done a projection like if we don't get something in 50, or if we start in 50 days, this is what the map is likely to look like based on the unit strength and who's getting smoked and moving around and all that. Yeah. I mean, because think about it. They know damn well about the bullshit about meat waves bullshit. They know, they know damn well there's no satellite photos of hundreds of thousands of bodies laying out in open fields, which would indicate a meat wave. I mean, they know the real deal. So that could be entirely possible that they shortened that length of time because they calculated that it's a lot. The Ukrainian army is not going to hold out, and it might not be across the whole front. It might just mean they lose the whole south part area around Pokrovsk. Maybe they get across into Kherson, or maybe they lose Kupiansk. Maybe they expand that buffer zone down towards Volchansk and all that. I mean, there could be a lot of things that they could see happening that we don't know about.
I'm also very curious know what Trump is actually receiving in terms of intel. Did he receive like directly from the Ukrainians, or did Pentagon do their own studies? Like, it's very weird. He fluctuates between numbers and situations quite wildly regarding the Ukraine war situation. It's very hard to tell where
I wonder if he gets like briefings and then he sees stuff on the news.
Yeah,
and then he reacts to that kind of.
Yeah, so it's a bit.
Conclude, Riot, that a counteroffensive of Ukraine is not going to be possible because
they will try. I got a feeling that the Ukrainians will try one last one, but the point is where will they
think
try?
About it, they do confirm that those M1s from Australia got in, so that's like 58 or 59, and they may have one or two of the other M1s left, so that's 60 M1s plus whatever they got left of their Leos and Leopard 1s and Challengers and everything else. I mean, they probably got enough left for one big hoo-ah if they wanted to.
So what will likely happen right now is that the Russians' intel will be on overdrive. They are trying to track the movements of all these tanks, all the artillery pieces, and then try to predict where the Ukrainians will try to do an offensive. And then they will drive a lot of Lancets into that direction to wait for them to come. And the moment the tanks move out, they're going to get struck by lenses. So, and then the lenses nowadays have ridiculous range as well. And also, yeah, it's not like they can hide for too
Yeah,
long.
even if you try to
Why?
assemble, like,
Excuse me.
if you try to
Excuse
hide
me.
like 30 or 40 kilometers in the rear and assemble and then drive, I mean, they're going to hit you all the way there.
Excuse me, White and Von. Some people, I sometimes I do the mistake to see the chat, and some people are thick-headed. They don't understand attrition. So how can I explain attrition? It's okay.
Brainwashed.
It's their brain. But imagine
Sorry to
if
say that, but
I
guys-
run 200 meter in 20 seconds. So if we calculate that, then I will win the marathon. I will break all the records in a marathon. Attrition is a process. It's like bankruptcy. It's go and accumulate, then you will go bankrupt. It's a process. It's like the fatigue. How people can understand these things, I don't understand.
Like in business where they lose money, but they continue operating, they're actually losing money all the way. Then one day they cannot service the debt, they bankrupt. Then suddenly there's a massive collapse.
You don't go to a casino and spend all the money 1 second and you go. No, you spend more and more and more until you out of all your money and you go to debt.
Yeah,
that's how you lose money.
That's a good example. Going casino is a very attritional thing to do.
Yeah. So people who think like they can win a marathon and get the record because they run 200 meter and they can calculate that.
Yeah, it's
good luck.
It's a bit like in 2022, the Russians suddenly slow down a lot. They realize that they're not going to win in the sprint, so they slow down a lot. Then the Ukrainian runner just run very far away. They think that he's winning, Then after that, he start to tire, and the Russians start to take over. Something like this. Super chat by NGS. Another good question. How will the West react to a Ukrainian breakdown? I will imagine the military breakdown, right? So, oh my God, I have no idea, man. This is going to be so tasty in terms of all the coke and the tears.
They will say it's Trump's fault, of course. They will say it's
100%.
Yeah,
I mean, like I said, like
Trump ate it.
He deserves it, and he deserves it because
like
he deserves it.
Like for the United States, I think the only win spin they can get out of it is if they get a bunch of money out of the deal, like with Russia and trade agreements or joint ventures on energy, and they get back enough money that covers what they spent on Ukraine. Then he can say, I got reimbursed. But the problem is the map's not going to lie. The final map's not going to lie. So, I mean, like I said, he's going to be fucked. Like I said, the only thing he can show maybe is a bag of money, and that'll be his. People might give him some slack on that. But
So
we discussed this, right?
I think they will blame him.
I'm going to add on Nika. People are going to blame Trump, but Trump is going to blame Biden and everybody that was involved in the era of 2022.
That's when.
And he's going to be right in that.
No. That's
yes,
at
because
first.
they fucked the negotiations.
No. Listen to me. That's at first. He can blame Biden. Now it's 7 months, I think, or 6 months, and he turned he did the same things that Sleepy Joe's doing. He's threatening Russia to get Ukraine a safe win. He's doing the same thing as Sleepy Joe.
Yeah, but the problem is how can you actually Zelensky is to blame because from day one.
But you see,
of course.
But Trump is the one that owns
it. Doesn't really
it.
matter who's to blame. I mean, Zelensky's going to be a scapegoat because he's on the losing side. They're going to blame Trump because it's politically feasible to blame Trump. Plus, he's leaving, so who cares?
Plus,
like I said, maybe he has a bag of money. He can say, "Hey, I got the money back."
Von.
But everybody's going to know the map don't lie. Everybody's going to know who won the war and who lost.
Von, forget if you like Trump or not. Trump, who's supporting now? Who's trying to push to win? He's pushing for the Ukrainian to have a good deal. That's the reality. Who's threatening? Trump is threatening who? Threatening Russia.
Yeah, I agree with all that. I'm just saying there's no win to come out of it. I mean, it's going to be settled militarily, and
I said
there's nothing that Trump can do about it.
Because the reality is that we had this discussion when Trump first took over, and then he had this breakdown of relationship with Zelensky,
Yeah.
right?
No,
and
but
then we already discussed this. We say that it's either the Trump basically cut Zelensky off and basically don't own the conflict at all, let Ukraine die, and let the Europeans take over the whole thing, or he will take ownership of the thing. The problem now is that through these months of developments, Trump
played
have
him.
take ownership of this Ukraine war. So when Ukraine war fails, it's going to be Trump's fault
Yeah,
because
but,
he took ownership of it.
Did you remember what I said in the first month that he took the presidency? I said if he say this is not my war, this is Russia and Ukraine, negotiate together, and I will support whatever the negotiation happen. And I'm out of it. I didn't start the war. I will not continue it. And European, if you want to support each party, you go. No one will blame him.
Exactly.
No one will blame
but
him.
he owned it.
Why not blaming
He
Europe?
He went in the trap. He went in their trap. That's the issue. He went in their trap. It's his
Why
fault.
not blaming Europe? Because Europe was like, oh, we need to send more weapons.
Oh,
We need
Europe
to
is
send-
100% to blame. But the thing is, the United States don't have to be in this thing. You see, he can say
They
that
have
this
the
Biden's
choice.
thing, this Biden's war is not my problem. I'm out. I'm cutting you off. If you want arms, you buy from me. I will sell you. But no, it's not my war. I'm not going to get involved. I'm not going to
Exactly.
give you grants and everything. But now he's get into it. He's threatening
Russia,
partners. Yeah.
China, India. He's threatening everything. He's pushing so far.
He's
and-
the only one
and I-
that
and I
wants
say-
to try to find a way to end it. So negotiations didn't work because
And I
nobody
say
wants
that this
to
is-
think of what Russia is acting.
And I say that this is very bad because he's disrupting his trade war plans. Because he's now reforming the whole global economic system, right? To still centric on United States, but in a totally in a slightly different system where everybody pays tributes to United States. He's building this system, and India is already on board. China is already wobbling. But now he for the sake of Ukraine, he's destroying this grand plan. This plan is way bigger and more important than Ukraine. But he's destroying it.
Focus on making benefits of it.
So
Not making loss.
and pushing India away is a very bad thing because India is one of the giant country that you need to be part of because India will help to bring Russia onto your side.
It's like I said the other night. It's like his foreign policy is different, but it's kind of the status quo with just some different changes on it and some different things going on than normal. But he is getting sucked back into some of the neoconish shit. And I mean, you got to look at it though. I mean, how many of those people are everywhere, and how much influence is on him. I mean, I'm not giving him any excuses because he's the final decision maker. But I mean, he's definitely fallen into the trap because it's like, look, dude, you're not getting what you want, and I mean, by now you should have got legit intelligence about what's going on. I mean, I understand if Biden was president, you were getting fed bullshit because you don't have any way to know. But now he knows everything. He knows how it is on the ground. He knows the realities. He knows what kind of realistic chance he has to make a deal, and he knows what he's got to give up to make a deal, and he doesn't want to do it.
A small thing, White. A small thing. A small thing. Just everyone telling me he's cleaning the back rooms and he's cleaning the all his surrounding and he vetted everyone. He's throwing all the.
Yeah, he's trying, dude. It's not 100% successful. There's obviously still people there. I mean, everyone knows that. I mean, he's fighting an uphill battle. I mean, it's an ongoing. He's got to fight with Russia and China and everybody else with these trade wars. He's got to fight his own party. He's got to fight deep state.
He got
a bag of garbage,
And the thing is, he can still wipe out all these people and still have the same national interest. Like, it's still like supporting Israel is still a valuable or a vital national interest in his point of view. Supporting Ukraine might be a developing thing that he realized that he cannot just let Ukraine die because of maybe there's a huge loss of either prestige, money, and whatnot. He can still make the same decisions without the deep state's interference. That is still a possibility. Because it's not impossible. The super chat, they will have us pay more MIC, NGS,
American and
to
European,
copy.
100%.
I don't know what is the first word. They speak in alien language. That's not a word, man. SAERIOST. This serious.
Serious.
Yeah, I actually forgot my initial point. My finger was trying to talk about something else, but I forgot. Yeah.
Yeah, it's fucked up. I think.
Oh yeah, I remember. So let me before I forget. A few months ago, I did do a secret briefing for the Patreon members only. And I think I may mention the same thing as well on the open mic before. A few months ago, I did say that Trump is doing too many things at one time. He's trying to go in all directions at once, and it is overwhelming because some of these are contradicting, and now we are seeing the effect where he's trying to do the trade war thing, but he's also trying to do the Ukraine war thing, and then you can't possibly have both sides a win because you cannot say you cannot get India to do a deal, and then at the same time you punish them and try to disrupt their economy just to save Ukraine, which Ukraine doesn't worth that much as compared to India. India is more valuable. Geopolitically speaking, it's way more important because China is the real threat. It's not Russia, So this is this management, when he's trying to go in all directions, this is the danger, where he's and the thing is that tweet against India is really unnecessary. Like he just attacked India. It's like India don't like to be insulted. It's an Asian thing. When you do this kind of thing, yeah, you gotta like what Desi said earlier just now, right? It damages a lot of the goodwill, and yeah, there's nothing. It's very hard now.
You remember when I said before the most terrible thing that he did? He's attacking his allies, because why you attack like your own neighbors and allies, and then you are attacking your enemies, and then you attacking everyone.
You can attack. No, you can attack your puppets. You can attack your subordinates, like Canada, the European Unions, maybe Germany, but you cannot attack India. India is not your subordinate.
Yeah. But that if you attack your allies, what India will say about you, what the others will say about you, those are his allies, and he's doing this to them. But
the thing is, we do not know what's happening with the allies, behind the scene, right? Maybe the allies are doing a lot of things against the United States, but Trump is seeing and he's unhappy.
Come on.
So that's which is actually not wrong.
You are telling me Canada is doing bad things to USA.
No, not bad thing. It's not bad thing. It's in terms of the way how the trade works and everything, right? There's a severe trade imbalance. All these things is basically extracting wealth from the United States. So Trump don't like it. I'm not saying that it's right or wrong. Trade is trade, but the thing is, Trump don't like it. So that's the thing. That's why. But the thing is, India is not a subordinate nation to United States. It's not like India is not Canada, or it's not
the
Germany.
biggest thing about India also about the military is that they have not a lot of own production, so they are buying from other countries. And in that one, United States is going to lose a lot of money because India is going to 100% buying for Russia.
Yeah, because India already not buying much of America.
I sold my
so Trump was very happy when they made the deal, right? To open up the market to sell more US arms. Suddenly they're like, okay, we don't buy.
They buy from French. They bought French Rafales. They bought Russian armory. They buy from everyone. It's a good strategy to be like independent, and they trade with everyone. They don't have like a lot. You know that the most important thing for them is not like actual trade, is the people who are outside who send the money. That's their one of the biggest like income. It's enormous amounts. I forget the number, but it's a big number.
Trump's blunder was hiring of Keith Kellogg. This is the negotiator, right? Keith Kellogg.
By the way,
I forgot.
Trump blunder is his own brain, man.
And by the way,
so he's the diplomat.
After the probably for the super chat, Trump's blunder was the hiring of Keith Kellogg.
Maybe. Yeah, Keith Kellogg is the special envoy for Ukraine. So
I just want to go 2 minutes off topic with the chat.
The fucking super chat.
Yeah, we just
I read it. We read it already.
Himself.
Yeah, you're fine behind.
Grey Fox is here before.
Today.
Grey Fox is here before.
2 minutes off topic of the chat. I think you didn't notice that we had no new guys today. Where are the new members of DPA today? Every week we have a new member, minimum one. Where are you guys? So please, somebody of the chat, join us, and then you're going to have the whole world of DPA opens for you. It's free.
Show yourself.
and
Show yourself.
show yourself and show
Reminds me of the Frozen
knowledge
song, Frozen
about-
2 song.
and discuss with them and show maybe your knowledge about the situation. Maybe you can educate us also. So why not? So please.
Yeah, so I think, Wyatt, that
Show your
there you have
membership.
a good example of because you
You're
see when
shy.
people when people talk about the deep state, they it sounds like they're talking about someone, but it's not necessarily someone. It's more like the continuation of policy. It might be someone, but it's more like an idea.
It's an
that, you know.
institution within the institution.
Yeah, exactly. So that institution is a project, or it has a purpose. And so when you see that Trump contradicts his own intentions, his own ideas, his own plan, his own policy, to continue this thing that has been going on from this institution inside the institution, then you see who's winning the war against the deep state. Go on, Silver Fox. Good to see you.
It may be not a good
Gray or
thing
silver?
that deep state is
Clarify your
moving.
color. No, clarify your color. No. Is it gray or silver?
Gray Fox from Metal Gear.
Oh, knew it.
Yeah. To add to the deep state, it's once Putin was asked, he was like, whether it was before Trump or before Biden, he said, do you expect any progress? He said it only takes a matter of time before men in black suits come and everything becomes the same. He calls the men in black suits.
The men in black. But they have blue ties or black ties. They don't have red ties like Putin. And yeah, they come in and they tell the president how it's actually done. Okay, here's the deal. This is what you have to do. And yeah, Putin spelled it out pretty clearly, and we can see that happening time after time. Like, remember Obama, how he was gonna be the president of peace, how he was like the prince, the promised prince that's gonna bring forth the new world of peace and harmony and coexistence.
But his
Fuck that
husband
shit,
is
man.
killed. Yeah.
And that happens to everyone. Like, so that tells you kind of like what you're against and what is actually the role of the president. There you can see pretty clearly
Well, the best example of that was, I believe, Putin indicated to Clinton that he wanted to join NATO, and they discussed it, and I guess Clinton was on board with the idea and liked it, but then the guys in suits came in and told him, no, this is how it has to be, and can't do that. So that's where that was one of the examples he gave when he was talking about that. It's like, it doesn't really matter what the president and me talk about. There's always someone that comes in and, corrects the president or updates him or gives him more back. There's it's nothing doesn't get like filtered.
Yeah, it's deep state steals rules. I don't think that Trump did the decision by himself, saying like, we're going to continue the war, blah blah blah. I think he really wanted to stop it, but the deep state said, not going to happen, my guy.
Well, I mean, think about it. They were talking about these mineral deals and stuff, and it kind of makes sense what Wyatt was saying. Maybe they're seeing these casualty reports and they're way worse than they are, and these units' strength are going down, and they know they only have realistically, because they got supercomputers and shit. They can war game this shit out with the exact numbers and positions and everything. And they might have figured, 50 days is too long. We really only got 30, so we better start trying to negotiate in the next 10. And the fact that in 50 days they might lose more of these sites that they were trying to, monetize. Like, they made a big deal about that one that they signed a deal for. Then they showed the Russians raising a flag on it. Like, well, that one's gone. So it could be that too. There could be people in the administration, not Trump necessarily, that are panicking because, like Lindsey Graham, because he's obsessed with the $10 to $15 trillion in minerals that supposedly exist in Ukraine. Guys like him might be panicking because in 50 days, it might only be $9 trillion left, or something like that.
And
I mean, there could be a lot of that too, where they're just panicking on how much they're going to lose. Because I mean, Grok's not the end all be all, but even Grok is seeing that over the next month or two, things are going to get pretty fucking bad, and that falls within the 50 days.
I have to say, you need to massage it a lot, to if you just ask it just one question, you're gonna say Ukraine is winning. So just have to say you have to like work with it. It's like a calculator, Great Fox.
You have to hammer him against the wall of facts. You have to.
Your name is not Great Fox, Gabriel. Jesus.
Yeah. So I just wanted to add the thing about what surprises me is most of the mines in Ukraine are in eastern Ukraine. In Russian, we call them shakchori. Where are the Americans going to get the mines? They signed a deal. Where are they going to get them from? When most of eastern Ukraine is under Russian control.
Maybe
yeah, that's so dumb.
Maybe
that's so over.
I don't know.
It's so fucking over. I mean, I'm sure there's.
Think about it. Originally, they thought Ukraine was going to push Russia back into Russia, and they would have gotten all of the Donbass, so they would have been controlling a lot more than they are. I mean, think about it. That was probably one of the ways they sold the war to certain people was like, oh, once we kick Russia out, dude, there's $10 to $15 trillion worth of minerals and oil and gas, plus transit rights, ports. I mean, they probably had all kinds of freaking golden eggs in their eyes, counting their chickens before they hatched. And now some of those people are probably panicking because, I mean, think about how much they may have invested. And now they're watching every day, another 20 or 50 kilometers disappear. And some days those are actually important things that disappear, like that mine or other sites or reserves or known locations. I mean, some of the areas haven't been exploited, but, if Russia's sitting on them, then they're gone. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's some of it is the financial stuff and the loss of territory.
Yeah, but what is surprising is that Trump is like willing and ready to sacrifice his entire project, to save Lindsey Graham's ass. It's pretty extraordinary.
I don't think he's doing it to save Lindsey Graham's ass. I mean, maybe Trump's Achilles tendon is the pride, like he can't lose. So he's trying to do a bunch of shit right now, see if he can pull a win out.
Yeah, but what's
he can claim as a win?
What do you think is
because every great person, if Achilles was a great warrior, do you remember him because he's a great warrior, or do you remember because of his great weakness?
Oh, I remember him because he was flaming and plowing through the forces of Troy. Rivers of blood flowed from underneath his feet and his sword.
Yeah, but I mean, is that why you remember him, or do you remember him because his ankles were weak?
Yeah, I remember him by ankle
because you have this other guy, I can't remember his name, and it's funny because I can't remember his name. I think it was Melquiades or something like that, and he was a fucking awesome warrior in the Trojan War, and he even wounds Ares. Like Ares comes down to help the Trojans, and this guy stabs Ares with his spear, and at some point he's gonna kill a Trojan hero, and Aphrodite comes down to save him, and he also like cuts Aphrodite. So like he actually wounds two gods, and nobody remembers him because he had no Achilles heel. Like he had no weakness, so nobody remembers him. Like he was arguably a stronger warrior than Achilles, but still no one remembers him.
And it's actually, they say it's the victors that write history, because that's how it does. A lot of things we don't know in history because it comes from the losing side, but it's the victors that write history, and they write it the way they wish.
Well, yeah, but you also have times in which the losers write it. So sometimes the victors write the history, but sometimes the losers write the history. And which one is right? You know, like they're both equally biased. The victors are going to be like, "Oh, we were the good guys and we destroyed the
Well, I mean,
evil ones."
nowadays you can cross-reference like personal accounts, maps, and videos, and I mean, even in World War II, I mean, you can do some pretty heavy-duty research and verify what happened to a certain degree. Because I mean, there's going to be personal accounts, and I mean, granted, there's plenty of room for guys to lie and say, "Oh, you know, we never shot any POWs. We gave them cigarettes and played cards." And you know,
Yeah.
but everybody
Real
else is like,
puppies.
"Fuck yeah, we shot those motherfuckers. Fuck them." You know, there's, you know, I mean, they'll figure it out. I mean, because especially nowadays, you've got so much alternative media and alternative sources. I mean, you know, like everybody, oh, Ukraine's winning. It's like, well, you know, the map don't lie, the videos don't say something else, the TCC snatch and grab say something else. You know, 60-year-old, you know, volunteers being allowed. I mean, you can kind of tell who's doing what and what's going on if you just dig a little bit. It's not hard. That's why it's ridiculous when you hear Trump and these other people make these weird pronouncements about Ukraine, and you're like, that's not what's happening. That didn't happen, or that's not going to happen, or that's a stupid idea. You know, why would you do that? Haven't you learned from, you know, like Krinky or whatever? Just pick one. You know, they haven't learned their lesson. I mean, it seems like it. I mean, you supposed to got all these new young hot shots, but kind of seems like they're starting to talk the same tune, or they're just not being aggressive enough in, you know, asserting the position of not supporting the war as much. Like, I don't know, are they gun shy? Because you seem like J.D. Vance and Tulsi Gabbard and all them would be in there going, look, dude, this is a lost cause. You know, how can we wind down without it looking like we ran away? And I don't know if they're even doing that.
You know. Gray Fox. You want to say something? No. No, you are muted though. You're still muted. Oh, you're still muted.
Yeah. So yeah, I think the Americans have dug themselves in such a great hole. They don't know how to proceed.
Anyway, there was a news. Poland signed a 6.7 billion deal with South Korea again to buy more K2 tanks, another 180 tanks. So once they are delivered in 2030, which the South Koreans are going to deliver because they are very, you know, efficient, not like any other countries. So once they deliver the 180 tanks, Poland will have more tanks than Germany, France, and UK and Italy combined. This is something that I mentioned before. Like, Poland is the only country that actually is militarizing sufficiently to actually fight with Russia, and yeah, they're gonna have so much tanks that I think they can. Their military is gonna run over the Western Europe and conquer and create the great Polish Empire.
Greater Poland.
Yeah, Greater Poland. You know, the Great Fox.
Yeah, Poland. We as the Russians fought Poland so many times, and they always fight over Ukraine. The Dnieper River is the one that divides the front line. The western part is Polish. The eastern part is Russian. They're very militaristic also. Apart from Turkey, also Russians had fought the Turkey so many times, and one of my favorite victories was when Katerina the Great won Kiev. He won against the Ottomans. So the Polish now are militarizing, and the Russians are saying that. They're like, okay, now we have a potential war coming up.
So the super chat, will Russia cross the Dnieper? If yes, when and where? I mean, this one is difficult, right? I think for my own prediction is that it's always until the Ukrainians start to collapse in the other front line first. because once the other sides start to collapse, there is no way they can defend Kherson, and then they would start to cross. This is what I think. There's Vaughn.
Yeah, I mean, I think they can cross at any time up until the point the weather gets bad. It just depends on how that side of the battlefield is shaped. I mean, they're always hitting stuff there, so who knows? I mean, obviously, if they were going to cross, you'd see an uptick in strikes in a particular area, probably, especially against artillery or supplies and stuff like that, or troop concentration. But yeah, I mean, you know, like I said, let's see where we're at in October. I figure by October the weather's going to change, and you're not going to be doing a whole lot of stuff until it gets cold and freezes again. So I would say up until October, or the weather's good, there's a chance they might. It just depends on what's going on the other side and how attrited those forces are, and how many guys have been moved out and sent somewhere else. How many, you know, I mean, there's a lot of factors to take in. I mean, it's definitely an option. I just don't know if the Russians feel that they're ready to do it yet. But once the collapse starts, for sure, I mean, you know, once they know for sure everybody's routed and stuff, I bet you'll see all kinds of crazy stuff, crossings, air assaults.
Yeah, you're gonna see snow bikes, you know, dashing
I mean, you
through
might
the
even,
Dnipro River.
if
You're
they
gonna
can
see
block.
fab bombs. You're gonna see fab bombs, but with paratroopers flying in the fab bomb.
You might. I mean, if it's bad enough, you could even see them maybe do a show amphibious landing near Odessa or something. I mean, like I said, it just depends on how thick the Ukrainians are on the other side. And I'd say if they haven't, since they haven't gone yet, I feel like they don't feel the time's ready. And because I mean, they got enough troops to do it. It's just when they want to do it.
You guys, 1 second, Mr. Lampo, just a quick thing. You forget, guys, that they can enter from Belarus, always, from the north. That's a possibility too. They don't need to cross any river over there.
And there is a troop simulation there, but there is here in the cool message I posted on the WhatsApp group on DD Geopolitics said nearly 400,000 Ukrainian soldiers have deserted. Ukrainian MP Anna Skorokot has admitted on air that the number of Ukrainian servicemen who walked away from the front, classified as self-authorized leave, has reached 400,000. Here come the best. These are overall figures. Many do return, she said. But many never will. And that's our principle. These are men who volunteered, who fought for 3 years, who be worked to the bone without seeing their families, and now they are being treated like animals. That attitude, you return only after victory, only worsen the situation. They have the right to go home to their children, their wives, and resume normal life. That's one of the main reasons behind the mass desertion. So Croak explained, do you believe that shit? The 400,000, I believe, and can be even more, but I don't believe they say, oh yeah, but you can return. I think TCC going also after a lot of these guys that returned and they don't want to go back. I think the TCC is not only going to people without a military pass. I think the TCC is going to like, you've been called. We are having your name on the list that you need to return. Where are you? So you need to go back. I think a lot of these people that have been thrown in the vans, or also people in rest, or that stopped being military because they said like, I don't want to die. I thought I did my best. We're going to lose.
I would imagine they're probably not getting a lot of these guys because they're veterans. They probably know to hide, and they're probably armed because they've been on the battlefield for 3 years. So, I mean, they're probably not. They're probably not exposed. They're probably not really trying to expose themselves to the TCC if they were actually doing that.
Yeah, Bugatti has talked about that like people do that, like they desert from the front, and then they're safe because their military papers are in order. Like they already have their recruitment certificate, so like they when they desert from the front, and some people even do that, like they go to the recruitment, they go to the front, and then they come back. So like no one can bother them. That's something that Bugatti was talking about.
But she just said that normally you need to go there until the war is ending. You need to be in active service until you sign for that. I needed to sign for that. They made you sign it for that.
I guess the thing is that the TCC doesn't deal with, it's not military police, so it doesn't deal with deserters. It just deals with recruitment. So you still get the TCC off your back. Now I'm sure military police can go get you, but you need to, like, your officer to report your absence and stuff like that. So it's probably safer to be a deserter than just to be a random Ukrainian, at least according to Bigari.
Yeah.
Grey Fox.
Odi's not there today because it was a
Yeah,
question.
I saw a message on chat. Somebody mentioned the Russians are not in control of Black Sea, and it's true. The Ukrainians are harassing them a lot. That's why they moved their flotilla, the navy, from Sevastopol, Crimea, to somewhere else. You know, when they sunk the Moskva, it came as a surprise. It's like, okay, yeah, and so for me, I see they would not do amphibian landing on Odessa because it's just going to cost.
Oh, they're going to walk in. They're
Yeah.
going to end by walk-in in Odessa.
Yeah, I mean, my theory is that they'll cross Kherson into Kherson at some point when the resistance is minimal and it's pretty much guaranteed they're going to cross in force, and then basically they're just going to attrit and wait until it gets to the point where they can start driving around. I assume when it gets to the point where they can start just driving in, because I agree. Why would you do an amphibious assault against Odessa when you can just grind out the Ukrainian land forces and at some point probably drive into Odessa with little or no,
resistance.
Resistance.
Exactly.
I mean, maybe
that's my point, right?
Maybe there's a random Nazi that's going to take pot shots at you or something like that. But I mean,
because the main reason
is
amphibious operation is just so dangerous. Like you
I
can
mean,
get cut off.
like I
you
said,
lose a lot of men.
If Ukrainian is that bad off, like there's no one left in the city, maybe they would do one for a show just to rub it in the West's face on the media. But I don't think they would risk it because, I mean, seriously, it's like there's so many places that I've been watching where they could cross probably in force once the conditions are right. And then they can go towards Kryvyi Rih, above Mykolaiv, and then just come down whenever it's convenient. And, there's no rush. I mean, they're going to get it. Either you're going to give it to them in a negotiation or they're going to take it. So they probably calculated they're going to just take it.
It's where the media gets it wrong. They feel like the Russians have a timetable, fixed timetable. Even General Milley, he was the one who started the rumor that the Russians are going to capture Ukraine in 3 days. But the Russians were like, no, maybe 2 weeks, but we're not even planning to. We take our own timetable and we know when we're going to end this war. So don't rush us, please.
Yeah, I think like when you see the breakdown start where they're going to just start doing what they want. I mean, you remember what the map looked back like during the invasion when they were going down every road.
Yeah.
And it looked like the Russians were spider webbing out. I think that's what you'll see when the breakdown starts is you'll have these big, hubs where the Russians are. Then you'll just see them just start figuring out where the roads are open, nobody's at, and then you'll just start seeing them spider web out. I mean, obviously they're going to have to go slow and watch out for ambushes and demine shit and all that. But I mean, really, at some point, there's not going to be anybody left to do that. And I think about it, the good troops that are good at booby traps and delaying and stuff, they're going to get less and less. These conscript guys that get grabbed on the street, maybe they can rig up a tripwire with a hand grenade or something like that, but they're not going to be blowing up bridges and fighting a rear guard action or anything like that, or leaving a bunch of nasty surprises because they're not skilled enough to do it, and they're not probably in the moral state of mind to stand and fight like that anyway. So I mean, like we were saying, I mean, just in the next couple of months, I would expect that to start showing up. I mean, just get really bad. I don't see anything the United States can do that would change that. I mean, what are you going to do? Shoot cruise missiles at Russia to try and get them to stop kicking ass in Ukraine.
You know, Trump wanted to send tomahawks, and somebody stopped him, and he sent a different kind of missiles. If you follow Alexander Mercuris, he mentioned this. Somebody
No,
said,
it was
no,
an
this is a red
article.
line.
It was an article in Politico, I think, that
Mm.
said that like someone had insider knowledge that Trump was thinking about sending tomahawks, and he was told that it was a bad idea, so they sent like JSAMs or something. Anyway,
Yeah, they
Yeah,
said something.
they sent the JSOWs, and the thing is Trump might have not ever been considering that. Might have just been somebody suggested it to Trump, and then they announced, oh, you know, we told Trump he should send cruise missiles, but you know they reworded it a little bit. I mean, because it sounded like it might happen, then all of a sudden it died out pretty quick. So I think it was just a suggestion or something, and then nobody took it because
It actually
obviously
started
Russia
in
told them what
Biden's
would
era.
happen.
It actually started in Biden's era. Trump was supposed to follow through, but he said, "Okay." He was warned, don't send this because you are actually going to cross the red line right now, and he backed down.
yeah, I mean, like
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, just real quick, that makes sense because Biden was way more escalatory, especially towards the end. I mean, not Biden, but whoever was running Biden, they were pretty off the hook there for a while. I mean, it was no joke when we started saying, "Hey, make sure you go check out Wyatt's World War III, you know, stream." So yeah, but I mean, there's been numerous times where they threaten to send these more advanced systems into Ukraine, and then somebody talks them out of it. But I really don't know what they could do without escalating dangerously.
I want to ask back the question about Poland. What do you guys think Poland is trying to do? This is the old Poland Empire, Poland, Lithuania, Commonwealth. So they actually have a big chunk of Ukraine long time ago, like half of Ukraine, almost reaching Kharkiv. So and then they have Belarus, part of Russia, and then of course almost the entire Baltics. Yeah, so I mean, this is of course, it's not necessarily that they were going to go back to get this. I mean, they don't really own all of it. It's Lithuania and stuff, but yeah, but they're buying way too many tanks to be natural. They're not normal now. They're absolutely not normal now. There's way too many weaponries.
Maybe there's a back deal with the Russians.
But what would be the plan? What would be the plan? If you're Poland, why are you building so much? They're also not playing ball with EU. They're not taking the migrants, the illegal, the foreign migrants, and then they are securing the borders.
Can I jump and say something? Like I said, the Russians and the Polish were fighting over Ukraine. In Russian, we call it Ukraina, and it literally translates borderland because there was no country there. And the Russians and the Polish were clashing in just around Dnieper River. And if you look at the names, the Russians called Kharkov, the Ukrainians called Kharkiv. Lviv is Polish word, Lvov is Russian word. So now they're militarizing themselves. They've been militarizing for years, at least 10 years, at least 20 years. Now they have patriots, they have
crazy. You're crazy.
Hmm?
They
they have everything.
They have everything. Is fucking crazy.
They bought patriots. They're buying tanks. They're buying the K2, like Yat said, and they're buying all these the toys that Ukraine has, like the long range with 300 to 500 kilometer range. And we know it happened in 1939. 1939, when we know the Germans were mobilizing, it took several years, and you're actually seeing them. They're already almost singing war chants. They're like, okay, Yeah, we have an enemy at the gates now. Yeah.
Personally, I don't think they will it's intended toward Russia. I hope they're not crazy enough to do it because sorry guys, I don't think they are crazy enough. I hope they are not crazy enough as the European to provoke or to engage with the Russians. I think maybe they are aware that America is going away from European Europe, and they are prepared for whatever reason. Maybe the German will go crazy. Maybe so it's a protection. It's a normal thing to do. You need to have a strong military as any country. That's not normal to be a big country without a good military. And there's the possibility if the opportunity come to take a little pie of the Ukrainian pie, why not? It's a good thing. They are the people there are like, I think, ethnically Polish, so why not? If they can increase their land a bit, I think that's there are the reasons.
Yeah.
Upgrade is distracting me, Wyatt.
Sorry, what?
Upgrade is distracting me. I can't listen to Nika because Upgrade is busy chatting on WhatsApp. You see, guys in the chat, we are busy communicating and making fun and
Upgrade is
sending pictures of puppies and cats. Things
Yeah,
like
you guys don't want to know what we are doing in the WhatsApp right now. No, we are sharing anime girls, battleship anime girls to each other.
Yeah, you all
not
need
true.
to know
That's
the
not
secret
true.
if you
That's
join.
That is
haram.
fake news.
Please.
That's haram. That's haram. That's not true.
Yeah, that's fake news. No, it's fake news. We didn't do that. Totally, we did not do that. No.
You're angels. You're angels.
Yeah,
Guys, also be careful about the AI videos. The AI is going so
Dangerously
realistic that you might be be
Yeah.
told something untrue.
I'm because my other profession is in graphic design. I deal with graphics, animation. I this is what I studied in the past. Like I can tell you, we are slowly reaching the point where even as a professional, I cannot tell if it's a real or not. Like sometimes the only way to identify that video is AI created is because it's too perfect. No, it's crazy, it's too perfect that it can't possibly be real life. So we are reaching a point where I think within the next 1 or 2, I think in the next 6 months to 1 year, I think even professional will start to struggle very hard to see like whether this is an AI video or not, because the AI video is already so good right now, and that is like 6 months ago is not even this case. 1 year ago is like it's not even close.
It's accelerating exponentially. It's
Yeah,
becoming so good so fast.
Yeah, so it's like people are now creating social media accounts to earn money by posing as pretty girls, and then now you have the technology to animate the image into a moving image. So last time is that you need to put videos, then people believe that it's a real person. Now the videos are also fake. It's like it's getting worse. I hear some background sound.
Answer me.
Ask me. Oh fuck! You distract me again via WhatsApp.
You motherfucker! You don't even pay attention.
I was busy looking my Azure lane on my game.
I do have to hop off because I gotta go put some.
Do you want to do closing?
Brakes on the car. Yeah,
since we are 5 hour mark, we can actually do closing. I think we are running out of topics to talk about. Like we don't give a fuck about the rest of the world.
We can't speak so much, but we need to have super chats and good questions. But I think I'm going to take your theory about the collapsing of Ukraine, but Pokrov's is first the one that we need to see fall. Just if you're already fell. Pokrov's is next one. But you weren't there, Vaughn, about when we were busy talking about Pokrovsk. He
He froze. Vaughn is froze.
That's sad.
Vaughn was the first one to speak about Pokrovsk. I
Mhm.
remember it was a couple years back. He said, "Yeah, everything is gonna change when
How
it's."
do you do that?
Hmm?
You have two Vaughns. He cloned himself.
You're muted. You're muted.
Are we doing closing then? I was going to do my closing.
Yeah, you do your closing.
Yeah, I just want to always thank Wyatt for providing this platform every week. And as always, like, subscribe, and share. Make sure you send it out because, we always have a good show. We try to get a lot of new people in here. And if you got opinions about something or information you can share that's not going to get you in trouble, or, things you're seeing on the, whatever topic we're talking about, geopolitics, the Ukraine war, you should jump on the open mic and hang out and let us know what's up. Like other people said, educate us, give us a different perspective. We kind of want people from all over the world, regular guys and girls, that can tell us what's going on if something's going on in their neighborhood, or if they know people that live there or they're familiar with that situation. So, and if you want to know what's going on with Ukraine, always hit the sit reps and the situation reports and the frontline changes. I mean, obviously, it's going to get more and more exciting. It was another pretty good day for Russia on the ground, according to the last frontline changes. I mean, I'd say probably keep an eye on Seversk and that penetration into Pokrovsk and see what happens there. I mean, obviously, something could happen somewhere else. But, I mean, if you look at the map, those two are pretty far apart, so maybe that's a point of stretch. And they've pulled a lot of stuff from other places, so maybe something will happen somewhere else. Or maybe those are the 2 points that are the weakest right now. So maybe watch Seversk and Pokrovsk and see if they get penetrated further or taken over more, or, they get around at Seversk. But that's what I would watch. But y'all have a good week. Take it easy. We wait and see what Trump says tomorrow. Or what is it? The 8th is the end of the deadline, so we'll see. We'll see what has to be said.
Thank you, Vaughn. Johari super chatted. Do you think the Fed chair will resign under pressure from Trump since he cannot be fired due to legal jurisdiction? Yeah, no
Trump cannot fire the Fed. The Fed, what's his name? The chair of Fed,
Jerome Powell.
Yeah, Jerome. Jerome. When he
no, wait. Was it Jerome?
When he speaks, like he
Why? Thank you
comes
for
and
hosting Open Mic.
Because I used to do trading, like as a not a commercial, not a super trader. I'm doing day trader. The guy, when he comes and speaks, he says one word, good morning or good afternoon. The whole economy goes into shambles. He comes in just with one word, and he cannot be fired. He is outside the jurisdiction of Trump. That's why the feds, they're called the feds, but it's actually the private entity. Fed, we associate Fed with government, but they are not with government. They're private. So Trump can do whatever he wants to do, but he cannot fire Jerome Powell.
Yeah, I mean, it's still kind of like because there's this whole there was this whole move to kick him out and to put Besant as the president of the Federal Reserve, but it seems like Besant realized, at least from his statements, that it wasn't like an issue of personal decision. It was like sort of the state of affairs, because Trump wants to lower the interest rates so that inflation would increase, and therefore the debt is lowered by that, like the repayment lowers, because Trump is increasing the debt pretty substantially with all his projects. And so the idea would be to reduce the payment of the debt by inflating the payment away. But, it's a delicate balance, because if it inflates too much, then the people get all rowdy. The people get pissed. And so it looks bad. So it's this balancing act between what looks good and what you actually need to do for whatever you want, which is like, of course, what every American government wants is to increase the debt ceiling, to increase the deficit spending.
And it's
And so it's this hard dilemma that they're in. So I don't think that I think they're all pretty much in sync, and that the whole conflict with the Fed is more of it's like a plausible deniability. Like if anything goes wrong with the economy, he can blame the Fed, because like for every problem that comes up with a trade war, he can blame the Fed and say like, oh, they're not letting the economy prosper, but we're still doing super great in spite of it. I think that's what the whole issue is.
And the thing is, the US dollar is not backed anymore by gold. It's been like that since Kennedy times. And when Trump and Elon Musk were asking, we are going to go to this vault. They have a vault there. I forgot the name. You're like, okay, you're not allowed to enter here. But why? We need to see the gold. What's going on? So the American dollar is not backed. The Russian ruble, they started backing it with gold. And that's a currency, although it looks in shambles against USD, but they actually back it up with gold. And the American, you just have legal tender. You're saying, okay. So, and when the economy goes into chaos, it's difficult. People go to war. So, yeah.
So we continue closing.
Yeah.
Number closing.
Yeah, Nika is somewhere between all these people.
It's funny. Just now when we say closing, right?
I'm
20
here,
odd
I'm
people,
here.
20 plus people just left. Immediately they just like close the YouTube.
Yeah, they know
And
that
then we continue
I'm
talking.
going to like it. So, no, actually, I had big fun on the open mic today, and like I said, people that are watching even after the live stream or they're watching DPA, feel free to join. And if you have something to say of a discussion, just do it. And we are always going to welcome new members, and you're going to meet some older DPA speakers, and you're going to have your good time or bad time. You're going to choose. It's going to be good. It's closing, so I am not allowed to speak.
Okay.
It's how can I say? It's I met some wonderful people that I'm chatting now more on WhatsApp or on Telegram, and we have nice, funny, disgusting, cool discussions together, speaking about everything. So we have many topics where we can discuss. You can, if you like cars, we have a topic for cars. I have my own topic about planes, so we can share things about news about planes, all that stuff. It's a fun thing. For me, it's for, I think for us it's also cool, a good occupation. It's sad we need to do that about war and see things happening, But I think we are learning from it, and what we are busy doing is finding the truth and trying to speak the truth, trying to not bullshitting and talking propaganda, just saying what's happening, what is the situation, and what we are thinking that what's going to happen. And nobody needs to believe what I'm saying, or what Nika's saying, or Wyatt, or somebody else. Nobody needs to believe that. But we are seeing more than you see. If you're not on the good social medias, you're not going to see what we are seeing. Since I am a member of DPA, my eyes opened, and I seeing actually so many things. And I follow both of the sides. So the pro-Russian, the pro-Ukrainian, the more neutral speaking sides. And you need to balance everything. And just don't believe what what they are telling you. You need to look yourself on the confirmation for what is actually really happening. If Russia is going to bomb Kiev, there is a reason why they're doing it. It's not just like to kill people. Sadly for Palestine, it's another story. They are over exaggerating and killing all these innocent peoples. So it's that is actually even worse. If you're speaking about casualties and civilian, Ukrainians are actually pretty lucky. How Russia is doing their warfare. The biggest victims in the war is going to be the people that are losing their homes, losing family members that went to the battlefield. That's actually for both sides. And of course also the civilians. But the number of civilians is not even close from the beginning of 2022 compared to what is that? The start of Israel entering, of Hamas being stupid to attack Israel, and Israel even being more stupid, because that's my theory. Israel knew about it, and they just let it happen to have an excuse to attack Palestine. And you're just watching it. The world is watching it. It's fucking sad. Wars are cruel. Every type of war. One is more cruel than the other one. So it's fucking sad. And the only thing for me that's interesting about these wars is my nerdy tech thinking. Technologica is evolving, and that's the thing that is, and a positive thing for me, interesting. But all the rest is fucking disgusting, and it needs to stop. I'm still believing that Trump had the good intention to stop Russia and maybe also Palestine, but I think people over him saying like, not going to happen, my dudes. The propaganda is disgusting. Very disgusting. I have a headache. I can't even talk about it with my father or my brother, because they're going to say, oh, you're stupid and you're pro-Russian and whatsoever, and you know nothing. Russia is losing. And I'm like, Daddy, it's not. And I actually shut them up just by sending them one video of, because they said like they are not accurate in bombing. Russia does not are accurate like United States are with their bombs. And I'm like, I'm just going to send you one video and just watch it. And there was a bombing. The videos are already a long time on my cell phone about one of the first confirmed big FAB strikes on trenches. You have 4 bombs dropping next to each other, like on the trench. And I say to my dad, that's accurate, I think. I think all these people in the trenches are all gone, dead, going to be buried, going to have a Ukrainian flag on there. They're not going to show us anymore, because these videos they don't show also. It was a good reflection, I think, of Nika, of your upgrades. It just needs to stop. And I think, sadly, the only way it's going to stop now is going to be Russia is going to go further and invade more, and no negotiation is going to be possible anymore unless Putin is going to say it's finished. I'm not believing Trump is going to do something. I still thinking there's something going to happen in 8 days, but we will see. And I'm just afraid. Afraid it's going to be something stupid, but you not need to believe in that. Your mindset is, if you're talking about nuclear, for example, if one launch, the other one going to receive. So don't think about. I hope these high-ranked people's presidents are not that stupid to completely destroy the world, because that is something that's going to happen. These nuclear powers are so big that if they're starting to attack each other nuclear, devastation is going to be unimaginably big, and everybody is going to suffer of that. Now we are seeing poor people and war suffering, but it's going to ending by everybody going to suffer in the worst possible way. And I just hope these presidents are not going to be so stupid to do that. So I just want to stay positive in that and not believing in the worst case scenario. We will see. I always joking that they're going to look to a Second World War bunker that we have here in the Atlantic at the coast here to hide in case of need. Probably I needed to do that. I don't know. Going to buy a shovel to dig out the sand to make a little space to hide. I don't know. I really don't know. But I hope it's not going to happen. But as a propaganda is like over exaggerating and everything. So we will see. But actually, I had really very fun time today and enjoyed the open mic very hard. And we had good conversations and good discussions. So guys, like, subscribe, and I hope you're going to have new members next week from you of the chat, because some people are making so good arguments and explain it so well during the chats, because I try to read everything, and some people are assholes. Sorry if you're shouting at us to say you're religious and blah, blah, blah. Just join us and speak to us and say what you had to say. So yeah. DPA is a very cool thing to be member of, and I'm really proud of it. I'm really, really proud of it. Thank you for that, Wyatt. And it's also possible by the other members also. We have a good fun. We have good fun. Stupid decisions, discussion sometimes, but it's a cool thing. It's a cool thing to be part of it, actually. Speaking up with people of all over the world. It's unique. Really unique. Thank you for that. Yeah.
Thank you, Lambo. Grey Fox, closing.
Yeah, closing remarks. First of all, I really want to thank you for all the work you've been doing. You've been doing it since 2022, when the war started. You were the first, among the first ones to do this, and you're giving us information. You do your research, and we see this kind of information you're giving is so unique because, for example, I could get that from level 5 security clearance if I wanted to, but you're getting it from open source. Thank you for that. And I wanted to mention about Mr. Lambo when he talked about the casualty rates between Gaza and Ukraine. Gaza is 100 times more. The Russians, when they go into Ukraine, when they go into a village, they see the veteran, not the veterans, the elderly, the seniors. They're like, okay, can you please evacuate this place? And the seniors, they refuse to evacuate. And I almost spoke Russian. They say, we've been building this house for all our lives. Why do you want to chase us from our land? And they're like, okay, we'll give you water and food, and we'll instruct the Air Force or artillery to not shoot you. And they're like, no хорошо, делайте это. But in Israel, it's different. They're like, oh, how many people are here? They throw the bombs. They just don't care. People are starving there right now. And imagine this war has been continuing for 3 years. It's a bigger country. and the Russians are still making sure that they're not hurting people on purpose. But the Israelis, they're like, okay, this is free game. All I wanted to say is thank you very much, Yat. You're giving us important information, and people need to learn from it. They need to do their own research. Just don't take what you get in mass media. So thank you.
Thank you, Grey Fox. Yeah, I do my best, but yeah, but when it come to Palestinian issues, there I just keep losing subs over there. Nobody can agree with anything, So I hate the conflict, You see,
You're from
Thailand,
Poland,
Cambodia is
Grey
already
Fox?
very tricky, Thailand, Cambodia, you see the comments is like they're having exactly opposite comments. So I was like, I have to tiptoe around them, So, Nika, closing.
Just wait.
Hey.
It's a question for the chat. As Grey Fox from Poland.
You're muted.
I'm actually. Are you asking me? I'm half Russian, half Kenyan. I speak Russian.
Right. I forgot that one. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I'm half Russian, and I was born in Kenya, but my mom is. Now I'm sharing too much information. We are from Crimea, actually.
Yeah.
We are
Okay.
from Crimea. Yeah.
Okay. Very good to know. Thank you.
So if
Nika,
anyone
closing lah,
wanted
Nika.
to know me.
Yes. Of course, thank you, White, for the opportunity, for the space. Of course, even that's why I respect you. Even we disagree in few things. You know, and I know what few things we disagree, especially the Palestinian issue. And but we keep it like civilized. That's what's more important than anything. We keep it civilized. We keep it like respectful. That's what most important for me, because I can be wrong, he can be wrong. We are not like gods. We don't know everything, and people can change. But if you disrespect someone, you cannot take it back. That's my opinion. This is one thing. So that's why I respect Wyatt for that. Even I don't agree with some of his ideas and ideologies. I think the war, the nature of the war in Ukraine, as you guys said, Ukraine, Russia, and Palestine is different. This is not a war between two countries in Palestine. This is an invader who wanna eradicate the population, wanna conquer the land, and wanna get rid of the population. It was going from at least 70 years. Russia is like trying to fight with the regime. It's two countries are fighting. I don't see Russians starving Ukrainians. I don't see Russians targeting civilians. I don't see Russians targeting hospitals just for the sake of it. When Russian, and because I don't think like when Russia conquer a city like Odessa, they starve their population. I didn't see that. That's not the same war. So anyone who's making the same analogy is mistaken, 100%. I'm not like a Russian. Like in my point of view and in my world point of view, I understand the Russian point of view, but I'm not like a Russian, or Russians don't like. I'm not like ethnic Russian. I don't have the I don't like adhere to their economical view or whatever. So I see it as someone biased. A Palestinian issue, yes, I'm involved in a way, but I try to always see it in a. I separate my feelings and my emotions to the facts. It's as imagine if I have like any if I have lived in the area where Americans in for example in Vietnam, I will have the same views. Vietnamese have the right to defend themselves, have the right to fight the enemies, have the right to use force. how and how much force and is it the right time? That's a different issue. Always, any occupied nation have the right to defend itself. That's always my point of view, especially when the other side is trying to eradicate them, try to erase their memory, their food, it's not like two armies are fighting or two political systems are fighting. It's just me trying to eradicate everything that you love, that you belong to. It's go even deeper than what everyone thinks. It's not even the fight over the people there. Even their identity is stolen. Like they stole our Tunisian food. They're trying to take ownership of this. They try to take ownership of the whole region and make it to themselves. It's crazy. It's and the people who say they provoke them. It's not. They didn't provoke them. They are under siege for 20, 30 years. West Bank isn't even fighting, and they are getting eradicated. They're getting like hurt, and people getting murdered. The other day, one American got killed. I didn't see anyone like make strong comments. It's like it doesn't matter if he's the wrong skin color, even if he's American, even if you have American passport. I didn't see Trump say anything about it. I heard it was a weak comment, something like it's sad or something like this. Imagine if it's the opposite thing. Imagine if an American got murdered by Algerian mob or something like this. We'll have like total chaos. Anyway, it's sad using like using civilians, children as a bargaining chip, because they know if they stop food, they can bargain with the Hamas. Upon that, that's disgusting in my opinion. That's you couldn't like win militarily and or trying to starve the people because they care about their children. Then it's anyway, it's a long discussion, and this is my opinion about it. I hope
I just wanted to add something. Mossad knew about the August 8th.
whether they knew or not doesn't matter for me.
Mossad knew.
If I enter to your house and threaten you, and you have the right, absolute the right to defend yourself, to kick me, to hurt me, to do whatever. That's your right. Whether I knew that you will defend yourself or
they
whether
knew
I
and they
knew
let it happen. They knew
whether
and
I
they
knew
let it happen.
yeah, but whether I knew that you will defend yourself or not doesn't matter. It's another topic. Anyway, hope everything is good. But the people that in the start were saying no, it's not true. There is no starvation. There's nothing. I think they can now at least be humble and say sorry. We were mistaken. We're gullible to trust the media as usual. Anyway, Gabriel.
Gabriel closing. You're muted.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Wyatt, for the space. And yeah, the the people who have been defending the monstrosity that's been happening over there, they should be hanged. I mean, they should be humbled. But yeah, you're gonna see a lot of people backtracking from um, their apologetics now that it becomes more and more obvious the atrocity that's being committed over there. And to some extent, I'd argue that in a profound sense, beyond the economic war or the propaganda war and the geopolitical struggles, this clear example of like the good war and the bad war is pretty remarkable in history. Like we have two great examples of different types of war going on, both highly documented, with shit tons of footage. kind of transparent. We can see most of what's going on. And beyond like the whole ideological justifications for this war or for that war, you know, simply on the facts on the ground, you can clearly see how a war can be prosecuted in a effective manner, but with a moral standard in Russia. We can clearly see a war that is being fought under a moral standard. And you can see on the other side the opposite. In Palestine, you can see exactly the opposite of that. And you know, beyond whatever justification you can make about motives, strategy, legitimacy of the war. You know, like if you have the best reasons but you do the worst war, then you have no just reason. Justice is not on your side. Like you have no justification for committing evil. And so like you can clearly see how a good war justifies the cause, and it's not the good cause that justifies the war. So even if Russia is wrong in going after the war, has the wrong motives, it's still doing it in an honorable manner, as for any standard of morality and ethics. And to the point, even more than the economic decline and the tariff wars, which is just sanctions wars, but that was changed the name to make it sound different, but it's just sanctions war. You know, and the collapse of Hollywood and all the systems of propaganda and the media. This moral defeat that is happening in the comparison between the Russian war and the Israeli war is, to me, the ultimate sign of defeat. Like this moral defeat of the West, of all the rules-based order, of all the human rights, and all those things, it's just also meaningless right now. You know, seeing how they're like starving massive amounts of people, trapped in a barrel, being shot at. You know, it's just such accumulation of moral repugnancies, of moral moral collapse that it's unsustainable. So that world order must crumble. It is falling, and it must fall. It has been measured, it has been weighed, and it has been found wanting. So yeah, like, share, and subscribe, and thanks, Wyatt, for holding the platform.
One thing, sorry, White. I remember one thing that a British doctor said. It's crazy, man. Imagine as a human being you do it. This is, he said, in the hospital. Each day, for example, this day we have kids, like teenager kids, shot in the chest. The other day we'll have them shot in the head. The other day we'll have them, we see the kids and the teenagers shot in the groins. It's like a game. It's like the snipers are playing, and okay, this day we'll shoot in the head. This day we'll shoot on the neck. Are you even a human to do this? Even animals don't do it. Even like it's rare that you find an animal that toys with its prey. The majority of animals will kill to survive. Anyway, sorry about it.
No problem.
Can I add something? Yeah, forgive me. I know we are closing, but when my parents were in Burundi, they were doctors, and every night they have firefight, and in the morning you see a child with broken skull. The bullet just went through it, and you're like, okay, now we have to catch her up. And it's sadistic. It's sadistic with the way the Israeli are shooting. Sometimes the reports are shooting for sports. It's sadistic. How can you shoot somebody for sports?
It's inhumane. That's simple. It's disgusting.
Honestly, from my point of view, is that when a war get too protracted, this kind of thing happen. Like when a war goes too long, then the soldiers start to go crazy. They start to find things to get entertainment. Like this happened, I think, in World War II as well, where people start to go crazy. They start to like either they get too much hatred, they start to kill off POWs. It could be like they start to torture civilians. They start to rape civilians. Like the Japanese troops also did that. The thing is, when the war get too long, that happens. When the war is very short, soldiers usually stay very professional.
We don't see
because
that in the Russian war. We don't see that in the Russian war now.
We don't see
it.
We don't know. The thing is, we do not know.
It's not systematic. That's what I mean. It's not systematic.
Yeah.
It is just
No. I think even the Israeli situation, I don't think it's systematic in the sense that I don't think it's an order coming from on top. I think it's the soldiers on the ground decided to do some things themselves.
The ministers were saying that we need to eradicate them. We need to hurt them.
Yeah, they always say this kind of thing, right? So
but it is the top, man. It is the top.
Yeah, but no, the Russian politicians say shit like this too about Ukraine. The thing is, the politicians say whatever they say. Military is a totally different thing. I don't think the military command orders this kind of thing. But the people on the ground can be quite perverted. It's just like Bucha is one good example. Bucha, is the units on the ground going crazy. And it's I don't think the commanders, I don't think Putin made an order say, hey, go and kill some civilians, or kill anything that moves. I don't think that's the order coming up from the top. But it's the unit on the ground make some decisions. So this is the thing I'm trying to say. Usually, the war, when you get too protracted, get very confusing. And then if you're in your military unit, if you're a full professional military force, then you have some kind of thugs inside your military force. That happens. This in Indonesia military, that used to be a very famous thing. Indonesian civilians are extremely scared of their army long time ago. Because they are full of this kind of gangsters and everything, and then they do whatever they want. So that happens.
A civilian in the West Bank where there is no war, civilians kill with video. We have like 2 days ago, someone killed someone very famous in video. You know what happened to him? He's released now. They hold him one day and they release him. This is a civilian, not even a soldier. You're telling me it's the whole system?
No. I'm not saying that this kind of thing don't happen. I'm just saying that systematic?
I am saying it's systematic.
It's arguable.
Listen. You know that the man who was working with them with the American that's distributing the food. He's describing a story that they captured 2 children who were like on top of something, and they say you need to snipe them. I will share the video, and he refused because he said they are not doing anything. They don't have any.
The American
arms.
soldier.
Yeah, and then
serving in IDF, is it? I think
no. Serving in the
cross building also.
In that enterprise that serve the food, that American Israeli enterprise, and the Israeli soldier who was the liaison, he said you need to kill him, and he refused, and he said to his commander by talkie-walkie, he was understanding him. He said get rid of them, and anyway, in the end, his superiors said you need to listen to the client. He said, what do you mean by client? He said the IDF. The IDF is the one responsible of those things. Soldiers in the Israeli soldiers say that they were ordered by their superiors to do those things. It's not victim card. It's an open. You can see those information openly. It's like Ben-Gvir now. He's saying we need to hurt them, we need to kill them. It's not something It's not a victim
card. Aski, you're a moron to say victim card while you're really busy talking about things that are happening. It's fucking disgusting that you are even going to say that. So you're inhumane. You have no feelings that civilians. No, it's not from your country. It's not familiar of you. It's not your brother. It's not your sister. So we don't give a fuck. If they're going to die, they die.
So for me, it's just a consistent thing. Don't demonetize the stream, please. Don't show anything that is like brutal or what.
I understand, Riot, what you are meaning, like what is happening.
Yeah, for me, it's just a consistent thing that I try to avoid having this
really
idea that there's a system.
It's the same
So for me, it's the same with Ukrainians.
Why you're actually waving the white flag, and still they're going to kill them with the suicide drone. That these are fucking disgusting things that's still happening and during a war.
Yeah.
Now what's happening in Palestine is actually they're even attacking. I think it was a building of the Red Cross yesterday or 2 days ago. So it is fucking disgusting, and nobody say or do something about it. That is a problem.
So for me, it's just a matter of a principle where I do not attribute systematic thingy to like this kind of things. Like for example, like when I'm reporting on Ukraine war, there's all these salients, right? I always assume that the Ukrainian command will order its troops to get off the salient, rather than leaving them there to die. Although maybe they do leave them there to die, but my principle is that they will always do the right thing by giving the orders. Similarly, for the IDF kind of thing, is that I believe that systematically they are always trying to do the right thing. But then the units on the ground may do different things differently. Maybe the brigade commander or the battalion commander is perverted. That is a possibility.
Israeli soldiers were saying that in Israeli.
Yeah, which commander is giving the order down?
It's not one or two people who's saying this.
Yeah, there's a lot of perverted guys, right? Hamas will kill the Israeli soldiers just the same. They are at war.
No, I'm not talking about killing soldier or killing fighters.
I know, but the thing is, they are already killing each other to the point where they don't give a fuck. They have no.
There is no bigger fact that they are starving a population just to push a political reason. That's terrorism in its form.
But the same with
even
the
that is credibly insane.
Israel was blaming Europe that
but for me
was rotting down there in the storage in open air.
For me is. But the thing is, the food thing is. Yeah, just like Lambo said, the food thing is very subjective because now the Israeli claim is also rather credible. It is credible that Israel is clamping down on the food delivery, maybe. But then it's also credible that they freaking show that the UN have a lot of food in the storage and they were all stuck. Some of them are perishables. So there is also the thing. We do not know.
That's the propaganda. That's the Israeli propaganda.
How you know which one is propaganda? All of them is propaganda to me.
I will tell you
both
why.
the Hamas one and the IDF one is all propaganda to me.
Israel is blaming that the UN doing the fault of the UN that the food is perished. It's fucking Israel. I need to open the borders.
Okay. Wyatt, one thing. Wyatt. So they are allowing people to drop food from airplanes, but not letting it in.
The IDF is the one that dropped food from the airplane because the food cannot get in.
Because they don't want it to
but
get
the one
in.
that is the IDF is not the one that is delivering the food. It's the UN that is delivering the food. The IDF allow the food to go to the storage area. The UN is in charge of delivering the food to the people. But every time their truck is got raided.
No. That's not. They are not allowing them to do it. They are targeting all the policemen there. They're targeting
policemen.
Yeah, the previous policemen who are guarding the areas to the It's too much noise.
Ruslan, you have a lot of background sound, man. Mr. Lambo can't compare MULSL with humans.
It's humans. It's disgusting that you're going to blame 100%.
You know what? All this saga. The Israeli soldiers. They are hunting Palestinians for sports. Like, why did he shoot that Palestinian? He didn't, or she didn't pose any threat. And they're like, I was just bored.
That's the thing that's disgusting. People are waiting for food.
And this is the reality.
Down. It's fucking disgusting. By the way, because you are busy not doing closings anymore, I have Mr. Eric that's in the chat that asking me, why didn't you talk about the old storage tank fire here in Belgium yesterday? If I am allowed, we're going to tell you a story about that one. So it's in the harbor of
Why?
Ostend, where you have the fisher ships, the ships that's going to fish, the big ships. What's happening? Ruslan, put your sound on, please.
Oh my God, Ruslan, you have a
Ruslan,
lot
come
of
on,
sound
bro.
in your background, man. You need to mute when you're not talking.
So what happened yesterday? It's in Ostend. It's a coastal harbor city. It's the biggest city of the coastline of Belgium. The little coastline of 6 kilometers long. So what happened regularly is that fisher ships was going to pick up shells, bombs, maybe mines for the Second World War. We are daily finding everywhere in the war zone where you had First and Second World War, old shells everywhere in the country where there was active fighting 100 years ago and forever and so on. We are still finding that today. You're going to have a farmer going to find some shells. So what happened was, as Ostend, at the building next to the docks, something took fire, and everybody was thinking it was a World War II shell that took fire. The detonation activated because these bombs have still active detonation systems. Sad but true. I think that for Ukraine in the future, everything that they're going to find, for example. And so the news said Second World War shell, Second World War shell, Second World War shell. So after that, so the special military cleaning service came to clean up the bomb, put the fire down, clean up the bomb. And it was actually a little oil storage tank that took fire. I don't know how it came, but yeah, it was not a World War II shell. But you can see it happened also in Köln in Germany a few weeks ago, that they found a 500-kilogram bomb in the city block. We are still finding shells in every country where there was war. It's just a message that's going to say, like, if you had a war, you're going to still find the result of it years after and after and after and after and after. So yeah, there was the little old barrel that took fire. But yeah, there were some festivities, events, and they need to cancel these because of that. So, not a big deal.
Oh yeah, but like if we didn't do closing, then I'm gonna jump in on the discussion. Like
we actually
there's
finished closing.
Definitely
We're still busy closing.
There's definitely a both sides propaganda at work. That's pretty clear, and you can tell what is propaganda and what is reality by taking the narrative out of footage and stuff, and you can do cumulative like cross references. And so to this point, first you have like what is the propaganda capacity of Hamas? It's hardly anything. Now you do have the Gulf states that do propaganda and all of that, but it's also pretty clear where is their bias. But then you have the Israeli and the American propaganda, and like it's just ridiculous. It falls out of the water to such an extent that it's starting to fall apart even amongst their own propagandists. But even more so, why? Like you can always blame the bad apples, and it's the responsibility of the officers to discipline their forces, right? But when you have a consistent lack of discipline, supposing that it's lack of discipline and it's not like deliberate orders, but when you see the soldiers gloating on their victims, destroying their stuff for fun, when you see them making fun of their victims, consistently, a constant breaking down of responsibility. When you see them, wait, let me finish. When you see them literally raping their prisoners, and then they get defended by their politicians and by they get absolute defense from their hierarchy and from the population and the political system, then it's systematic. There's a certain level to which it's no longer a fluke, it's a feature. And that's the consistency of the type of footage. Like everything you see is wanton destruction of civilian life and infrastructure. So there's no painting it around. It's not a normal thing for war. It's something that is very specific, very special. Like even for American standards, it's disgusting, and it's still following the American standard of war. But even for the American standard, it's too much. So it's not a matter of battles of propaganda. It's an issue of fundamental ethics and morality. It's like a completely different standard of morality, and it makes sense because their holy book, has that standard of morality for the Gentiles. So it's not something weird. It's something that's completely consistent.
So for me, I just want to say, because I'm not.
You see the investigations under quotes they do. One soldier were punished of all the horrors that you guys see. If it's very minute, you will see investigation, you will see punishment of it. No soldier was punished. All the soldiers who were punished, who were opposing the war, who were opposing to go to the war. And forget about Gaza, West Bank, the herds of settlers who are doing it, who are killing people every day, who are killing the American, who are killing, who are destroying properties. You know how many, like we have, like in West Bank, 40,000 or 50,000 person displaced. There is no Hamas. The government there is obedient. The government there are pro-Western and they follow the rules. And you have that. It's a policy. It's not a. There is no civilian, no soldier were punished because of what's done. Neither in Gaza, neither in West Bank. So, what does that tell you? Does that tell you?
Super chat. Mr. Lam wonder why nobody joins panel if you insult by asking.
Yeah, you know what you need to do, ASCII? Just give me your email address and I'm going to send you a butthurt form that you can write for me and send it to me. And I'm going to look for a solution for you. I get insulted like every time I'm joining the open mic and I'm not crying, you know. So please.
So I just want to clarify. No, for me, right, I have to be in this position where I'm be as neutral as possible. And I'm always suspicious with every information that's out there. That means every time I see anything, as long as it evokes emotional response, I always have red flag coming out, because I always view it as a possible information warfare. Even if it's information, people just want to try to inform. But I have to have some kind of reservation. It's whatever. If I want to take a side, then my reporting will be one-sided. It's either I go very pro Israel, or I'll go very pro Palestinian.
But Wyatt, when you see a footage of Russian soldiers waving flag in a certain area, that means the Russians are in that area. That's fact. That's what we are talking about. We are talking about facts. People are starving. People are killing.
Yeah, but there is one thing that you need to understand, Nika, and I'm going to understand why I tend that. And there's something that you need to do. Actually, you need to try to put your emotions away. If you're doing like he's doing the DPA, so he's reporting on both sides.
I know.
If you're using all your emotions continuously and everything that you're seeing,
no, I can separate my emotions.
Be able to do that. You need to look at both sides. So if you want to do the correct way, you need to say like,
I can separate my.
We cannot compare the Ukraine war with the Gazan war. The main reason is because the Ukrainians are seen as brothers by the Russians. That is the main thing. The Palestinians are not seen as brothers to the Israelis. So if let's say Russia is to fight with, let's say, the Lithuanians or the Polish, and then they encircle a city, and they refuse to absorb all this population, refuse to help them, we're going to have the same scenario. And then maybe the Polish government or the Polish leadership refuse to surrender, and then you continue to have this sieging of the city constantly. Then people is going to die. We're going to see the exact same thing happening. Just that Ukraine they see them as a brotherly nation. It's a very different thing. That's why the Israelis don't want to absorb these people. They don't want to help these people because for them these are enemies. Even if they're civilians, they're still enemies. They don't absorb all these people. Then we have to decide. No, if the Polish city that refuse to surrender because the Polish military don't want to surrender, the leadership don't want to surrender, do you want to blame the Polish leadership for not surrendering, or should it be the fault of the Russians? The same thing's coming in the Gaza situation. The Hamas refuse to surrender. They continue to want to fight at the expense of the suffering of its own people. Then the Israeli being totally enemy with the Palestinian people,
There's no discussion about
then
that.
they'll increase the suffering to force a revolution. Do you see?
You're putting.
Now I'm telling you this, not saying that this is a humanity thing or not. You have to understand, from an Israeli point of view, this is an Israeli point of view, that they are fighting an enemy on the.
The Israeli point of view is no. I understand you are. I'm not looking to it just as this situation alone of what happened before, what's happening in the West Bank, and what's happening everywhere. I'm not talking about. You need to see the whole situation. You are just focusing on one thing, one area, and one time. No, but what's going to stay in the West Bank?
That's one of the things.
No, it will go worst. There is no Hamas in West Bank. Explain to me. There is no Hamas in West Bank.
Is what you're thinking. Yeah, Hamas supporters.
Yeah, that's what you thought. Hamas has infiltrated West Bank.
It's about facts. No, even Israelis don't say that. It's about facts. It's not about what you think and what I think. You have facts that say Hamas is there.
We can't know because we are not there, so we can't verify.
Neither you do. But Israelis don't say. Even Israelis don't say that.
The huge bunch of the people that Hamas wanted the Israeli to let go, in this so-called this POW or whatever exchange, is in the West Bank. These people are all released in West Bank.
Yeah, but Israel and something has proven they're committing killings on innocent people for no reason.
That explains.
So the thing is,
about it.
For me, it's simple. The Israelis definitely is doing a lot wrong. So IDF is definitely doing a lot wrong. 100%. This one is guaranteed, like without a doubt. The problem is why nobody ever cast the blame on Hamas as the ruler of the Gazan people. Why are you not surrendering? Your people are suffering. What are you doing to help them?
Because
I don't know what they are doing to help them.
Okay. If we follow your justification, we have.
Of course, the Ukraine we are blaming Ukraine for not surrendering, right? So it's the same thing, no?
I will answer you. Okay, if I follow your argument, we will have Algeria as a French province. If I will follow your argumentation, I will have Algeria now speaking French as an Algerian.
Yeah, then you cannot complain about their suffering, right? No, it's a war.
No. That's a different thing.
No, but Hamas is not the government of Palestine. You know what I mean? As a terrorist organization. They need to fucking
international law.
Stop their bullshit. That's it.
International law allow you to fight when you are invaded, when someone try to kill you or try to invade your land. You are
did that before
allowed.
The invasion.
Before the invasion, they did displace them from their homes and end up in Gaza already. You're forgetting why there's 2 million people in Gaza?
They gave Israel a reason to go inside of Palestine. And I'm thinking, that's my belief, that Israel knew about Hamas plans and they just let it happen. To have
Mr. Lamo, I plus
it.
one on you. I plus one on you. They knew it, and we have data. The day before.
I don't even need to have data, Gray. Just the fact that Israel intelligence is so big and so smart that they're even able to put bombs and to beepers and all that stuff. They knew they were like paragliders going over the border. They just let it happening. They just
they knew and
they knew about it. You're never going to tell me they didn't know. And that's we don't need. I don't need to have proof for it because it's just so obvious. It's just a thing. But the thing needs to stop, and the only way that Israel want to stop is that Hamas stop their bullshit. Release all these people that they kidnapped. Release them. Just stop suffering your own people.
And the thing is, when they started, it used to be one Israeli to 10 Palestinians. Now one Israeli for 100 Palestinians.
No, of course, but
They shortened it.
Hamas just need to stop their bullshit. That's it, and then you can create peace. But Hamas is still busy and not surrendering. And not,
Dude, Lambo, you're speaking out of your ass. You're speaking out of your ass completely. Like
3 a.m. So I'm going to
the only thing that Hamas has been doing all along is like eating it up, and eventually when they get fed up, they burst. But it's not a provocation if you're getting attacked constantly, until the point where you have to respond. Okay, so it's like the same thing with Russia. Okay, Russia didn't want a war with Ukraine, and it did everything possible to avoid the war with Ukraine, and eventually just couldn't do anything else. Same thing happened with Hamas. Okay, but even beyond that, it's like not even when
Yeah, today's cable's reception is terrible.
not even when the Soviets took control over Germany that tried to destroy Russia, Germany that slaughtered millions of Russians. When the Russians took over control, the Soviets, they were evil. They were like, a brutal communist dictatorship, bloodthirsty and all of that. And not even they did to the Germans what the Israelis are doing now to completely defenseless Palestinians, absolutely defenseless Palestinians. Okay, so there's no material reason for this. It's just ideological. It's 100% ideological.
It's like you asking me to accept that a European come to my country, invade my country, and try to give him my ass to. Of course I will fight back. That's a normal thing to fight back.
But also the funny thing is now.
Do I blame the victim because they are fighting back, or do I blame the one who's invading? Someone from New York trying to invade my home because he thinks he have that right to that land 10,000 years ago, and I'm just need to accept that and give him my house, my wife, my children, and my money, and go die. It's crazy logic.
No, the whole Gazan war situation, right, is just full of a lot of weird shit. That's just a reality. A lot of things doesn't gel. So, for example, in any other country, when the government is so beaten down to the point where they are totally hiding, then their whole military go into guerrilla warfare, totally disregarding their population, the civilian population. Usually, this country would have collapsed already. And then they just guerrilla warfare, just like the Assad forces in Syria, and then the country will be reformed, and then there will be some kind of revolution, change of leadership, political.
Not a country,
There's
man.
no such thing happened in.
Because
the thing is nobody even tries. The problem is zero. No one tries. Not even within Gaza. That's the thing. No one takes responsibility.
For what?
That is the thing.
For the Israeli invading them? They take.
No, it doesn't. Disregarding the Israelis. The thing is, even within Gaza itself, the Palestinians did not organize. There is no organization for why what how?
Because
the population, you have civilian population, we have group of people, you all agree that you are the leader, or there's tribes, right? The tribe leaders come out, we come and talk, negotiate. No such thing. There's no such thing. They can talk through UAE, you can talk through Jordan,
because
you can talk
Israelis
through whatever.
don't wanna. Because Israelis don't want to
You see, it's so easy for you to keep saying Israeli. There is none. They are so busy taking video of the hungry children. They have no time to video themselves saying that what they want politically. You cannot take a video saying that I have 1,000 people behind me supporting. I'm representing them, and then we're going to do some deals.
Why?
No,
they said
don't
it
have.
through negotiation. They said it through negotiation.
Who is negotiating? Negotiating with Hamas. Hamas is not the government anymore. If you say Hamas is representative of Gaza, then you're going to have to accept that this war is continuing. Then the punishing of the civilians continue to be legitimate.
So
you see, who is representing the Gazan people right now? Who?
Hamas is not the
If it's
government.
Hamas, then you are agreeing that IDF is not wrong because IDF continue to fight the war because the Hamas government is still there. If they are still representing the people, then there is still Hamas. Hamas is still the government. I'm talking about the civilians have to organize. There must be a separate
How
system
can you organize
away from
when
the Hamas people.
every day you are bombed? When you don't have any access to food, to
Dude,
water, to
there is
medication.
always ways to organize. Even throughout
what?
history,
To do what?
there is always
Organize
people
to do
who
what?
can.
To
Organize to
surrender.
do what?
No,
stop it.
talk. To surrender, to talk,
whom?
whatever.
To talk, to stop
Why?
the bullshit.
Why should if someone invades?
Yeah,
Because they
why
are
should
not
they
the
surrender?
government. They are
because you already lost the war.
They
You already lost the
started it.
war.
It's not a war. It's not a war.
It's
It
a
doesn't
war.
matter. You already massacred to the point where you have no means of fighting back. Surrender.
So anyone, when someone
Of
conquer
course,
another-
if you lost the war, you surrender. Simple
Hamas
as that.
prefer
We
to
having
all
the same
people-
conversation about
so no one
Ukraine.
have
We
the
are
right-
saying that
so no
Ukraine
one-
should surrender.
So no one
And
have
then
the
you know,
right. So no one have the
Ukraine
right
have
to
much
send-
more bigger military power than the Hamas right now.
So no one have
They
the
have,
right- So no one have.
and
the
we are
right
talking about
to defend-
Ukraine should surrender. Why
So
Hamas shouldn't surrender?
Every country who defend itself, every population who defend itself is wrong. They not.
No,
they-
it's not
they
wrong.
just
You
need-
can fight.
they
You can fight.
need-
Or either you die fighting or you
are
surrender. If you cannot win,
people are
simple as
fighting.
that.
People are fighting. The thing
No,
is, they
Nika,
are
stop.
using-
Like, you have a problem now. You have a problem because you can never agree that Hamas or the Palestinian people have to surrender, because to you the war cannot end until the Palestinian win. If you have this, if you at what point should the Palestinian give up?
Okay.
At
They
what
should
point?
to give up to be equal to Israelis.
What do you mean by
to have
equal?
to have the same rights and dignity as the
No,
Israelis.
no, you don't have
Why
that.
not?
It's a war. Okay, you have how much
before the
suffering
war.
before Palestine
Before the
have
war,
to give up?
Palestinians are suffering before even the war.
No, I
You
know.
don't understand
Now
that.
there's a war. Now there's this
Yeah.
fighting now. So
What should they
at
do?
what point
What should they
for
do?
you, let's say you are the leader of Gaza right now, at what point do you say that agree we have enough is enough, we have to give up? Is there a point for you that Palestine must give up, the Palestinians must give up? Is there a point?
Listen to me.
If there is no point to that,
The-
then you are basically exactly like Zelensky. Fight all the way to the last
happened-
Ukrainian.
there is
And it's not wrong. I'm just saying it's not wrong. It's a
There's
solution as well.
negotiation that happened. There's negotiation that happened. And they were agreeing on a schedule, but Israelis just breaking it because the political situation in Israel don't allow it. That's it. So you cannot give your weapon to kill me. I cannot give you my weapon to kill me. That's what they ask in Hamas. For
The
example.
civilians have no weapon. Don't talk about
They are
that. The
killing
Hamas
them.
soldiers, the
They are
Israeli
killing
don't
them.
even know where are they. They don't even know where the Hamas soldiers
so
are.
the
They don't know where the
civilians-
tunnels are. The
So
civilians have
the-
no weapons. That's exactly the situation right now.
Okay,
The
we should
civilians have
blame-
no weapons to fight. It is what you're already saying right now.
We should
So
blame
when
the-
is the time the Palestinian people must give up? When do they surrender? Or should they continue to suffer what they're suffering right now for the next 10 years,
For what?
20 years,
To what? To
50
die?
years? I don't know.
To die?
I'm just saying,
Surrender to do what?
Israelis are not the good people right now. I'm telling you, I agree with you. The Israelis are not good people right now.
Okay.
But
okay,
what if?
forget-
But you
okay,
cannot
okay.
expect bad people to do good things. No. Now the thing
Okay.
is when is enough? When is enough is enough. No, we always talk about Ukraine. No, there's a point where they will have to give up. But we never talk about Palestine. No, when they will give up. We always assume that they must and they have the right to continue to fight
It's the
forever.
question
And that's
in
a
my-
problem which I cannot agree with. That's the thing. That's the difference between you and me. You see.
It's asking me either you will die fighting me or you will die without fighting me. That's the two solutions. I'm not
No,
telling you
you're telling
the
not going to
Palestinian.
No,
Oh, you
that's
don't
the
think so.
that's the
Oh, you don't
you
think so.
gave yourself a duality of outcome. Nobody
what-
says there's only two outcomes. There can be more outcomes, but you decided that it's either you die hungry or you die fighting. You decided that no, it's not the reality.
It's what politicians say. It's what the army said. It's what all the people in power in Israel said. It's not me.
No, that is your belief system. That's not my belief system.
That's
the
what
thing.
they
That's the difference.
said, man. That's what they said. That's what they said in public.
That's what the
I have
Zelensky
it
said
in
too.
videos.
That's what Zelensky said too. No, they say that the Russians
my
is going to come. After they take over Ukraine, they will go
No, I
continue
mean
to
Israel is
into
saying
Europe.
that. Israel is saying that. Israel is saying we need to kill every child, every human being there. They are animals. It's not me. The Israelis leadership is saying that on video.
Yeah,
I can send you
because they
tens
are
of
facing an enemy that says that either we if we don't fight the Israeli, we will die hungry. Either we die fighting or we die hungry. That's the mentality of the Palestinian. Then of course the Israeli have no choice. You understand there is this contradiction where
you are trying. It's just I don't know why you're always trying to.
No, because you trap
blame
yourself
the
in
victim.
this.
Why you are trying to blame the victim?
I'm not blaming the victim. I'm just asking. Is there a point where the Palestinians can give up? If they can never give up, then to the Israeli, they are fighting a enemy that will never give up. Then the only solution is to kill them all.
Guys, can I intervene a little bit? During the Cold War, when the Russians had the Cuban Missile Crisis, actually the Russians put the rockets there because NATO put rockets in Turkey. That's why they reciprocated, and they had a hotline from Kremlin to Washington because mistakes happen. We were so close to nuclear war that mistakes, somebody can press a button out of panic, and they were talking like, okay, when the Russian flotilla, the Russian Navy was approaching Cuba, there is a famous Russian broadcaster. He was saying, "Говорит Москва, у нас где-то, допустим, 70 километров before 70 kilometers before firing range." And the Russians, back in the day, there was Kennedy and the Russian Nikita Khrushchev. He was a tool. He diverted them back because he said, we're not going to destroy the planet just because we have disagreement. And it happens. Sometimes you have to think about your society, because once you do not have agreement, once you don't talk with one another, this war is going to be perpetual. And that's how you diffuse.
So the problem right now is that why is Hamas still speaking for the people of Gaza? They are not defending them at all.
No.
They have zero responsibility for the people right now. That's the problem. Why is the negotiation is still with Hamas? The thing is, shouldn't there be another civilian government being formed for the Gazan people that is currently right now hostages or refugees or whatever, so that they can do something for them to rebuild?
So Israelis
they don't have. So I'm just saying that
Hamas is not even accepted by the civilians. You're like,
that's what you said.
Yeah, the thing is, they are not accepted. Yes, I can agree. There's certain population of the Gaza people don't like Hamas as well. I understand. The thing is, until now, there is no attempt at forming another government outside of Hamas. Until today, we are still taking information and statistics from Hamas. This is ridiculous.
No. The information we are taking it. There is people who are filming things from the areas. They are sharing what's happening. It's not Hamas.
Correct.
Not everything is Hamas.
But the thing is, it's wrong. Whatever thing is happening.
Forget Gaza. Listen to me. Just one
Don't
second.
talk about West Bank. To me, West Bank and Gaza is two different places now. It's two different countries.
That's what
for
they
me
want.
Is
that's what they
no.
want.
That's not about you. They want or not want.
Propaganda.
They literally is two different governments right now. They have been two different governments for more than 10 years. Gaza is its own governing thing, run by Hamas. The other side is run by the PA. The thing is, they are different. The people might be the same, but they are different entities. Just like Singapore and Malaysia is we have different countries. We have different systems.
Even if you're
the problem
not Hamas,
right now is Hamas lost the war right now. They have lost the war. They have gone underground. Nobody is standing up for the Gazan people to form a new government while the Israelis still fighting Hamas. No one is doing that.
Why
It's
they-
very fucking weird.
they
I'm not
need
saying that
to eat-
Israeli is right. I'm not saying Hamas is wrong. I'm just
Listen to
saying
me.
that
Why
the objective situation is don't make sense.
Before forming government, people need to eat and drink water and have.
They
medicine.
had food. Before that, they
even-
had food. The thing is, the negotiation is always done with Hamas. It makes no sense. They have no control of the population right now. The thing is, they are still negotiating with Hamas, and then the negotiation fail. They restrict the food. So that's what happened, right? Then why is Hamas still representing these people when they are not taking care of the people? That's why I say there is all this consistently weird situation that is surrounding the Gaza war. I'm not saying the IDF is good or the Israelis are good. To me, I totally disagree with whatever strategy they're doing, whatever thing they're doing. The amount of suffering is unacceptable. I don't even want to report about the war because there's no good things I can talk about it. I'm just saying that too many weird things is happening surrounding
It's not
this
a
war.
weird thing. Why? When you
It's
see
weird.
it I will explain one thing. When you see it in a certain perspective, it will not be weird. What's the objective of Israelis? If you understand the objective, you will understand everything they are doing. First of all, they don't even accept that the government in West Bank to govern there. The government that they are like totally obedient. They don't even accept that government to govern in Gaza. They don't even accept the tribes to govern themselves. The Gazawi tribes, there's some tribes there. They don't even accept them to govern themselves. What they want to have, they want to have someone who just manage things, and they have that guy Abu Shabab, that guy who was a drug dealer and didn't work, but they don't. If they provide someone who govern Gaza, it will be livable. They don't want this. They need something unlivable to make people go out of this area to the sea, to the another country. They don't care. That's the only thing they do care about. If you understand those few things, you'll understand everything that's happening. Because a government means someone who will provide to those people a livable area. That means Gazawi will stay, but they don't need them to stay. They want them to get out of there. So they make everything impossible. That's the only thing that you need to understand, and you will explain everything that happens.
No, I can tell you the flip side of the story. So that side is the Israeli wanting to annex the whole place and then kick out all the people. That I already understand. The
They are
flip side
saying
of the
this.
story. No,
By the way,
I'm
they are
telling you the
saying
flip side of the story. The flip side is the Arab countries all around that is anti-Israel do not want the Palestinian people to get out of the place.
Wait.
I'm just saying that is the other side of the story.
Wait.
No. You listen to me first. No.
but
The flip side is they need the Palestinians to stay in the Israeli territory or in this greater Palestine. They want them to stay there so that Palestine will always forever be a problem for the Israelis. Which is why the Egyptians close the border. They don't care about the people.
You know why
They
close
want
the
them to stay there
border?
so that Palestine will forever permanently be a problem for the Israeli.
Are
That
you
is the flip side of the
seriously-
story, which is not wrong.
Are you
Generally,
seriously-
both sides they are battling right now, and Palestine is the
base-
pawn.
Your base thought is wrong because you are started with something. You building something on a wrong.
No. It's not. The fact that there's a separate refugee agency separately just for the Palestinian is abnormal for me.
Yeah,
Simple as that.
because no, you know why? Because it's happening for years and the numbers are big. That's why they need something
No.
specific to
The-
them. It's from
No,
1949.
not true. This is absolutely not true. That's the thing.
You know how many
you haven't seen the
Palestinians outside-
Bangladeshi independence war. How many refugees are there? There's
Yeah,
a
but
lot
it-
more
it's
refugees
not
all around the
until
world.
now. It's still going
The
on.
thing is, the people, the refugees, the Palestinian refugees that's already moved and have American citizenship are never supposed to be a refugee anymore. Simple as that. They're never
what-
supposed to be a Palestinian anymore because you already moved. You already have another life. The fact that they are still holding
he-
Palestinian
he-
so-called Palestinian refugee status is ridiculous.
No, but
Unless you're still
but
living in a refugee
I-
camp, sure, you're a refugee. If you're living in Germany, you're living in UK, you're living a good life, in United States, having a degree, get American citizenship, you're no longer a refugee. The fact that it is weaponized against Israel, that is a true thing as well. Both sides are playing this game. Both sides are not good people.
What side,
they are
man?
all.
What
Everybody
side,
is
man?
weaponizing the
What
Palestinians
side?
against each other.
Listen, to
The-
say to
the-
me, wait. I will go back for what you said. You said the surrounding Arab country that are against Israel.
I don't know. Is it
There
the
is
surrounding
no.
Arab country, or it could be the Islamic world in general? No, I
Listen,
don't know. I
listen
don't
to
know
me.
who is pushing all these things all over the place. It's ridiculous. It makes zero sense to me. No logical sense. There shouldn't be a separate refugees agency. The people who already got other citizenship, they cannot be a Palestinian refugee anymore. Simple as that. The fact that
Okay,
they is still
so
today
they can.
is
They
ridiculous.
can they
That
go
means
back
it's
to their,
weaponized. It's simple
Can
as
they
that.
go? Can they go back to where they lived before? Can they
No,
go
they
back?
moved. They are already
No,
migrants.
they didn't move. They didn't move. They displaced. They were
No,
displaced. They
you
didn't move
take up another country's citizenship. You are another country's citizen. Simple
because
as
you are
that.
born there. There is people born there, but you are moved there. You didn't choose to go
Yeah,
there.
tell you're not Palestinian anymore. Simple as that.
I moved to Canada because I choose to. I go to the process. There's no one like put a gun in my head and say you need to go out from this country.
Yeah,
That's a different reason.
yay for Canada! Yay for Canada! I'm
No,
also in
I'm
St. John's.
I'm making a point. I'm just giving an example. Canada, Australia, or Europe, whatever. Anyway, but an Israeli, a Jewish person living in New York for thousands of years, and he claimed he can go to Israel and take a house there, a stolen house, and that's a normal thing. But someone who's from his grandfather has still was living in that area is not doesn't have any right to go there.
You know, sorry, I'll cut you off. The Jewish were all over the place, and the Germans were hunting them, and they needed land. First, they went
Why
to
America didn't give them that land? Yeah,
actually.
People accepted them at first. People accepted them in Palestine, but when it started, like the Zionist movement started, that's when the resistance came. But at first, when they were persecuted, people were accepting them in Palestine. That's just historically. You can check it historically.
Yeah. I know they went because the British were like, okay, these guys are now in our territory, and they had like 10 places. They even wanted to send the Jewish community to Uganda.
Madagascar too, and a part in Russia. But they know if they put them in Palestine, it will be a more compelling story to tell and a more compelling reason. That's why.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Good. We're going to say bye bye.
They're troublemakers. I'm sorry. I'm also I introduced myself as part Russian, part Kenyan. I'm also Ashkenazi. You know what Ashkenazi means?
Yeah, the white Jews.
Yeah.
So you who have the right to go to Israel and be to have an Israeli citizenship without
No,
without 2 years?
they will not accept me.
Yeah, why? They will accept you. Why?
No,
will.
they won't accept me.
Why that? Anyway.
Yeah,
I don't want to ask personal things, but the majority of Israeli of Jewish people anyway on the world who can claim they are Jews, they can go there without any issue. In 2 years, they have 1 year or 2 years, they have
they won't accept us because we have Orthodox Jewish from Ethiopia. When they go, they get segregated.
Yeah, but they will accept you. They will accept you, but they will consider you a third grade Jew. So that's how pathetic the classification. Imagine if you are Arab and living there, you will be like in deep shit. So
Yeah.
for people who don't understand the Israeli
mentality,
there is like classes of Israelis. There is the there is the Ashkenaz. There is the give me the other name, the Eastern, the Easterns one, and there's the black one are the last one, and there's all the rest, the Arabs, the Christians. They are in the third or fourth class.
Yeah. So I also introduced myself as Ashkenazi.
Don't worry, people will not remember.
Yeah.
Only a few people.
Everyone will remember. Don't worry.
No, you know,
Nika
you know,
will make sure that everybody is reminded.
No,
you know, you know,
we lived with
we're making history right now,
We
and
lived-
everyone will remember all these conversations. Will be remembered. Will go into
course.
history books. You are doing a really good job to provide us with this platform, because I can speak my mind right now, and I'm not even afraid anymore.
No, but why? It's just I don't have any issue with the Jews. We lived with Jews in my country, in Arab countries. There were no issues. We have a lot of Jewish communities until now, from Andalusian. We remember from Andalus until now. We lived with Jews with harmony. There's no issue with the Jews, with Zionists.
But you see, that's the problem. I'm not talking about the race. I'm talking about diplomacy. That's the difference. So I'm talking. You see, if you notice the way how I talk, I never talk about is a really racial thing. You know, it's always in terms of as a country.
No, I'm not talking to.
It's why
as a group of
they're
people
calling Zionists. It's
the people who believe that the Jews should have their own country, in their homeland, those are all Zionists. The moment you believe that, you are a Zionist. So for me, it's just simple as they have these two group of people have bad blood for too long. So they have no trust on each other. So that someone have to give up some point. The thing is, Palestine has always been left there all the time to disrupt the Israeli state right from the beginning. So it is what it is.
The issue is like equating from the one who doing the crime from the one who was having the crime doing to him. That's the thing. It's not the same thing. No. If I was going to rob your house, I'm not equal to you. Yeah,
I know you are talking about the anti-Israeli perspective. I'm just saying that.
No, this is
from
international
the Israeli
perspective. This is international law perspective. This is an invasion force that trying to kill the people or displace
because
them.
that's what you believe. My belief is these people is already conquered. It's already Israelis people. It's just that they are not classed as citizens. They are like second class. And then they're there penned up in these places within the places that they have already conquered, and they refuse to absorb these people, and they're trying to find a way to get rid of them. So that is what's happening, and the rest of the world, the rest of the Muslim world, don't want to let them have it their way. They don't want to let them have the cake and eat it too. That is what's happening. If you're really humanitarian, you want to save them, you really save them. It's not about the land.
So
the thing is, the land is now so important, right? The Palestinians cannot lose the Palestinian land. That's what the problem we have right now.
We help the Israelis do the ethnic cleansing. That's what you say. We need to help
the
Israelis
for me is
do the ethnic cleansing.
For me it's simple. If I'm Palestinian, my children is inside of Gaza, I want to save their life. I will move them out. I don't give a fuck about the Palestinian land because my children's life is more important. The fact is the Palestinian life is not important now. The land is more important. It is what it is. So don't cover it up. No, it is the truth. Now, to me, as far as I'm concerned, pro-Palestinian people always feel that the land is way more important than the lives. That is the truth. Palestinians must live in Palestinian land. I don't care whatever. They have to fight dying. They must stay there. Palestinians must live. That's what I get. The information I get all the time from pro-Palestinian people. This is the information. That's why I disagree.
There is another way.
That's why I disagree.
Why? Palestinian lands have been conquered. If you look at the map of Palestinian lands since 1945, it was the United Nations, UNGA, United Nations General Assembly. They were like, okay, you go to Palestine, and they started capturing everything. Now Palestine is so small.
Mm-hmm.
It's so small.
They are supposed to be one country. They're supposed to be like one country. Then they refuse to be one country, so they separate it. And then the Israeli agree. Arabs don't agree.
Like that.
Arab army comes and then try to help the Palestinian to take the whole of Palestine. They fail. They lose the war. Then again, they just keep losing the war.
That's the Israeli propaganda.
No,
anyway,
the war
No,
the war is
yes,
lost constantly, right?
And then
Three
the
big wars.
Israelis
because there's reasons. It's not like they have a superhumans or something. Because they are supported by European and then Americans, the strongest.
the Israeli defeated the Arabs 3 times now. Well, first 2 times was the 6-day war. They went and smashed them, and they had Yom Kippur War, and now the Israel-Iranian war. You know, they destroyed Iranian everything in one day.
Yeah.
Even the Americans, when they did not have to send B-2s to destroy the
total
nuclear power
propaganda,
plant.
man. That's a total propaganda. They destroyed everything. That's why they are threatening to go again and again. It's you hear the rhetoric. Anyway, the Yom Kippur was just for correction, the Yom Kippur War was the Egyptians attacking to get back Sinai.
Sadat had to go and recapture Sinai.
And they were successful.
So,
They failed.
he was
They lost the war.
assassinated.
They lost the war. Then after that, Israel make a deal, give up Sinai. No,
that's very funny.
You see, that's a
That's
problem.
very
You know,
funny.
you cannot accept the reality that they lost
How
the
you
war.
lose the war and conquer the land, man? How you lose the war?
They
and
didn't
gain
conquer the land. They lost the whole war. The entire Egyptian forces was kicked back to the Suez Canal. Since when they win the war? They didn't even touch Israeli land. They failed. They failed so badly to the point where the Soviets reprimanded them.
You wanted me to. You wanna tell me that they failed? So because they failed, the Israelis give them Sinai.
That's why you cannot agree that Israel, right, is willing to trade land for peace. The moment you disagree with that, then you're going to have a problem with the whole Palestinian issue, because you will never agree with the Israelis' perspective. Because any good that they try to do will always be disregarded. Then of course there will never be a peaceful solution. Never will there be.
Like what? Like what? Like
how I know? You don't even start the negotiate because you cannot trust them at all. You have zero trust on the Israeli.
For example, the last negotiation happened. There is terms. They didn't abide by those terms. In Lebanon, they have negotiation. They have terms. Until now, they are killing Lebanese.
Golan Heights. Golan Heights.
It's every treaty. They don't even abide by any treaty. The most used vetoes of American are used for Israelis to escape law. You're telling me it's and the 6 day
whatever,
wars,
man. If you think that's your logic, then
it's not logic.
Man.
I'm telling you facts.
No, I'm saying that the Yom Kippur War. If you think the fact is the Israeli won.
How they won and they give the land back. How they won and give the land back. That doesn't compute in my head.
That's why you say you don't understand the Israelis. That's why I say you will never accept whatever they say. Because for the Israelis, they have very low trust on people. So when they see little bit that doesn't look like is right, they'll start attacking. That's what the Jews do.
Yeah, they invade a country. Of course, people will fight back. They will attack back. Anyway.
Yeah, I was actually impressed how they defeated the Iranians in one day. They defeated in one day. Those other 12 days, Iranians were just breathing their last breath. And then Trump went in on the 12th day and
saved the Israelis. Yeah,
because
Israelis.
He needs to take the credit, right? He was like,
he saved the Israelis from protected war. They did a good move, and the first day in Iran, they disabled the air defense and did a good crazy job. I give them that.
They had
But the
tankers,
rest
you know,
were
refueling tankers. Israelis had refueling tankers, and they had on air 150 jets at the same time, and they were smashing Iran. And Iran at night will retaliate with hypersonic missiles, which is good, which is interesting. We're like, okay, where did you get this technology from?
yeah, that's the breach. I know the history. I know what happened. That's the breach. The breach happened, but they couldn't like go through because
They
they
couldn't.
lost.
The Americans
couldn't
tell them
go.
to stop.
No,
The Americans
because
tell the Israeli to stop because if they overthrow the government, they're going to lose control of Egypt. The Egypt will go into chaos.
Okay.
They stop. They already go past the Suez Canal. They were threatening to go into Cairo, and then the Americans intervene and tell them to please stop. No, and then they stopped. They retreated back across the Suez Canal, and then they made a deal, and then that they will, if they give up Sinai, because the Egyptians say that if you don't give up Sinai, we'll have to forever fight and invade into Sinai because they have to take back the land. The Israelis say, okay, we give back the land, but we'll have a peace deal and we forever stop fighting each other. And then that's the deal. They give up land for peace. The fact that Egyptian was totally lost. The war is entirely lost. You are now making the logic just like Hamas is still winning the war right now. It's like they already lost the war.
I didn't say that. I didn't say.
I'm saying the
Hamas
same
is
thing
winning.
that. But you say
don't
Egypt won the war. Egypt did not win the war. They lost the war.
Put words in my mouth.
Yeah,
So I'm just saying.
They lost in.
I never
it's not
said
just-
Hamas won the war. I never said Hamas won the war, and you are putting words in my mouth now.
Yeah. So my point is, that's why I say Hamas already lost the war. So the thing is now they go into underground, they do guerrilla warfare. What are they doing for their people? As a government, they have failed. And then no one is criticizing them. The pro-Palestinian side, no one criticizes Hamas.
No,
That's the reality.
There's people.
It's just like the
criticizing Hamas.
pro-Ukrainians one. No one criticized Zelensky for a long time.
False. That's false. That's false. You're totally.
So
right.
I'm just saying from my perspective,
wait,
when I'm surveying the Twitter and all these things, the pro-Palestinian people or the accounts never criticize Hamas. It's always Israeli is at fault, Israeli is at fault. I understand Israeli is at fault. The thing is, what is the solution? Why is the negotiation is always on Hamas with Hamas? Who is representing the Gazan people? No one is representing the Gazan people. They are chips. They are getting weaponized. They are getting attrition away. No. This is why I say I'm pro-civilian because I care about the civilians. I don't give a freaking fig about the land or the Hamas or whatnot. The people are suffering. No one is representing them. That is what I'm angry about. That's why I'm always triggered when I talk about Palestinians.
Yeah, we should punish Israeli.
Because I'm very. The thing is, you can't punish. Nobody dare to fight with the IDF. That's not true.
Just
the same thing. People can be angry. People in East Europe can be very angry with Russia invading Ukraine. But what can you do about it? No one dare to fight with the Russians.
No, but Wyatt. Listen to me. You don't tell me that there's things that done to prevent that. People like until recently they're still trade with Israel. They still if Russia did like one per 100 of what Israel is doing, and they have embargoed, they have sanctions, they have everything, the people weapons sent to Ukraine and stuff.
The most sanctions
if people sanction Israel of what happened from, like, let's say from the first year, if they sanction them, they will never go there. And I'm including Arab traitor countries. There's traitor governments, traitor countries,
Arabia, Qatar,
Egypt, Saudi Arabia, or Jordan. They are traitors. The government are traitor governments because they're still dealing.
Why would they have allegiance to the Hamas or to the Palestinian people?
I'm not
the Arab states have no allegiance to the Palestinian people. How can you be traitors to people you have no allegiance to?
No,
that is the funny thing. There is in the Muslim world.
But that's why because you don't understand the region, you understand the culture, you don't understand something.
No, I understand how it works. That's why I say in reality, they have no allegiance. That's why they don't give a fuck about what happened to the Palestinian people. That's why you are seeing what we are seeing right now.
They care
in culture, yes. In culture, we are with the Palestinian people, yes. So they are being seen as traitors, but in reality, they don't. That is the truth. That's why I
care
only
about
talk about the reality. That's what I say.
they
There
care
is the
about
cultural side, there's a historic cultural side, which I agree what you say. I totally agree. I totally understand. But I'm saying that in reality, nobody is siding with the people. Everybody is just watching the show, eating popcorns, looking at the Gaza civilians suffer. That is the truth.
yes. Yes,
So
I'm
that's
telling you
that's
that.
my anger. That's why I'm pissed off about the Palestinian issue, especially with Gaza war, because no one give a damn about the civilians. No one is creating a
Yeah,
real
we should.
solution for them.
Everyone we
No one.
should everyone should punish Israel. I'm totally agree with you. We shouldn't be silent. Why we should like to blame everything on the Palestinian? Why we shouldn't like
No, I
sanction the
didn't blame the
Israelis?
Palestinian people. The Palestinian people are the victims here.
Why we
Hamas is the
don't?
problem. It's
But
not
not
the
Israel.
Palestinian
But
people.
not Israel. But not Israel.
No,
They didn't
so
do
they say
anything
that's
wrong.
what I say. Israel is obvious. I already say Israel is wrong.
So
The thing
we
is,
should focus
on the
on punishing
Palestinian
Israel.
side, the civilians is not the problem. Is not is not at fault. It's Hamas that is at fault on the Palestinian side. Israel is of course at fault. They are the one that's fighting the war. So the thing is, no one in the region or in the world is
That's
actually
false.
providing a real solution. Nobody dares to take the risk, enter the region with their military, and then enforce some kind of peace. No one does.
Okay. Because
No one dares to.
because the Arab states are subservient to America. That's what you always
Because the
explain
Arab
and-
states don't give a damn about the Palestinian people. That's the
No,
truth.
because they don't even
The
give a damn
people,
about their
yes, the
own.
population of the Arab world, I agree, they will
Quiet.
care, but the leadership don't care because it is not of their national interest to go
No,
into
no, no.
Israel and start a war with Israel. It's not
Quiet.
in their national interest.
Quiet.
That's why I say, in reality, in diplomacy, it don't make sense to go and save the Palestinian people. That is the thing.
Okay, can I explain one thing? And I explained this multiple times. Arab countries don't even care about their own national security. They don't even care about their own population. The leaders there are just put by Americans and Europeans just to serve their interests, and the leadership care only about their power. That's it. They don't even care about you. You think like the
Yeah, that's
leadership.
what Hamas is doing too. Exactly the same thing. The whole region is the same thing.
If that's true, they will give a deal with Israelis and stay in power. They know that.
They stay in power only by fighting. How can they make a once they make a deal, they are not Hamas anymore. The Hamas exists
in power.
only because the aim, their constitution is to fight the Israelis. If they make a deal, if they surrender to Israel or they disarm or whatnot, they are no longer Hamas. Then everybody will be suspicious of this group. No, it don't make sense. They don't behave like Hamas.
They could do that. PLO did that. PLO were fighting Israel before even Hamas was created. They tried to stay in power and chose to give their weapons and try to police the Palestinians. And what's the result? They are in power. They did the deal with the devil. But what's the result? The settlements are increasing. Settlers are getting more and more aggressive. They're killing people on video without anyone doing anything about it. They're displacing population. They're harassing them. They're stopping their water. They're stopping that. Everything is that the Gazan are suffering. In West Bank, they doing it, but in a large scale with a slow pace. I'm telling you, PLO chose to be in power and chose to deal with it. And the solution?
That's literally what I just said. Everybody in that region only want to stay in power. That's what I just said. Literally, I'm just saying the same thing. Everyone only cares about their own power. They want to stay in power regardless of how they do it. Be it as a true monarchy or no totally abandoning democratic process. It's the same. The whole region is like this. That's why Israel like to use in their propaganda saying that they are the only democracy in the Middle East. Because in the end, I think Iraq is a democracy right now, if I'm not wrong. So I think Iran is a semi-democracy. So that's not entirely true. But the thing is, that's why the Israeli propaganda always says that, because the region always been like this. These people in power, they always just try to defend their own power. And then they sometimes, a lot of times, they use Palestinian issue as a distraction from their own internal problems. Constantly, Palestine is getting weaponized.
It's why they say power
I'm
corrupts.
going to sleep, guys. It's 7 hours.
Yeah. So anyway, we are never going to agree. Any last word, Nika? I will not reply back. No.
Just
So that you
just
can
if
end.
Hamas, what I wanted to say, if Hamas wanted to stay in power, they could do what PLO did. They didn't do it. That's it. They stay and fight. Yeah, PLO tried to stay in power and they sold their population. Anyway.
No, I wanted to add something. Power corrupts. And this is a saying that goes through many generations. It's power corrupts. Yeah, I will sign off on that.
Oh, I totally agree. Power corrupts. If Israel is not so powerful, they will be a bit more nicer in negotiation. But of course, they might also disappear from this world. Maybe. So anyway, thank you. So,
Guys, bye-bye.
so I would. So no, thank you everyone. No, bye guys. I will put you guys on backstage so I can do closing.
Yeah, it's a nice DPA. Bye.
Thank you, great folks. So my turn to do closing. So the very extended post closing discussion. So half the people left because they heard it's closing, then they just click off, and then we went on for another hour. Yeah, I think it's another hour. Yeah. So yeah, this is the thing about the Israeli Palestinian issue. I usually don't really want to talk about it because the problem always come down with fundamental understandings or agreements onto what is reality. Whatever Nika say is true also. No, it's not like it's wrong per se most of the time. No, like some things I disagree. Like Yom Kippur War is obvious Israeli military victory. But strategically speaking, Egypt launched the war. They lost the military war, but geopolitically they gained back their land. But at the expense of the president, I think the president got assassinated because they negotiated with the Israeli. So that is the sacrifice. No, but the Egyptian get back the land. They have control of Suez Canal, and then for the long term, they have the money from Suez Canal. So yeah, great sacrifice. But but then. For me, it's just that there's so many fundamentals, disagreement to what the foundation truth is, what the reality is, and that made the Gaza war become a impossible topic to talk about because nobody can agree with what reality is, and I find it very painful to talk about it, and I try to define it in a simpler way, and often people still cannot agree with it. And people also cannot, even the pro-Palestinian people find it very confusing. Like, is Hamas the government or not? Or are they a resistance? You cannot be both. No, because government have to take care of the people. But where is Hamas taking care of the people? They don't. They no longer. After they went into war, they just go all war mode and they disregard the people. And now we have this stupid mess in Gaza, and is very disappointing. And I'm very, very angry and unhappy with what is happening in Gaza. And the thing is, nobody sees what I see, or at least very few. Everybody just want to take their side, either pro-Israel or pro-Palestine. And then it will be like totally they will eat up every propaganda there is. And it's just crazy because if you eat out the propaganda, you will never have a peace deal. And there is no real attempt at peace deal. I think even Trump have no time to deal with it. They just like dump it, the whole thing just throw one side. And yeah, it's just ridiculous. I don't trust either side. It sounds like as if I'm pro-Israel, and it's not. I also don't trust all the things that the Israeli says. No, I'm just looking at the reality of the situation. It just don't make sense. Too many things don't make sense about Israel, so I don't like it. Anyway, otherwise, other than the post closing discussion, I think the before that, is all awesome. We're talking about Ukraine war and stuff, so that's great. So I wanted to close earlier so that I can do Frontline Changes report earlier, but yeah, it is what it is. It's an open mic, so it's open mic. So anyway, that's it. Thank you for watching. Press the like button, subscribe. Happy happy birthday to you if your birthday today, and yeah. And sorry for if you have a lot of disagreement with my points or anyone's point. Yeah, welcome to the open mic. It is what it is. So thank you for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next update. Outro. Oh wait, I forgot. I want to talk. The top fan for today is Johari with 1,125 points. Then NGS was second and ASCII is third. Yeah, I'm planning to record keep track of this ranking. So yeah, I think it will be fun at the end of the year. This is the third open mic with this ranking system on YouTube streaming. So yeah, before that only the last two and this one have the ranking. Before that don't have. So yeah, let's go back to outro. Bye. Oh, I forgot. There's super chat that I haven't read. I think. I think. We'll remember. I think there's something else. Why? I think it's disappeared. Anyway, I think it's from. Yeah, I forgot. I think it's lost. Anyway, thank you. Okay, outro. Bye.
Share your voice, share your opinion. Swallow your ego, expand your mind. DPA Open Mic, free speech so. DPA Open Mic, we are live. DPA Open Mic, we are live. Don't hold back, 'cause here we go. Let's go, let's go. We are live. Let's go, we are live. DPA Open Mic, we are live. We are live. We are live. Every corner of a spinning globe, gathered voices, the stories they probe. Ideas like rivers, they ebb and they flow. In the meeting of minds we grow. Together we stand, like lovers, yet alive. In the arena of thoughts we find. A world where every voice decides, debating the future, unconfined. Opinions like colors, vivid and bright, clashing, merging in the light. From whispered winds to roaring mic, in our discourse we ignite. Together we stand, like lovers, yet alive. In the arena of thoughts we find. A world where every voice decides, debating the future, unconfined. In the clash of ideas we see the birth of what the world could be. From conflict we find the key to unlock our collective destiny. Round the table